no other player scored more than him. Could be headers or shots, don't let him get near the box. 'Cause 9 times out of 10, you know he's gonna get in. A shout out Giggs, you know he's got the most assists and he's lifted the trophy up.
Well, it is that time for football. Welcome to today's Sports Live. This is the marathon edition of the show, reaching you live from your premium news talk and sports radio station, Today95.1 FM, right here in the ever beautiful garden city of Port Harcourt. My name is Victor Oriahi. I am your favorite melanin sports presenter, and I would be captaining the sheep as we cruise through the biggest football stories making the rounds during the week. It was a football-filled week. So much happened, from the sacking of Frank Lampard to the appointment of the new manager, Thomas Tuchel. And of course, Liverpool getting back to winning ways against Tottenham Hotspur. Who can also forget what happened at the Milan Derby, the Coppa Italia, with Zlatan Ibrahimovic and Romelu Lukaku almost having a free-for-all. It could have ended with swollen eyes and punches, but then it was such a beautiful football week. Today we'll be reliving some of these experiences and also talking about so much. It is 1 year already for Bruno Fernandes at Manchester United. How big of a signing, how big of an impact has the man had since he moved to Old Trafford? And also, Kylian Mbappe seems to be making the news this afternoon. Wood talked about if he would stay or if he would leave PSG. Do you think it's the right time for the man to move on? Real Madrid have been wanting to sign this man way back while he was in Monaco, but then PSG edged them out. So, like I told you earlier, it is such a packed show. So much to talk about, but let's start with introducing the analyst in the studio. Her name is Isabella Ekoma. Good afternoon to you. Welcome, Isabella.
Good afternoon. It's always a pleasure to be here to talk sports. It promises to be an exciting afternoon.
I tell you, it does promise to be quite exciting. And so much also happened in the transfer scene. Arsenal did sign Martin Odegaard, and not just Martin Odegaard, Lord Lingard. Well, the man has moved to West Ham United. That deal was finalized yesterday. It is a loan deal, however, but then West Ham United seem to be in the market. They've brought in Saheed Ben Rama on a permanent deal, and now Jesse Lingard has joined the club. We wait to see how impressive he would be for West Ham United. The show is always very interactive. We do not do the talking alone. You are pretty much you're also an analyst in the studio, or you're also an analyst analyzing from your home or wherever you're listening. So at the point in time, we'll be opening the phone lines so you can get to call in and air your views and share your opinions about all we would be discussing. And, but you can also send in your text or WhatsApp message to the number 0701 933 9962. I take it again. You can send in your text or your WhatsApp messages to the number 0701 933 9962. Or you can also tweet at us. We are at Today FM 951. At Today FM 951. But do well to copy me on your tweets. My handle is at Victor Oriahi. At Victor Oriahi. Oriahi is spelled Oriahi. I take it again, at Victor Oriahi. Like I said earlier, later on we'll be throwing open the phone lines to get to hear from you. Don't go anywhere. The show will begin proper when we come back.
More than him, could be headers or shots, don't let him get near the box. 'Cause 9 times out of 10, you know he's gonna get in. A shout out Giggs, you know he's got the most assists and he's lifted the trophy 13 times. Ain't no player won it more, that's a Prem King for sure. You done know Giggs, he was ahead of his time. I remember that game QPR and Man City. The title race was close, it was getting mad sticky. 1 minute left and the score was 2-2. Weren't looking like the City boys were gonna pull through. Fans started stressing, they thought that it was done, but they didn't know.
Well, before we go to what we have to discuss about, let's just run through the fixtures that would be played today in the English Premier League. In just 20 minutes time, Everton will take on Newcastle United at Goodison Park, and then by 4 p.m. it will be Crystal Palace welcoming Wolverhampton Wanderers to the Selhurst Park. And Manchester City would host Sheffield United. Sheffield will be hoping, would they be able to do or get a win from another Manchester team? They did get that surprising win to Manchester United, defeated them 2-1, and right now they will be facing Manchester City by 4 p.m. today. Later on, we're going to be having West Bromwich Albion versus Fulham, but I tell you, the biggest fixture of the day has to be Arsenal up against Manchester United. A very traditional game, a traditional fixture, albeit it seems like the excitement of the match has been watered down as time kept on progressing, but we've seen so much happening in that game. We'll be talking about that game later on the show, by the way. And then by 9 p.m. in the English Premier League, Southampton will take on Aston Villa. Leaving England and moving to Spain, where by 2 p.m. it will be Eibar versus Sevilla. At La Liga Santander, and Real Madrid will take on Levante. Valencia versus Elche, as Villarreal will do battle with Real Sociedad by 9 p.m. And in Germany, Bayern Munich would face Hoffenheim. Borussia Dortmund versus Augsburg. Eintracht Frankfurt up against Hertha Berlin. Union Berlin versus Borussia Mönchengladbach. Werder Bremen versus Schalke 04, and Rasenball Sport Leipzig will take on Bayer Leverkusen by 6:30 p.m. today. In the Italian Serie A, Bologna would face AC Milan by 3 p.m. By 6 o'clock, it will be Sampdoria versus Juventus. And Inter Milan will take on Benevento, while in the French Ligue 1, Montpellier would do battle with Lens, and Marseille would also face Rennes. Okay, so let's get the show started from Liverpool and Tottenham Hotspur. Well, that game happened during the midweek fixture, but it was Jurgen Klopp's sheer elation at Liverpool's outstanding return to form. Well, it was illustrated seconds before the final whistle at a rain-sodden Tottenham Hotspur stadium. As a clearance was lashed out into the empty stands and referee Martin Atkinson checked his watch, Klopp knew victory was assured. The manager turned towards Liverpool's bench to pump his fist in understated fashion, a moment of quiet celebration. Well, it was a 3-1 win for the defending champions, who had gone 5 Premier League games without a win and failing to score in 4 of those matches, and seeing their 68-game unbeaten home league run end with a shock defeat by Burnley. They had also gone out of the FA Cup in the 4th round at Manchester United. Well, for the very first time in a very long time, I tell you, there were questions about Liverpool and their current performance. Defeat in North London would not have ended their ambitions to retain the title, but the notion of being 7 points behind Manchester City, having played a game more, would have presented a colossal challenge. And the club was understandably overjoyed, as he said after the game. What I saw was not about shape or form. It's about who we are. That was us. And the second half especially, it was us. Isabella, I've got to get you on. I've got to get you in on this. Liverpool, do you think they are actually back to winning ways? You look at that game against Tottenham Hotspur. They were pretty dominant from start to finish. At a point in time, they had a goal ruled out for handball. That was Mo Salah who got a goal, but it was ruled out for handball by the video assistant referee. But then you look at the overall performance of the game. Do you think it was an impressive Liverpool side or an uninspiring Tottenham Hotspur team?
You've just kind of summarized the whole thing. It was an impressive Liverpool side. Then Tottenham didn't really come to the party just as they could. I know a Jose Mourinho team, that day it was as if they weren't very, very much prepared, or actually they thought Liverpool could have lost to them as usual, since they've been losing matches of recent. But then Liverpool also had to silence their critics. They had to tell their critics that we are still the champions, we are still the defending champions, despite being 7 points behind Man City, and also haven't played a game more for the others against them. So as it is now, Liverpool, actually that game was a good way to say we are back to winning ways, but it's just that game. You never can tell what will happen in the next game. They have to prove to people now that they are back to winning ways by winning their next games, the next couple of games that they will have to play.
All right, well, it seems like your injury problems just keep on piling. I mean, I saw a post earlier today, or that was yesterday, talking about the different centre-back pairing of Liverpool. It says that they have had close to 16. They've had close to 16 different centre-back pairings in just this season. We've seen Matip pair with Fabinho. We've seen Williams pair with Fabinho. Gomez, Van Dijk. Henderson, Fabinho. Gomez, Fabinho. Phillips, Fabinho. You know, it's just so much happening. And Fabinho seems to be injured at the moment. There's Virgil van Dijk, who is also out. There's Joe Gomez, who is also out. Klopp has found a way to make good use of the players at his disposal. But as the season keeps on getting thick and getting fast, do you think he would keep up? And with the new boys and the makeshift centre-back pairings and all, do you think it's going to really be effective towards the tail end of the season? Because we know that is when the heat gets on.
Well, it's always very sad when a team is hit by injuries. Injuries sometimes determine the title race.
Yeah.
I can remember previous years when Sir Alex Ferguson, whenever Manchester United starts getting this injury problem, that's when they start faltering. Unless those are injured come back and start playing, that's the regulars, then their team will be stabilized. So as it is now, Liverpool, it's going to be a problem for them having injuries, and those who are injured are not even back to playing. I mean, how will he be able to cope? But it is also an opportunity to give the young lads who haven't even had any opportunity to play for Liverpool. But then we are talking about Liverpool.
Yeah,
you're talking
this
about a
Norwich.
very big team. Yes, you can't just be experimenting. All Johan Klopp had to do is just pray that those who have injured can come back and reclaim their place. But also is another problem, because when you come back from injury, you may not be 100% fit like you used to. So it's already a problem for him, but he's a good coach. He knows what to do. At this point, this is when you know the good coaches. That is when you know coaches who can crumble under pressure. It's now left for him to know how he has to go about the whole thing so that it doesn't affect his season that more. Even if he doesn't win the English Premier League, of course, it's looking quite unlikely, but he may some Liverpool fans that anyway, but he's still in the race for top four Champions League spot, which is also very important.
Well, we were not supposed to talk about this, but I'm going to bring it in later on in the show because of a statement you made. It seems unlikely for Liverpool to win the Premier League. That's what you said. Okay, well, later we'll talk about that. Do we really have a likely team to win the Premier League? I mean, can you really say right now that there is a team that, I think these ones are going to win the league? Is it Man City? Is it Manchester United? West Ham United?
No, for now it is Man City. They have they are now top of the table. If they win, they've played a game less than Man United, Tottenham, West Ham, Everton, and all the rest of them, Leicester. We are talking about a Man City that Manchester United gave away a very golden opportunity. So if they win their next game, which they played less,
they will go four points clear.
4 points clear. And when you go 4 points clear and they have a superior goal difference, it's now left for them to throw it wider open. Because it's open right now.
Yeah.
There's a possibility they may not even win the next game, making it getting that 4 points ahead of Manchester United. But then when they get that points against those points and ahead of the next team, which is Manchester United, you're talking about a Man City, a Pep Guardiola that does like a shark. He sees blood and he goes for the kill. So as it is now, he will want to, if not for anything, hold his groups very well.
We will talk about that a little bit more later on the show. How possible or how open is the Premier League race at the moment? Well, just letting you in on Liverpool's defensive woes. It seems like the injury problem have offered mitigation for their recent drop in standards, and Klopp was wrestling with another dilemma even before the team bus pulled up at the stadium. He was then presented with yet another at halftime that was talking about the game. Fabinho, excellence as an auxiliary central defender in the absence of Virgil van Dijk and Joe Gomez, was ruled out of that game with a muscle injury. The increasingly fragile Joe Matip, meanwhile, lasted only 45 minutes, having started alongside Jordan Henderson, another emergency selection at the heart of Liverpool's defense. Sadly for the gifted but injury-prone Matip, Klopp did not exactly deliver an optimistic bulletin on his injury. While the manager's public request for everyone, his public request for someone to send him a central defender may have been delivered with tongue slightly in cheek, Liverpool's situation in the department is now at crisis point, and they may need to be resolved with a deep into the market. But then the transfer window ends on Monday, so you begin to ask yourself, is there a possibility of Liverpool getting a defender, a central defender, before the transfer window closes? And just trying to take a statement made by Jurgen Klopp, who was explaining how the issues in defense have also affected Liverpool in other areas of the pitch. He says football is all about individual skills, of course. We have to bring it together to make it work. So it's about the structure of the team, about stability, about reliability, knowing what the other boy is doing in this moment, react on it, prepare your action. It's about leadership as well on the pitch. Who leads the line? Who used to do it? It's not a secret. Virgil van Dijk was our last line. So organization-wise, move up. These kind of things, with the ball a little as well. That's how it is developed that way. That was a job for a little while for Joe, who grew in the job. Then Joe was out. Joel played together with Fabinho, so both players are not the most vocal players on the pitch. Plus, we miss our natural six when we speak about structure and stability. It has changed the whole setup of the team. Usually in football, when one player has the ball, all the others know kind of what will happen because they are used to it. He steps in, plays the long pass. All that was gone in a period when we played every 3 days. The boys did really well with that, to be honest, but it cost a lot of energy and focus to adapt to these things. It cost most of all fluidity.
Gerrard, Salah, Guerrero, Bell, Kane, Giggs, Ronaldo, Lampard, Scholes, hey fam, this is Ardo, Beckham, Suarez.
Well, that is according to Jurgen Klopp, talking about how the issues in Liverpool's defense has affected the team's entire performance. Joe Gomez is out. Joe Matip is out now. Virgil van Dijk is also out. And you begin to ask yourself, who would be playing in that central defense position in Liverpool's next game? Probably Jordan Henderson, team him up with one of these young boys, Nathaniel Phillips or Neco Williams. You never can tell. But Isabella, you look at Liverpool and the central defense partnership. Which would you say has been the best, looking at the players that are available? What do you think has been the best and has been more, well, has been more fruitful, more productive for the team?
Presently, or those?
Presently, not the injured guy. So if you were probably Jurgen Klopp, who would you play as a central defender in the next game? That's a tough one, right?
It's a tough one because it's as if all their central defenders have all...
Well, you want to say all their natural central defenders are actually injured.
Are actually injured. But Jordan Henderson has been doing well. Is one player that can play in places, even you'll be wondering why is he going to play in that place. But we are talking about someone who loves this club, who loves the club and knows what to do in times of crisis. So Matip was there, wasn't really the best, but now he's even injured. You can we can say that Jordan Henderson, you can play him with Nathaniel for the meantime.
Jordan Henderson with Nathaniel Phillips
for the meantime. What will you do? All the defenders are just out there. They are all injured, and they are injured. They are not packed. What will you do as the coach other than play this? But then and pray that the partnership works, because that's the thing.
I think we've seen that partnership already this season.
Yes. So, of course, when you're talking about Henderson, he will want to lead the pack against the. Of course, he will lead the pack for Nathaniel, who is also a young player. He's learning, and with time, if Johan Klopp has that confidence in him, you know, one thing with people, if you actually have confidence in them and they understand what they are capable of doing, they can also do very well in the pitch.
Okay, well, just before we leave Liverpool behind, do you think the team would be making a central defense signing before Monday? Would you advise them to?
It's very advisable because, of course, the defense have already shown how they've lost points. They've lost points this season due to these defenders being injured and all that, not coming back. It will be the right decision for Jurgen Klopp, but then, the transfer window, in general transfer window, you wouldn't want that panic buying.
Yeah.
It's almost closing. So they will be looking at defenders to possibly go for defenders on loan. Maybe
Okay.
not really on a permanent deal like that.
Well, just going through a list of defenders that Liverpool could probably buy. There is Ben White of Brighton and Hove Albion. The guy is 23 years old, and Liverpool were one of a number of Premier League clubs to monitor White's progress during his loan spell with Leeds United last season, when the defender played an integral role in Marcelo Bielsa's side gaining promotion to the Premier League. However, that interest has since been cooled, with White having also signed a new 4-year deal at Brighton in September. Pricing the player away from the Amex in January could prove really costly. And then there is also Dayot Upamecano. Well, the man is currently one of Europe's most in-demand central defender after an impressive season last time out with RB Leipzig, whom he helped progress to the Champions League semi-finals. The France international was rewarded for those displays with a contract extension last July, although the new deal contains a reported £40 million buyout clause, which only comes into effect next summer. And that may cloud the issue as far as Liverpool's interest in signing is concerned, as the defender's recent loss of form this campaign and the fact that the two sides would meet each other in the Champions League might also be one of the issues that would affect it. And there's also Milan Skriniar of Inter Milan. The Slovakia international was reportedly interested in Tottenham last summer, only for the North London club to be scared off by Inter's £54 million valuation of the defender. And while the experienced centre-back has recently fallen down the pecking order under Antonio Conte, a similar valuation would also prove too prohibitive for Liverpool, who have nonetheless reportedly been monitoring the player. There's also a certain player from Schalke 04. His name is Ozan Kabak. He's just 20 years old, and Liverpool Schalke boss David Wagner Schalke boss once talked about the then Schalke boss David Wagner once talked about the Turkish international leaving the club. So maybe not. And there's also Per Schurz, who plays for Ajax of Amsterdam.
That's what everybody's aim is, the most watched league.
So would Liverpool make a central defense signing before Monday? The January transfer window ends on Monday. Let's hear from you. Let's know your thoughts. You can do so by sending in your text or WhatsApp message to the number 0701 933 9962 0701 933 9962, or send in your tweets at Today FM 951 at Today FM 951, and we will be reading them live. The first kickoff in England about to begin, and that is Everton taking on Newcastle United. Running through the lineup of that match.
Mad goals, mad games, football like we had never seen. Man United were the
Well, Jordan Pickford starting goal for Everton. The four-man backline is Seamus Coleman, Michael Keane, Yerry Mina, and Lucas Digne, while Garfield Sigurdsson and Abdoulaye Doucouré would be sitting just in front of this defense line. In midfield position is Alex Iwobi, James Rodriguez, and Richarlison, who will be playing behind the lone striker Dominic Calvert-Lewin. On the bench for Everton is John Joe Kenny, Mason Holgate, Andre Gomez, Ben Godfrey, Anthony Gordon, Tom Davies, Yao Virginia, and Robin Olsen. While for Newcastle United, they play in a 5-4-1 formation. Carl Darlow starts in goal for the team. The five-man backline is Jamal Louise, Fabian Shah, Jamal Lascelles, Isaac Hayden, and Javier Manquillo. And just up front is Miguel Almiron, Jeff Hendrick, John Joe Shelby, and Ryan Fraser, while Callum Wilson would be the lone striker for Newcastle United. On the bench for the team is Martin Dubravka, Ciaran Clark, Matthew Longstaff, Andy Carroll, Joe Linton, Alan St. Maximin, Dwight Gale, Emil Kraft, and Elliot Anderson.
Best ones reside in the Premier League. Look at Mourinho and what he done for Chelsea.
So, but let's talk a little about this game. You look at Everton and their performance at the start of the season. When they started the season, they were more than hot cake. They were hot pepper soup, you know. It was something so impressive to see. But then they got to a point and they started losing matches. They've been pretty inconsistent. But you look at their recent form, it seems like there is a resurgence, especially since that loss to West Ham United. They went on to defeat Rotherham United in the Emirates FA Cup. They defeated Wolverhampton Wanderers as well. They defeated Wolverhampton Wanderers, by 2-1. I do remember that one. And they also defeated Sheffield Wednesday. Then they drew to Leicester City during the midweek fixture, playing against a Newcastle United team that have been woeful. They've lost their last 6 games across all competitions. Do you think it's going to be an easy ride for Carlo Ancelotti and his Everton team?
It may not be an easy ride, but it's going to be a win for them. Newcastle are actually in trouble. They are now 16th on the table with 19 points. I'm talking about an Everton side that has played 18 games with 18 games and 33 points. Meaning that if they had played the other two games,
it could be more.
Of course, they could have been battling it out with Leicester. They will be in the 4th position.
That's if they win.
That's if they win.
Yeah, because game in hand is not a guaranteed point.
Yeah, of course.
But you know, the funny thing is, this is their 18th match. So if they win this one, they go to. They currently have 34 points. If they win this game, they're going to be having 36 points. And then if they win their remaining 2 matches, their outstanding matches, they probably have 42 points, which puts them ahead of Manchester City. If you look at it that way,
yes.
You know, but like you said, a game in hand is not points guaranteed. But you think it's going to be easy for Everton? It's going to be a win for Everton.
It's going to be a win for Everton, but
by what scoreline?
Well, maybe by 2-1.
2-1 for Everton.
Yes.
Well, we did see Everton just try to pile the pressure on Newcastle United.
Of course, but this is football. Nobody predicted that Manchester United
was going to be losing.
Will lose
to Sheffield United.
Sheffield United.
Bottom of the table, Sheffield United.
Just 8 points from 20 games.
So
and
nobody predicted that they would lose to bottom of the table,
but then
Sheffield United.
It's what you play at the end of the 90 minutes that determines the scoreline.
And the points that you get from the match.
I've predicted mine. If they like, let them sleep. West Ham will win them and take those points.
Okay, Newcastle that is. Well, we just saw
Newcastle.
We just saw an opportunity for Everton. Dominic Calvert-Lewin was trying to pounce on a loose ball, but Kyle Dallow was quick enough to get off his line and head the ball clear from the Englishman who started the season getting goals, scoring goals on all sides, but it seems like he's been quiet, or he has been made silent of recent. But then it is Everton, and they are not doing bad for themselves. They are probably one of the top 4 contenders if you look at it.
Yes.
They have what it takes to make it to the Champions
That is
League.
if they continue churning out wins.
Yeah, if they continue churning out wins. All right, now let's leave Everton and go talk about Chelsea. As Thomas Tuchel, the man who was recently named Chelsea manager after the sacking of Frank Lampard, says that he knows the focus of the team, and the team is there to win trophies.
For the man Mancini team, great managers come and help the clubs live the dream. And all the best ones reside in the Premier League. Look at Mourinho and what he done for Chelsea. Man won in the league 2 years in a row. Try to know he ain't called a special one for no reason. He's back to his talk and he let results show. No bias, being real as I can. Seems the pressure of the league really gets to a man. Remember 96 back when Keegan had his round, the love he had for his club? Yeah, I fully understand. But who's the best from the Prem though? Sterling, Gerrard, Salah, Aguero, Bell, Kane, Giggs, Ronaldo, Lampard, Scholes, hey fam, this is odd though. Beckham, Suarez, Bergkamp, Cole, the list is too long, man. Only God knows. But for me, it was Thierry Henry. Remember how them Gunners were back in 03? You know they were incredible, they couldn't be beaten. Suppose that's why they call it the invincible season. But you know what I love most about the whole Prem is the fact you never really know how it's gonna end. Like back in 16, no one thought Leicester was gonna win the league 5,000 to 1, but they still had the dream.
Okay, well, Thomas Tuchel, the man who was recently appointed as the new manager of Chelsea, says that he knows why he's in the team, and the team is one that is focused on trophies, and that is what he wants to do while at the club, to win as much trophies as possible. In fact, trophies that just to contest for every single title that Chelsea are currently in. We did discuss this during the midweek game, but because it's the weekend, I'm going to give the callers more opportunities to express themselves about the appointment of the man. Do you think that Chelsea could have waited a little bit more for Frank Lampard, or were they impatient? But before we hear from you, let's hear from Isabella about this. Was Chelsea impatient with Frank Lampard? The man wasn't getting the result as much as they wanted, but you want to say Chelsea were not in an awful position.
One thing with Roman Abramovich is when he wants to fire you, even if you won the last game.
Yeah, because they just won their last game.
Of course, against Luton Town. But what happened? He got fired. And now he gave an opportunity to another manager that was fired recently by PSG, talking about
Thomas Tuchel.
Thomas Tuchel. And when you look at these things, you now see that the saying that coaches are their last matches determine if they will stay or not doesn't really apply to Chelsea. No, it doesn't. It doesn't apply to Chelsea. We are talking about a club who you're constantly under pressure, you're constantly told to win trophies, either by the money, either by the owner of the club.
Yeah. However you want
fans,
to, just win trophies.
The fans, you have to win trophies. And when you're not making the selections that they want, or when your selections are not working for you, because we are talking about Frank Lampard that was giving the money. The first year, of course, is understandable. Chelsea were banned from signing players, so they made do with what they had. But when he was given a chance, he brought in Timo Werner, he brought in players, but those players didn't even live up to the billing, and that's why he was sacked. And then sometimes his formation is also suspect. The way he puts up the players to play and all that. They were losing points and all the rest of them. He became impatient. And he couldn't wait. No matter my opinion, he has already been sacked.
Yeah.
He has already been sacked. But my opinion may not be a popular one. He would have been given a little more chance, a little more. But then it's not a popular one, just as I said, because many of my Chelsea friends, if I say this, they will say, no. Don't
even say
that.
Don't you dare.
That they even jubilated.
Yeah.
Because, but then it's not about jubilating. It's about the person that was brought in to replace Lampard. Is he the Messiah? That's another question you should.
Well, you actually asked that question. You're going to be answering that question. But then Chelsea did play with Wolverhampton Wanderers on Wednesday, and it was a disappointing goalless draw. The team struggled to make an impression against Nuno Espirito Santos' men, whose form has nosedived after forward Raul Jimenez fractured his skull in late November. After that game, Tuchel says he was happy with Chelsea's performance. Let's hear from him.
Very happy with the performance. We played with excellent energy, high up the pitch, and good intensity. many ball recoveries in the last third, a lot of ball possession, but a lot of intensity, many half chances, created a lot of good opportunities in the second half, and were simply unlucky. So I will not allow to be anybody frustrated, because it was a good performance. We did not allow counterattacks. We closed the space. I'm very happy with the energy and the attitude, and we will continue from now on.
Drama from day one. This is the league we want to win.
Hey, yo, welcome to the Premier League. You already know that.
Well, that was Thomas Tuchel speaking after the goalless draw to Wolverhampton Wanderers. I played that because of tactically explained everything the team did right and everything the team did wrong. Now, you said something, Isabella, just before we played that audio from Thomas Tuchel. You talked about if he was really the best of replacements for the team. Do you think he is? Looking at all the managers available, there were talks about them bringing him, what's his name now? The former Massimiliano Allegri. There are also talks about Julian Nagelsmann leaving RB Leipzig and coming to Chelsea. And I don't think I saw any reports prior to when he was sacked, prior to the day he was sacked, they're talking about Frank Lampard. I don't think I saw any reports about Thomas Tuchel being appointed as the manager. Do you think he's actually the best replacement? You weigh him and Frank Lampard side by side. Do you think he's the best replacement for the man?
You won't say he's the best replacement, but he's a better replacement. For now, we are talking about someone who has already, despite taking the Ligue 1 with PSG, he was sacked. I would say he's better experienced in this case than Frank Lampard. But then when you talk about hiring managers, you're talking about you're talking about a time when you sit down to talk to these managers. Allegri may not be available. Yes, he's not coaching right now, but the terms and the conditions, maybe with Chelsea, although I didn't hear any talks with him before now, may not suit him, and he wouldn't want to jump into that. And then you talk about RB Leipzig coach
Julian Nagelsmann,
who is also there. He will want to continue with his team. After all, they are second in the Bundesliga, so they of course they want to continue. And RB Leipzig has come to stay. They've made sure that people know them. So for Tuchel, he was approached. The conditions he met was okay for him, and he signed. But for me, he's not the best replacement for Frank Lampard.
Okay. Isabella believes Thomas Tuchel is not the best replacement for the man Frank Lampard. But let's talk about Tuchel a little bit, as the man is regarded as one of the most complex personalities in European football management. The 47-year-old is known as a political power player and a control freak, but also a tactical visionary and a methodical thinker. He was dismissed by PSG in late December after months full of fights between him and the sporting director. While some in France claim Tuchel never brought the best out of a star-studded squad, PSG still reached the Champions League final in August and won back-to-back domestic titles. His track record was certainly good enough for Chelsea's board, who approached him shortly before Lampard's dismissal. At first, Tuchel was unsure whether he should take the job midway through the season, but he has envisaged the move to the Premier League for quite some time, first engaging in talks with Chelsea in 2017 after he departed from Borussia Dortmund. Tuchel views the job at Stamford Bridge as a chance to prove himself in England, just like Jurgen Klopp and Pep Guardiola, two men he admires, have done before him. Well, he says the man was unable, to break Bayern Munich's Bundesliga dominance, but he did lead Borussia Dortmund to the German Cup. And throughout his career at senior level, Tuchel has gathered experience in a variety of environments. He started at the small Bundesliga side, Mainz 05, but moved on to a much more ambitious but financially limited Borussia Dortmund, and then took over French champions PSG. The Blues have an expensively assembled squad after a lavish summer outlay. But it seems unlikely that Tuchel will face the same resistance in the dressing room as in Paris. Some of Chelsea's players complained about a lack of tactical instructions and general communication under Lampard. Tuchel, however, is known to communicate extensively with his teams, that is, if they let him. The German would also not hesitate to implement some of his ideas, be it on the tactics board or elsewhere. At his previous club, he drew up diet patterns. He drew up diet plans. He monitored sleeping patterns of his players. He overhauled the analytics department. He changed the scouting processes, and he also got involved in the renovation of the facilities. His willingness to control everything at a club has made him enemies in the past. During his time at Dortmund, he banned the head scout, Sven Mislintat, who later worked for Arsenal, from the training ground because of philosophical differences, and demanded that certain signings from the chief executive, Hans Joachim, and sporting director, Michael Zorc. Watzke said after Tuchel had left, what matters are fundamental values such as trust and respect. With Thomas Tuchel at the helm, Dortmund enjoyed 2 successful years in which our sporting objectives were achieved. However, we did not always see eye to eye with the coaching staff during this period. Tuchel would not have the time to introduce any substantial reforms at Chelsea in the next few weeks, but the summer could be the first test of the relationship between the German and Chelsea's hierarchy. Whether owner Roman Abramovich, who is said to be a fan of Tuchel, and director Marina Grasnovskaya will be fond of their manager's personality can only be subject to speculation at this point.
Remember 96 back when Keegan had his round of love he had.
Okay, Isabella, seems like when I said it initially, I was trying to get more sources for this report and more things to add to it. There was something that just kept on popping up everywhere. Was control freak. And it seems like he actually is a control freak. You think that would be a problem at Chelsea?
Of course, of course, it will be a problem at Chelsea. You can't just come to a team as big as Chelsea that has so many interests. Even Roman Abramovich is an interest in himself. He says what happens is his club. He says who goes and who stays.
Yeah.
And when you come into a team like that, you don't really have to control everything. Or you should actually focus on your own. That's why there are so many departments in a football team. You talk about the medical doctor, the psychologist, the physiotherapist, the goalkeeper trainer, and all that. Will you be able to be, telling them what to do, every other person what to do? No, you have to do yours and just hope that they also comply with whatever you say. So him being a control freak, he has to watch himself in Chelsea.
Okay, well, Osas had to just come in because we were talking about Chelsea and also Thomas Tuchel. Osas, looking at how controlling the man can be, looking at how controlling the man can be, do you think it's going to be, same question that I asked Isabella, do you think it's going to be a big problem, a big challenge for him right here at the club?
Yeah, I really don't want to anticipate right now, but we know the man Thomas Tuchel. We actually followed exactly what he did right there at Paris Saint-Germain before coming to Chelsea. And based on his character, it's very eminent that we're going to see such things come up again, because it's only a matter of time before we begin to see rancors coming here and there. But I believe as a human being, he should have been able to understand and figure out his mistakes and not let them come again, because if it happens the second time, then we will be look, there's a saying that a fool at 40 is a fool forever. So if it happens again, then we'll be looking at him to be under the umbrella of a fool forever. Okay, but Chidubem had to also come in because Thomas Tuchel is involved. I do not understand his sentiment with the man, but Chidubem, Tuchel has worked. The other person have been talking about how he has a deeper level of connection with some of the players. He speaks German fluently. He can communicate better with Timo Werner, with Kai Havertz, with Antonio Rudiger. He also speaks French, so he gets to communicate with the goalkeeper Edward Mendy, who is still learning English, and with Thiago Silva. He has worked with Thiago Silva in the past. He has worked with Christian Pulisic in the past. It seems like the man has a deep connection with the current Chelsea squad.
how much of an achievement do you think he would make before the end of the season?
Well, first of all, I'm not here because of Chelsea or Tuchel. I'm here to cover up for one of my colleagues who is unavoidably absent today. He actually been here a lot earlier, but the notice didn't come on time. But about Tuchel and his Chelsea, I think he feels like a perfect fit for Chelsea right now. You've said some of the things, the language and all of that, but you're not in Chelsea to speak English or to speak whatever. You're there to deliver on the pitch. We've seen managers who did not know how to speak the language. Yes, it could be a barrier to some extent because you want to communicate with the players, but if you have it, you have it. It's not really about the language and all of that. You could make the players bond, but how long can the bonding carry them if the players don't have a clear-cut pattern? If you can't infuse your style into how they play and all of that, then mere synergy and all of, and it can only carry the team thus far. So I think for him, his track record speaks for itself, especially when you look at the kind of setup that Chelsea have now. Young players, fast, energetic. Those are the kind of squads he's worked with in the past and blossomed with. In Borussia Dortmund, he moved on to PSG. He knows how to bring these young boys together, make them a force to reckon with. And that's exactly what he has to do with this Chelsea side. They are not bereft of quality in any way. Matter of fact, a lot of persons will argue they have about the best squad in the league right now. So they should be able to make do with what they have. Thiago Silva has the experience. You have the young boys coming up in Kai Havertz and even the likes of Tammy Abraham. So I think he has two jobs. First of all, steady the ship, make the boys start walking again. And then those big signings have to work one way or the other. I don't know how he's going to do it. Timo Werner has to work. Kai Havertz has to work. Those two players must work. I don't know how. I don't care how he has to do it, but somehow that synergy has to be found. Hakim Ziyech also was bought for not so much money, but quite some money as well in the last winter transfer. He also has to play top-notch football. He's been here and there, playing quite nicely sometimes, but Chelsea has to work, and Chelsea has to push. Perhaps it's too late to push for the title, but this Chelsea should be finishing in the top four comfortably. At this stage, they are 8th on the table right now, but I still think at this stage, they push you from wherever you are to the top four of the table. So Chelsea and Tuchel will have to take advantage of it. I won't make anything of the last game he played against Wolverhampton Wanderers because he only had 2 trainings with the team and you can't perform magic. You're not a magician. You basically put out the team with the instructions the former manager must have given them. Yeah, we saw a change in formation, but that's not all. It was basically what Lampard has infused in the guys. It will take time before we see the Tuchel Chelsea start to play football. Some people have started to call him the Sarri Pro Max, but because of the formation and all of that. But I think in time, Tuchel should ordinarily do well with his track record and how he knows how to get the best out of these kind of players, fast players, spacey, energetic. He should be able to get the job done in Chelsea.
Well, at Goodison Park, glorious chance fell to Richarlison. The man struck it neatly, but then it was just parried out by the goalkeeper, Carl Dallo. We've seen Newcastle pile the pressure, but Everton have also been responding pretty nicely, and it's still goalless after 22 minutes of action already gone in that game. All right, well, we will be going to the phone lines now to hear from you. We started the show talking about Liverpool and all that happened, everything that happened during the outgoing week, and also Chelsea and Thomas Tuchel. How much of an impact do you think the man is going to be having at Stamford Bridge? And looking at the first game, Chidubem says he's not going to read anything with the very first match, but do you think that he is an upgrade to Frank Lampard, the better manager that is compared to the one who was just let out, that is Frank Lampard? We'll also be talking later on about how unpredictable the season is and looking at some of the most unpredictable seasons for the past 20 years in the Premier League. The phone lines are open. Let's get to hear from you. 0817 00 951 and 0810 9510 951. I take it again, 0817 00 951 0810 9510 951. We've also heard some transfers happening, and Martin Odegaard signing for Arsenal, and Jesse Lingard making the move to West Ham United. West Ham United are currently in the top 5.
Yeah, they are.
They are currently in the top 5 of the Premier League, and they really want to remain there. But you begin to ask yourself,
Liverpool just stopped them with that win yesterday.
You begin to ask yourself, is Hesse the man that would ensure that they remain top 4 or top 5?
It's Lingard. It's Lingard has scored once in every year. Feels like Hazard these days. Just gives you the goal, and this is the goal.
Someone said that Hazard has scored once in every year. He scored once in 2019, once in 2020, and he has already scored this year. So someone said we should just be waiting till next year for the next goal.
No. His is because of the injury concerns he has. Well, Lingard, not that player that you will just put in and go and sleep. But then you're talking, he has gone to a new club. Maybe by this time he has to tell himself to work harder. Maybe. That is maybe. Maybe this time is what they need.
And dance less.
And that's if he quits dancing, that's it.
I think fans should be a little more... I'm a bit...
patient with him.
I'm a bit more cautious when I talk Lingard, because I'm familiar with the kind of things that goes on, or that go on rather, behind the scenes. Lingard is going through a lot, personal-wise. His grandmother was very ill at some point. His mother he had to be a nanny for his grandmom. His dad not so many problems behind the scenes for Jesse Lingard rather. It's not a Spaniard, so he should be Jesse.
Lingard.
So those problems could have limited what the man is able to do. I'm not saying he's the best of players in the world. His best season probably will be the 2017-2018 season, but overall, I think Lingard should have a decent season, a decent spell with West Ham if his head is down. But I don't know. Like I said, there's that part of me that just feels just give him some break because of things going behind the scene. And I think that's why Manchester United gave him time to get his head back, because ordinarily the man should have left the club, judging by the kind of performances he had been churning out. But somehow they kept fit with him, and well, it has not worked out. So he had to leave, and alongside our Nigerian brother,
Johnny Gallo,
who is busy taking pictures. By the way, he's looking ravishing these days now, under the sun and by the beach, and
I don't want to make it that kind of money. You will not look ravishing. Well, just talking about personal issues and footballers. I mean, we saw during the week, at a point in time, after the Manchester United loss to Sheffield United, fans came out for Anthony Martial and Axel Tuanzebe, to the point where one of them, a fan, sent a death threat to the wife of Anthony Martial, talking about how they should leave the club, leave their home, leave everything, or they come to kill them. I mean, that's much. And I don't really get, did he have a glorious, I didn't see the game because I thought it was just going to be a stroll in the park for Manchester United. So I didn't bother seeing the game.
4 goals, 5 goals.
But did he really have any chance? That was a glorious opportunity, like probably Divock Origi's chance in the last, not the last game to Tottenham, the one before that. Yeah. Did he really have that type of opportunity that he squandered that warranted the lambast and insult that he was being given? I mean, nothing in any way warrants it. But then I looked at it and I was wondering, was his performance really that bad?
Here right now, he is taking up the striking role there for Manchester United, and it's expected that if as a striker you fail to get the goals and the team goes down, you are the very first person that all fingers will be pointing to, because it is your duty to tuck the ball into the net. So you see where all accusations, or how would I put it right now, you see where the anger is. You see why it's directed towards Anthony Martial. He is the man up front there for Manchester United, and not getting the goals. We usually expect this from fans. Sometimes when fans get very, very emotional, you hear them take it out on players who are supposed to do this. Now, you don't expect the fans to even if he wasn't having a clear-cut opportunity, it's his duty to put himself in places where those opportunities will come. I don't know if you understand what I'm trying to say right here, but as a striker, it is his duty and it is his duty to get the goal. So if those goals don't come, there is no other person that the blames will go to apart from him. But I just wish that fans of club sides will begin to understand that football is just a game, and a game that we should face with passion and not with so much of negative emotions. There is no need for you to send death threats to someone just because the team lost, or even carry it out. Yes, you can lose one today. Tomorrow you'll be able to bounce back. We've seen that with lots of teams, even in the EPL and outside EPL. So let's just let it go, and let's see how tomorrow turns out.
I think Anthony Martial has been piss poor this season, especially by judging by standards. Last season, a lot of Manchester United fans, and not just United fans generally, thought perhaps this could have been the season he and Rashford would come in and get the job done. That game against Sheffield, Martial was the definition of what he's been virtually the whole season. Very poor, absolutely poor. Yes, he had 1-2 chances, maybe not particularly clear-cut, but close to, that he should have buried, but unfortunately he didn't. But that's been the story for him, and something needs to change. They've lambasted players in the past, but the extent to which it went this time is what we condemn. But if you don't do well, you're always going to be lambasted. Aubameyang was the bashing of the whole country and the whole world, basically, when he was failing to score for Arsenal. People even fans forgot how he's been the savior of Arsenal in the past 2 seasons. Nobody remembers that. You're as good at the last games for fans. That is, they want to see you score in the next game, score every time, and that's why they made you the captain. That's why they paid you all this money, renewed your contract and all of that. So if the results are not coming, the Bruno Fernandes that everybody's praising today, if he goes 5-10 matches without having a productive
they will forget
game,
everything.
Nobody's going to remember the Bruno of the past. That will start bashing him. Pogba used to be the star boy. They will bash him. Now he's playing well. Nobody's talking about Pogba.
Pogba, Savio. I don't know how they put it. Pog pass or something like that.
Pogba, our good brother. See, after just give him 5-10 games, bad games. Oh, Pogba should get out. He should go to.
They'll remember that he has to leave.
Fans have very short memory, shortest of memories you can think about. It spins everywhere. I mean, people have called into the show to say Jurgen Klopp should be fired. Jurgen Klopp. That tells you how fans think. Fans, some of them, not all of them now, the emotions most times dictate how we react. When the player is doing well, oh, he's the man. Well, but Martial has been poor. I think he has to pick up. And what made it worse was the fact that they lost. So someone had to bear the brunt. He had to be Martial or
Twazembe, who's a ball deflected off him.
But it was no longer just talking about their performance. It now became racial at the point in time for both
That's
men.
what we condemn. The fact that he had to get to that level. Twazembe was not supposed to play ordinarily. Because, oh yes, you say the coach was trying to rest players for the game against Arsenal, which they're going to lose today, by the way. But
who's going to lose?
We'll talk about that.
But Twazembe ordinarily wouldn't have played. But he was brought in. Aaron Bissaka, well, has always been a decent player this season, but was brought in, didn't have a particularly good game. But it was against Sheffield. I don't think any player had a wonderful game against Sheffield. It was a very poor Manchester United. But like I said, when these things happen, someone will have to bear the brunt. For Arsenal, when all this time Arsenal were having shambolic results, it's either it's Xhaka today, or it's Aubameyang tomorrow, or it's Pepe, or it's Willian. So someone will have to bear the brunt. If United won that game, even if Martial was poor, you won't hear his name. That's how it is.
Well, still staying with Manchester United, let's talk about Bruno Fernandes. That is 1 year after Bruno Fernandes joined the team. Well, just after his third game for United, Ole Gunnar Solskjaer must have known that he made the right decision in bringing the midfielder to Old Trafford, while the rest of the squad were largely satisfied with a 1-1 draw against Club Brugge in the last 32 of the 2019-2020 Europa League. Knowing there was another leg to come, Fernandes was not. It was the type of reaction Solskjaer had seen before in the United teams that he played in. And the Norwegian was quietly pleased to see his new signing from Sporting Lisbon throw his shirt down in the corner of the dressing room. Solskjaer is also of the opinion that draws, even ones that can be rectified a week later, are never good enough. After only playing the final 9 minutes in Belgium, Fernandes asked Solskjaer to start this return leg in Manchester. He scored and United won that one 5-0. Well, he still has a long way to go to because there've been so much comparisons with him and Manchester United legend Eric Cantona, whose arrival in November 1992 triggered a run of 4 top-flight titles in 5 seasons after a 26-year run without one. Fernandes still has a long way to go to match Cantona's trophy haul, but it's worth noting that United finished second the season before the Frenchman was signed. When Fernandes pulled on the United shirt for the first time, they were 5th on the table, 36 points behind leaders Liverpool. A year on, they are 1 point off the table. His numbers speak for themselves. By winning the Premier League Players of the Month award for December, he became the first player to collect the trophy 4 times in a calendar year, having also won it in February, June, and November. Chidubem, it seems like this man has turned the fortunes of the team. How big of an addition has Bruno Fernandes been to Manchester United?
Massive. The numbers speak for themselves, and you can see it on the results the team has been churning out since he came in, and also his personal accolades. 4 times he's won the Player of the Year in the year 2020. Huge, you must say. And well, he's also been getting the goals and the assists as well. So it's not just about playing, he's also getting the results. Manchester United themselves as a team now have also progressed. Last season, they struggled, just barely qualified for the Champions League. But this time around, they are comfortably in the top 4, at least for now. You know, we were top of the table for 2 weeks, just got mellowed to second place now after that disappointing loss to Sheffield. But I think Bruno has come into, he gives the team quite a lot. Creativity is top notch from Bruno. You know, he's always the difference when Manchester United, most times when Manchester United are looking for something extra. And that's what separates the big teams from the regular teams. When the game is just being a regular game, pass the ball around, and, you know, Pep Guardiola kind of systemic kind of football, something has to come which is special. And that's always Bruno for Manchester United. Pogba was supposed to be the man. Sometimes he is the man. We've seen him this season already with those rockets or shots from outside the 18-yard area. But consistency is the problem. Is he able to do that on a consistent basis? But you find Bruno being the man to do that most times for Manchester United. When the chips are down, when things are not working, Bruno just appears from nowhere and it's a snapshot from outside the 18-yard area or something. He just works out something and somehow United gets going again. But I think, yes, the comparisons with Eric Cantona, like you read, it's a bit far-fetched right now because he's not even achieved a quarter of what Eric Cantona achieved when it comes to he's not achieved nothing really when it comes to accolades now, trophies won. He's not won anything with Manchester United, and that will be what the fans will want to remember, at least after all the things you played. Here is what you have to show for it, especially when you're in a big club like Manchester United. I think this is I don't think anybody will argue he's been a fantastic addition for that side, but he has to move on. And it must not be only about Bruno Fernandes. Other players will have to step up as well. If United must have something out of this season, we saw it against Sheffield. Yes, the manager contributed quite a lot to that loss, I would say. But even with those changes, those other players are supposed to step up. You're supposed to have those other key parts of the ingredients come up in times like that. But well, over the run of the season, I don't think Bruno can be the man to always run to for 38 games. There will be times when, like against Sheffield, when he's not going to be the man. So sometimes Manchester United will have to look for redemption elsewhere. It's not really been the case this season. Not really. Pogba, like I said, once in a while. Cavani has sometimes too won games for United. You remember that one against Southampton?
Yeah.
And things like that will have to continue consistently if Manchester United must get something tangible. Like when I say tangible, he has to be winning the league, because I don't think the FA Cup, with due respect to the trophies, what Manchester United fans would be all happy about and, ravey about. But win the league is possible this season with the way this season has been going, topsy-turvy and all of that. But Bruno, absolute credit to the man. We thought he was going to be good, but maybe not so many persons thought he was going to be this good with Manchester United. But maybe Sporting Lisbon is the club for Manchester United, because anything they pick from there looks like it turns to gold.
Okay.
In retrospect.
Isabella, Bruno Fernandes has scored 28 times in all competitions since he joined Manchester United, more than any other Premier League player in that period. And he has also provided 17 assists, which means his total goal involvement of 45 is better than any Premier League player in the period from January 2020 to this very moment, January 2021. In his exclusion from the squad, he's not been tested. United have not been tested with life without Bruno. If there's an injury or something, do you really think that United will be able to hold their own without their X factor, Bruno Fernandes?
Well, United have come to rely on Bruno Fernandes, and he has not disappointed. Just as you said, 28 goals, 18 assists, 15 of them in the Premier League. We're talking about a Bruno Fernandes who have stepped up and gotten points for them. He's also the first player to get that for Man of the Match. Yes, award.
Premier League award, Player of the Month.
4 times in a calendar year, 6 times even for Manchester United. That's every month as their Player of the Month. So it's a good one for them. They will struggle. I know what I'm saying, because most of those players haven't come up to do what they know best. We are talking about, at a certain time, it was an average Manchester United team. But the signing of Bruno Fernandes, nobody saw it coming. Nobody saw that confidence coming, gradually creeping back into the team. Just as Bim said, they made a mistake by that selection. I think they actually underrated Sheffield United, forgetting that you have to count 1 before 2. Before you go to Arsenal to play Arsenal and maybe possibly win them or even draw with them, you have to win the one in front of you, which is Sheffield United, and that's the most shameful loss. If they had lost to Arsenal, of course, there would be an excuse. But then you are talking about a Sheffield United who has only 8 points, and that 8 points they got the 3 points from Manchester United. They had only 5 coming to Old Trafford. So it's going to be a hard one if Bruno Fernandes is injured. It's going to be a hard one for them. But then Manchester United is a big club, so they will have to know how to come around.
Okay, to you, Osas.
Yeah.
Everyone has stated it. There's no doubt he's a top quality player. Do you think that the unearthing of Bruno Fernandes' talents and quality is as a result of the environment or the manager, Ole Gunnar Solskjaer? If he plays under a different manager, should we be expecting a more fiery Bruno Fernandes?
Okay, it's something that is actually not definite. We've seen very excellent players come under managers that they don't feel comfortable under, and the performances begin to dip. We've also seen players who actually do not do so well, but come under managers that give them some sort of confidence, and they step up. Now, this is Bruno Fernandes. If we look at the life of the man, looking at his time at Sporting Lisbon, Sporting CP, then also his time at Sampdoria, he was actually a more than average player. He actually was able to get the goals and the assists at the same time. So this is Bruno that has been under different managers. Also, we could see the exploits they had in the UEFA Nations League in 2019. He was part of that team. That is still another manager. So he has got it up his sleeves to actually deliver when needed. I only look at it this way, that if he is not settled, for example, if he comes into the wrong books of a manager, then his performance will dip. But for now, Bruno is the man that has got it. I don't think a change in management would affect him if the negativities that come with that doesn't get directly to him.
Chidubem, do you think he's the best Manchester United signing for, let's say, 5-10 years?
Okay, I'm trying to date back. Okay, certainly Ronaldo had left in the last 10 years. I think Bruno. I think so. He has to be. I can't recall except someone will have to remind me about that. But the last 5-10 years, no, Pogba has been nothing close to Bruno when it comes to
Early
the
returns.
impact he's had. Yeah,
Early returns.
No, not even early returns. But Pogba had an impact, but not as massive
As
Bruno has
in
had.
this 1 year.
In 1 year, and even if you quantify it, yes, but Pogba went on to be the most valuable player in the Europa League when they won it and all of that. But still not the consistency has been begging with Pogba. But Bruno has been absolutely fantastic, virtually game in game out. It's been consistent, very consistent from the man. But I can't think of any other person. David De Gea, it wasn't in the past 10 years. It was before then. No, absolutely nobody.
Robbie Van Persie?
Robbie wasn't in the... No, wasn't 10 years. 10 years?
10
Okay,
years,
yeah, it was.
2021.
This is 2021.
2021.
I'm thinking when I said 2025 or something. Yeah, Robbie would be a huge argument, yeah. I think yeah. Van Persie.
Zlatan Ibrahimovic, Romelu Lukaku.
No, not Zlatan. Zlatan was quite impactful, but...
Model
I
Falcao.
don't think at the level... Falcao?
No.
How dare you?
That was a huge disgrace. I think it should be Vampy slightly ahead of Bruno because of what he achieved. Went on to win the league and all of that, top goal scorer as well. And I should be Van Persie.
Okay.
Van Persie maybe closely followed by Bruno because
Van Persie ahead of
I can't
Bruno.
think of any other.
Isabella, do you think Van Persie ahead of Bruno as well?
Based on what he has achieved, not personal achievements, slightly. But then you're talking about a Man United team that may get something this season, at least now in the Europa from the Champions League. They're still in the FA Cup and maybe the Premiership. So if he can help Manchester United clinch any of these titles, then he's still there. He will still stay. In 2 years, 3 years, and more consistent, then he will be over Van Persie. But for now, slightly Van Persie.
I agree 100%. Bruno still needs time, like she has said. I think the argument might be a little far-fetched because Bruno has played just one season. He could go on to be the Ronaldo.
And the achievements are personal.
Yeah.
They are
If he wins the league this season, then wow, that would be phenomenal because nobody even gave United a chance. Unlike Van Persie, where you could easily think of Manchester United as champions. Maybe not particularly winning, but first two at least to compete favorably. But not so many persons thought United were going to compete for the league this season. So if Bruno goes on to inspire this team to win the league this season, then it has to be a massive one, and you can't look behind him being the best signing, maybe arguably one of the best ever they've had.
Okay, well, let's get to the phone lines to hear from you. 0817 00 951 and 0810 9510 951. Is Bruno Fernandes the best signing Manchester United have had in the last 10 years? Because, it's 1 year at the club and the man has done so much already. We also talked about Tottenham Hotspur versus Liverpool, that match played during the week. And Liverpool in particular, do you really think they still have it, or are they out of sorts? Let's hear from the scholar. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon. This is McDonald Samuel.
You're welcome. Go ahead.
Yeah. Based on your question, if Fernandes have been the best star player 10 years now.
Best signing.
Yes, best signing, sorry. In my own understanding, Van Persie is a better player based on his achievements. When he came to Man U, that was when Man U needed somebody like him, a striker like him that can pick and bring us something. And we all know what he did, and they helped Man U in so many areas. For now, we are able to count Fernandes till the season is finished, because we know how EPL is. You can just get it better in the first season, second season, because we know Mata, when Mata came to Man U, he brought something like, he brought his spices. After first season, second season,
Yeah.
you know how it is. So let's see. If this season, I'm not going to count on Sunday on ladies season finished. Next season, we're now looking what he is up to. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much for your take. And, well, the phone lines are still open. 0817 00951. I take it slowly. 0817 00951 or 0810 9510 951. Hello, good afternoon. Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, but can you just speak up a little bit more?
My name is Modi.
All right, Kene, you're welcome.
I want to talk about Liverpool.
Go ahead.
You see Liverpool, yes, Liverpool needs form in this 2020. They're not winning any match. They're not score goals against both Southampton, Manchester United, West Brom, Burnley, and the other club. Don't forget the club. After they play, I know Liverpool is still the title race for this season. I give Liverpool the chance to win the title again, back to back.
Okay.
I want to talk about Manchester United.
Go ahead.
I think over Fernandes. Fernandes is a great player of Manchester United last 10 years now. Some person, according to the achievement as president, and some person are winning. I give you some person. So, this guy, Fernandes, is an amazing player with Manchester United.
Okay. Thank you so much for your take. We lost that call. Well, you can also send in your text or WhatsApp message to 0701 933 9962. Let's get back to the phone lines. Good afternoon.
Hello, Victor. Good afternoon.
Eto, you're welcome.
Thank you. As for me, based on the argument, the question you are putting on ground about United, although it's not like I don't like them, I will never like them.
Then don't talk about them. Rest.
But based on what you put on ground, what Fernandes and Van Persie, Bruno is just a game changer for this season. If I thought he wants to be a great player and an achiever, let him lead Manchester United to win a trophy. Not only by coming and you guys just quick forgetting his name. Fernandes. He win a lot of goals and all those things based on the penalty.
But if they call Ronaldo now, you'll be angry.
No. Ronaldo does not score goal by penalty. Actually,
Yeah.
of 100%, Ronaldo scores penalty by 10. You can give me 10%.
Are you sure?
So the rest is struggling and
Your stat is very, very wrong.
I don't know where.
So wrong. As I'm talking to you, just 10% for penalty.
It is
for Ronaldo.
absolutely wrong. Don't worry, continue. I'll give you the numbers when you're done.
So as for me, Van Persie is more better than Fernandes in all ramifications, in all aspects. If they ask me, in the last 10 years, I would have put our man, Yamata, years of Fernandes. So because he achieved, he made them to win Europa for the first time at the race. He give them so many trophies.
Mata.
With Van Persie. Who is Fernandes? So he's just a game changer.
Okay.
Now,
Thank you.
Eto, now jealousy they worry you. No be Bruno Ford say Kai Havertz and Werner no work.
Wait, please. I better go to Chelsea.
Ah, yeah.
I'm going to see the last game. I'm going to see the way
We'll be
Okay.
here to laugh at you. Don't
Okay.
he was out of this one for the last game. Wait for him and see what we are going to do this week.
worry. Okay.
Thank
Yeah, Chelsea for life.
Okay.
The only club that God supported.
Bye-bye.
They go.
Thank you so much, Eto. I don't know where that one came from, that last statement. The only club that God supports.
I don't
Okay.
understand though.
Well,
It's just Abia State.
God's
State.
let's get back to the phone lines. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
What's your name?
Yeah, this is Darlington calling from Igruta.
Darlington, you're welcome.
Yes, before I make my contribution, I want to yes, why is it that match is not being talked about? Anytime you put to a studio, nobody seems to talk anything about match. Does it mean that nothing good to talk about them?
It's not a matter of nothing good to talk about them. It's a matter of topical points. at the moment, it seems like apart from the resurgence of UK Gundogan, there really isn't much to talk about Manchester City. We all know that they are a very impressive team. We all know that they are going to.
Wait now. Are we talking about matches that have gone 8, that have not lost a match since how many since November? You know, people say they are coming up. It's the most team in England. You know that.
I agree with you. You know why Man City doesn't get the kind of rave other clubs get?
I don't know.
I think it's because Manchester City they don't have as much fans as the other clubs have in Nigeria.
How did you know? Because people
No, I'm not saying there are no Man City fans in Nigeria. I'm saying they are not as much as the other clubs.
You could have asked him when he became a Man City fan, because that's why that's where you count it from.
It's not the magic.
Okay, Darlington, your voice is cracking.
Yeah. So, hello.
Okay, we can hear you now. It seems like the network was distorting your voice.
Yes. So what I'm saying, it's not today I started supporting Man City. It's been long. When Yaya Toure was there, and many of them. So that was when I started.
Okay.
So concerning Premiership this season, I know a lot has happened. But if you follow antecedent of teams that won the league in the past, you will from there you'll be able to know where the league is going this season.
Okay.
If you look back, you will see that the teams that won the league in the past, all of them had good defense. You see, they considered little goals. And if you watch this season, you will see the team that is considering little. Did you know that Man City has considered 2 goals in their first Premiership to 11 Premier League games?
Considered 13 so far the whole season.
Two.
And in the whole season, they've considered 13.
Just 13.
Yes, they considered 13. But in the last 11, they are considered only 2.
Yeah, that's true.
Yes. Did you know that this season, previous winners, you see all of them go on a winning run? I hope you know that. Tell me, among all the Premier League teams this season that is going on a winning run, Man City is already in 7.
So with these few points of yours, you have been able to convince us.
Yes. So I want to let you know that is everybody should know. And again, in this season, no team has topped the league with a game in hand.
Okay.
All the ones that top the league up the
that's how United fans were giving us start to.
No. The time they are topping, they have played all their games. But Man City have played like they still have a game in hand and they are still topping.
Okay.
So that is just that. I want to tell you, anybody who is thinking that Man City will come down from that place, watch. Man City will not come down.
All right.
This is the Premier League.
Thank you so much, Mr. Darlington. Okay, let's hear from this caller. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
What's your name and where are you calling us from?
Chuku from Igbo.
All right, Chuku, you're welcome. Is it Chuku Ebuka or Chuku?
Huh?
I was about to say Chuku Ebuka. That's why I actually stopped. Is it Chuku Ebuka or just Chuku?
No, just Chuku.
Okay, Chuku, go ahead.
So you know the fear God. It answer God's name.
That's small G.
Okay.
I want to consume my fellow Chelsea fan, Eto, for goodness sake. I think give credit to who credit is for goodness sake. Fernandes is good. I always wish one of those Chelsea guys, when they came in, they hit the ground running like Fernandes has done for Man U. So come on, I can't come on here and keep rubbish what this guy. Anytime I watch him, and it's just too good for goodness sake. And the last match, and I was hearing the lady over there saying the underrated chef. No, they never did. It was just the normal Man U, Even when you listen to their fans talk on show, they're not that confident of them winning the league because of who they have there. They're not confident of Social. So for goodness sake, Wan-Bissaka was perfect. That day, I think the insult should be only directed towards the gear. The gear was poor. First goal, he was poor. Second goal, come on. Proper clearance, he was passing the ball in the goal. So for me, I feel, what do you call it? Man U won the league. Man City is there.
You think Man U will win the league? Is that what you said?
I'm a Chelsea fan. The last team I want to win the league is Man U. So I can never even dream of it. I don't want to even think of it. Yes, I'm angry that my team is not doing well, but right now Chelsea is down. I know we are going nowhere. I think this season is as good as over for us. I just want to draw Man U down, closer to us. That's what I just feel. Let them continue dropping down.
Okay.
I pray that their loss last time should be the beginning of more losses. Well, Barcelona is allowed, but that's just a young shoes. I think
misery loves company.
Difficult to say will not qualify for. I doubt if we will make it for Champions League. I doubt. With this, what I'm seeing, I doubt. Other things are stepping up.
What are you saying?
So you don't believe
You don't believe in Tuchel?
Nobody took up at the time. I don't believe in him. I don't, not that much. I think it's too. If he had started the season, that's fine. But come on, middle of the season, look at everything, doing wonders. Even at Aston Villa, look how many points they are above Chelsea. Even against some small things, I don't see that confidence in Chelsea in winning matches. So he has not even gotten the 11. He's trying just coming in. So I think we too. So if he ends up making top for common, it'll be wonderful. But for me, I think I'll be watching Chelsea matches today with a cool mind because I feel I'm not expecting anything from them. If they give me
welcome to Arsenal.
God forbid.
Thank you so much, Chuku, for your take. Let's hear from the scholar. Hello, good afternoon.
Victor, to call back.
Eto.
What did you forget before?
Hello. Okay.
You don't even get credit.
All right, give the calls coming through 0817 00951, and you can also reach us on the other number. It is 0810 9510 951. Let's get back to the phone lines. Good afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon. God bless you. How are you?
I'm very fine, thank you. What's your name and where are you calling us from?
This is not Budiki, calling from Aoda.
You're welcome to the show. Let's get to hear from you.
Thank you. On the matter on ground about Fernandez, there is no doubt about it. The guy has been a good player. I'm a Chelsea fan, confirmed Chelsea. Compared to how many were playing before he came, check he single-handedly carried the team on his shoulder. And to where man you have been to, I think the guy deserves some credit. And as of Chelsea, because he's just starting, let's give him time. I believe he will do better compared to Lampard. Because at the point, Lampard don't even know. He was even confused. Today you see Zuma. Tomorrow you see Rudiger. Where is the first 11? Tomorrow he's playing Timoven at 9. The other day he's playing Tammy Abraham. So, but if you check our past match, I think it's my first time to see Kai Havertz running with ball and making some passes and some changes. I think
it's always like that, my brother. I'll calm down. No, when a new coach comes, that's how they play.
Now everybody wants to be in the coach's good book.
You know, say our people say when fish see new water, they praise the water first. But despite that, there is something must say, human being. There are some things I will tell you in this studio, and maybe you off me from calling you. Then there are some person that will also tell you the same thing. You will just laugh over it. You understand that? So that is how the life is. There are some things that have told the player maybe may cause depression, but I see that the same thing the coach may set the set of players that are playing with him, but we still see them playing for the coach. Chelsea player Lampard, when Lampard was there, I don't see the player playing for Lampard, and in fact Lampard was just there to make up the numbers, the half coach. But with this coach, I believe Chelsea will make up. They may not, according to the coach, they may not be able to go for to challenge for the title, but
they still have a cup
to watch. Exactly.
Okay.
Thank you. I love your program, and I'm calling for the first time.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for joining in. We really appreciate you. Well, you can also send in your tweets at TodayFM951. But do well to copy me. My handle is at Victor Oriahi, and we will be reading your tweets live on the show. At halftime, it is still Everton playing out a goalless draw with Newcastle United. By 4 p.m., Crystal Palace versus Wolves, Man City versus Sheffield, West Brom versus Fulham in the battle of the bottoms, and Arsenal versus Manchester United, as well as Southampton up against Aston Villa. Just when we take some few more calls, we'll be talking about the game between Arsenal and Manchester United. It used to be a very, very tough match. I mean, a match that could keep everyone on standstill. But hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You're welcome back.
Yeah, I want to find something for Liverpool camp.
I want to know Liverpool injuries and the papers coming injuries and the latest signing of players.
Okay. Will that be all?
Yes, injuries and the signing.
Injuries and signings. Well, there's no signing for Liverpool at the moment.
The manager though says that you might be getting a left back before the season expires. It's a defender rather, a centre back.
Injury. I want to know about injury.
Okay, we'll give you that. We'll give you that just after this. All right. Thank you so much. Well, about Liverpool's injury list. Well, Diogo Jota has a knee injury and is still a few weeks away from a return. A lot of the potential return for the man is going to be just a day before Valentine's. That is the 13th of February. And there's also a Joe Matip who has an ankle and foot injury. The man might... No potential return date has been given, so we do not know the extent of the injury. They picked up that injury during their midweek fixture, and Jurgen Klopp says he doesn't really know at the moment when the guy is going to be back. Naby Keita is also out injured, and it's not a big injury, but Klopp did say on the 7th of January that the man isn't ready, and they just want him to settle in and also get to 100% fitness, so we don't know when he's going to be returning. There's also Joe Gomez, who is out injured for the team. No potential return date because it's a really, really huge injury. What was said was that he's going to be missing a significant part of this season, that is the 2020-2021 season. And then there's also Virgil van Dijk, who...
Captain of the injured players.
Captain of the injured players. I think that is that. I don't know if I'm missing anyone out, but that is what... Those are the injuries that I know.
Fabinho.
Well, Fabinho as well. Fabinho as well. Did pick up a knock at halftime during their last game. So, yeah, I think those are the injured players for Liverpool. Let's get back to the phone lines. Hello, good afternoon.
Victor, good afternoon. Eto, call back.
Eto, you're welcome back.
Our friend tell us that they don't think that Chelsea will qualify for Euro. Our friend, Chukwu. So, for Champions League next season. I doubted him. If at all, Manchester United, despite their what they see as the good now, I don't see so. So, I don't think that Manchester United will make a top four. It's the finishing of this season. But you should not forget one thing, that Chelsea are in the Champions League. But Manchester United are almost to pull out on the Europa League.
It's only your shadow that is in the Champions League. Do you know who you are playing next?
But
do you know who you are playing next?
Who is Atletico Madrid?
Okay.
To climb up.
Okay. I'll remind you, Eto. I'll remind you. Hopefully.
Why you say something? We are going to win Champions League.
Yeah.
Okay.
No problem.
You win the World Cup.
Manchester United will not make it top four. Top four of the go Champions League next season.
Okay.
And Chelsea will win the Champions League.
Okay, sir.
Everything will blue. Will make everything good for us.
Okay. According to the words of Eto.
All right.
It's reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Eto. Thank you very much. Well, I don't really know where some people put their faith in, but I don't believe Chelsea can win the Champions League. Hello.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
This is Michael coming from Anita.
You're welcome, Michael. Go ahead.
Great to get to the studio. I want to talk about it.
Great to you.
For me, I heard about Eto, my fellow supporter. I don't believe in our coach. It's almost coaching. I don't believe in it.
Sorry,
what did you
He's not Tochi. Not be Igbo man. Hey, Chere Godi. He's one Negi. Tochi. He's Tuku.
He knows now.
That is coaching now.
So now you give Emery, Emery.
No. The thing is, Chelsea, they really need to have patience. If I want to Arsenal now, I'm jealous of Arsenal. I just think if I have mind to join Arsenal, because
you're jealous of Arsenal.
Improving from 15 to 9th position.
Oh, wow.
You know, the thing is surprising. And look at Chelsea. Because of their changing of formation, changing of managers, changing of this artist, changing everything now, The coach, he said I didn't understand the boy. This boy is not one I have. This one I will have. The year will finish. Will not end in top 4. Now next season he will start buying his own. When he gets his own now, he starts afresh. He's a new boy. They are new to the league. This one, that one. Before you know, Chelsea is dying. The system is done. Those systems that you buy and get success quickly is no more working. I think the owner needs to rethink and focus on one thing. Build a team like Liverpool. Liverpool waited for over how many years and they built a team. And they're enjoying it now. For Manchester United, they are going nowhere. Man City will carry the lead. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for your comment. Let's go to the other line. Good afternoon, Today Sports Live.
Yeah, good afternoon. How are you doing today?
I'm very fine, thank you. This should be Albert.
Yeah.
Albert, can you please speak up? Your voice is quite low.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, a little better.
Okay. Okay. To be honest, I think when these players are coming to Chelsea, when the signings keep on going, I spoke about it very well. That what impact these players are going to bring to Chelsea team. You understand? Because when the players arrived in England, you understand, we knew what they have been doing over there in Germany, and we had the brought them from. And when Lampard was talking about how the players will come and they were going to transform Chelsea to be a force in the domestic scene, even in European football, and he said that we are not coming coming to make up the numbers of the team in the 20-man league. And then ice players you are bringing, you understand? You get out your main team. It also happened to Liverpool when Rodgers was there. When Luis Suarez to Barcelona, he brought in so many players, you understand? It was difficult for him to manage the team, you understand? The players he brought to Liverpool, they are good, but the ability for the manager to transform the team is a problem. That's why Liverpool let him to go, you understand? So it's not a bad manager, but the thing is that the time frame given to him in Chelsea, but for me, he's a younger man, and they should also consider that Lampard is still learning the job, you understand? It's not that perfect. We knew where it came from David Canty, you understand? It did nothing over there, the David team, you understand? So the job, I think the job is too big for him to handle at that moment. And the players too, the people like Havertz, Timo Werner, Timo Werner spoke about how he wants to play for Liverpool. A lot of things we are talking about is like Liverpool do not have money to sign him. I told people that maybe this guy is a good player, but the way Liverpool is playing, you understand, Liverpool don't need somebody like Timo Werner. Every club spoke about it, that Timo Werner, they are better players. But there are so other better players in the Bundesliga that I saw. If I want to bring, I'll bring them to Liverpool. You understand? And we also how he made his own transfer. He's bringing players that nobody expected, which is Diego Jota. He came and everybody saw what Jota was doing before he picked up that team for Liverpool. And since when Jota was out of the entire team, Liverpool begin to crash. But I think with time, Liverpool will bounce back. Maybe the management and staff of Liverpool, I thought Liverpool, the character of Liverpool, though I don't like the management style of transfer, they are too selfish in money. You understand? You know, how could you, as a big team, you have just 3 central defenders.
Okay.
And one of them, you saw one of the defenders, which is DJ Lovren.
All right.
You didn't recruit that defender, and you let him go. You didn't bring anybody to replace the defender. That's not a good business, you understand?
All right.
The defender of this small boy, I don't like it.
Thank you so much for your contribution. Well, let's move on and talk about the game, the big game for this evening. Arsenal taking on Manchester United. Well, the game of the day takes place at the Emirates when Manchester United look to bounce back from their midweek disappointment at an improving Arsenal team. United's title charge suffered its first major bump in the road with a defeat to Sheffield United, and they would also want to revenge on the Gunners, who picked up a 1-0 win at Old Trafford earlier in the season. But Ole Gunnar Solskjaer has yet to taste victory as boss against the host, and Mikel Arteta's resurgent troops have won 5 of their last 6 league outings. It is nearly 23 years since Arsenal last won 3 in a row against their rivals, while they have not managed the double since 2006-2007 season. Martin Odegaard may be handed his Arsenal debut with Thomas Partey Emil Smith Rowe and Kieran Tierney all in doubt. Eric Bailly is Manchester United's only new concern. Chidubem, United is a different team when playing away from home, and they've played 17 away matches. They've won 13 and they have drawn just 4. They will be playing away from home at the Emirates. Looking at the mentality of the team when they are not playing at their home stadium, do you think they will be able to get the better of Arsenal?
Well, like you said, history has a way of repeating itself sometimes, but what's key here is how the managers play. Why Ole Gunnar Solskjaer's results away from home is fantastic. I think it's mostly because of how he plays when he goes away from home. Away from home, you're always not with the ball, or you're expected at least to be not with the ball. But when you're at home, the opposing team is not coming to play, especially when you're United. Sheffield, we saw it. Sheffield will not come to play you as United at the Old Trafford. No. They will sit back and defend because they know they don't have the kind of quality you have. So they can't go to the Old Trafford and want to outplay United. And United are one of the most dangerous counter-attacking teams in the world. I think they are right now the most dangerous in the world. When you have that kind of team, maybe not right now with the issues of Martial and Rashford, but they have been for quite a while this season. When you have such a team coming at you away from home, who, Solskjaer will prefer, his preferred style away from home is to be a bit more conservative and then hit you on the break. He's got the players to get the job done. Bruno in his element, Rashford, pacey, can be quite deadly as well with his finishing when his head is calm. Cavani can also come in and do the dirty job as well and get the job done one way or the other. But Arsenal, on the other hand, under Arteta, can also play that way. And that's where the conundrum is coming from, because Arteta could decide to sit back and defend. So who has the ball? One team will have to have the ball. And we saw that against Manchester United in the early stages. Yes, Arsenal came out, wanted to get the early goal, but somehow they retorted, they retracted rather to their shells and became a lot more cautious. Partey was absolutely unplayable in that game. Probably the reason why they won that game by 0-0, that penalty by Aubameyang. I think this time around, I don't know if Arteta will want to be more expressive because of the kind of form Arsenal are in right now. 6 games without a loss now in the Premier League. They want to extend that run against Manchester United. Maybe they'll ride on that confidence that, come on, we've got Emil Smith Rowe firing these days. Saka is the man. Aubameyang, who's in doubt, is scoring goals again. Lacazette, the team's top goal scorer this season, quite good this season. So maybe he's going to ride on that and say, okay, I think we have what it takes now to go against Manchester United pound for pound. If that happens, I think my just situation where Manchester United punishes Arsenal on the break and gets the odd goal, or maybe not the odd goal, maybe go on to win, like 2-1 or something. But if Arsenal are a bit more cautious, then I think Arsenal can punish United on the break. That's on the one side. Arsenal can also play and have something good, but I think it will be hugely reliant on Thomas Partey. If Thomas Partey can bring up the kind of performance we saw in the last game against United, if he can come up with that kind of commanding presence in midfield. Thomas Partey was one man within 4 midfielders, or 3 now, 4 I think. Again, that game against that first game, I think it was 4 midfielders, and somehow he was still able, with the help of El Neni, to get the job done. If we can see that kind of Partey today, with the added advantage now of Smith Rowe in the middle, creating things, and of course Saka and Tierney creating width as well on both wings, I think Arsenal might just go on to do the double against Manchester United, but it's extremely difficult to see how that happens.
Okay.
I think United would not want to lose again after losing to Sheffield. This is away from home. United are extremely dangerous away from home, and I think Arsenal want to have the ball with things I've said, the ascendancy and all of that. They think they've come of age, and United might just steal something away from this one. So I said earlier, yes, that I thought United were going to win. That was on the lighter note, obviously. I think it's going to be very difficult for Arsenal. They might just taste their first defeat today at the Emirates. That's in 6 games, but it depends on what Partey comes up with. I think if Partey gives us a beastly performance today, then Manchester United might just have this mountain to heavy or too high to cross.
Isabella, while Chidubem was talking, he did make mention of Emil Smith Rowe and Bukayo Saka. It seems like these two men have become one of the pillars of the team, carrying the team on their shoulders. Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang isn't scoring goals. Alexandre Lacazette has been very inconsistent. Nicolas Pepe and Willian have been totally out of sorts. Chidubem said that they shouldn't even be footballers. You have two young guys who are carrying the team. Do you think that is a good thing? And do you think it's going to affect us now in the long run, having these two players carry the burden of the team?
No, it's not going to affect them. It depends on the players. You know, when you are young, sometimes people don't really trust you that much. They don't have that confidence that you can do things. But then it's left for you to prove to them that as you are playing, you're also garnering that experience, and that's the factor that they do not really have. But they are young players, they are playing, they are also learning every day. If they continue this way and if they put in a more matured mindset into their play, of course, it won't affect Arsenal.
Okay.
You are talking about young players that can always come to the party at any time. And also, just as he said, Thomas Partey, if he continues with his performance, it will be difficult for Manchester United. But then Manchester United wouldn't want to lose again. They've already thrown away 3 points that they had in their bag already. People wrote off Sheffield United, and what happened? They surprised everybody. And Manchester United are still licking their wounds. They won't want to fall again, losing to Arsenal. And they've been very good away from home. Very good away. It's as if the away matches look like they are at Old Trafford. Because when they come to Old Trafford, they play as if they are even at...
Better fit at Arsenal than Smith Rowe. I don't think Odegaard is going to start today. Maybe Arteta proves me wrong, but I don't think so. If Smith Rowe goes on to put in masterful performances week in, week out, I don't think the manager wants to change things because you have an Odegaard who wants to play. Of course, he wants to play. That's why he came to Arsenal. So, like I said, it's a dilemma. One way or the other, yes, there are possibilities where both of them could play in the same team because they are similar, but not particularly the same. I mean, Smith Rowe is very energetic. He could do the De Bruyne role, play a lot more deeper, while Odegaard is ahead. It could work 4-3-3. Partey shielding them and them doing the job in front. Yes, it's quite attacking minded, so it might expose the team defensively, but it could work depending on the team you're playing against. So there could be those games where two of them get to play together, and Emil Smith Rowe could also play from the wings as well. Even Odegaard, we've seen him do it once or twice in Norway, even in Sociedad. So I think for now that competition is needed, especially for Smith Rowe, because that laxity could come in at some point when you're the man that the team is always leaning on and hoping for a result from. So it might just feel, well, I'm the one in charge now, and, well, nobody's here to challenge me to do something. Aubameyang, as much as he has started coming, but he woke up when Martinelli came back. A lot of persons are not talking about that. When Martinelli came back, Martinelli kept on bench one game. He knew his job was cut out because this small boy cannot be benching you. So you have to do something. So sometimes this competition pushes you further. We've seen what we think is the best of Smith Rowe right now, but who says he can't do more? Odegaard can push him to his limit, and we can see the better of Emil Smith Rowe. But like I said, there's nothing guaranteeing that Odegaard will come into Arsenal and be a perfect fit, be the dream that if Arsenal fans have been thinking he's going to be. He might come in and be an absolute disappointment. I'm not praying he should be, but it's possible. So you can't let Smith Rowe go now. Arsenal has not even enjoyed anything from Smith Rowe. He's been injured by the whole while. If he's not injured, he's virtually mediocre. This is the one season where he has stepped up. And I think going on loan now, where are you going to go to? I mean, you have the chance in Arsenal to prove it, that you're worth every penny that whatever club wants to spend on you or getting you on loan. So stay at Arsenal. If you cannot play at the highest level and challenge an Odegaard, then I don't think you should probably be thinking of going to a bigger club, because I mean, it does at Smith Rowe's level now. It doesn't get bigger than Arsenal. He should be here, fight for his spot. If after the summer, it's clear that perhaps he's not going to get a chance, and the manager thinks, oh, the guy is the man, he's the go-to man. Maybe at that point he can now reconsider and say, okay, I think I've gotten to that level where I can cut it at any club. I should leave Arsenal so that I don't hurt my personal career. He's just 20, for crying out loud. Not the oldest of players, so he still has a lot ahead of him. If at the end of the summer, the chances are very slim, Odegaard completely throws him out of the picture, which I think is extremely difficult to see how that happens. It's only when that happens that I think he can leave Arsenal. But for now, stay, fight for your spot. There's nothing guaranteeing Odegaard is going to be a starter at Arsenal.
Okay, now let's switch and talk about Manchester United. Apart from the goal for Newcastle United, and it is the striker Callum Wilson who puts them in front. Jordan Pickford, not happy right there for conceding, and Everton have not been the Everton side that you usually know. Right at home.
They've not had it easy. You were asking me.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be an easy one when you look at the antecedent just before this particular game. Newcastle had lost 6 matches. Well, it was a corner and a perfectly placed header by Callum Wilson. Moved past Jordan Pickford. There was almost nothing he could do about it. But then, just look at Wilson. He was free. Yeremina wasn't closing in on him, as well as Abdoulaye Doucouré, who was somewhere just around him. And Steve Bruce is definitely ecstatic.
Pickford had a very superb save, by the way, in the first half. I think that was off another header too from corner kick. I can't remember who had the head to the ball that time, but you can understand why the man is frustrated. He's had a decent game, talking about Pickford, but somehow this goal beat him, and I don't think there was anything he could do about it.
Well, they still have 16 minutes to play and try to get a point or claim all 3 points. That is for Everton. 16 minutes is a lot of time when you talk about football, particularly English football, even as we see them trying to get a chance, but it has the ball played into the corner. Yeah, well, that would be a corner kick for Everton. All right, so talking about Manchester United, Osas, it seems like United play differently when they have Edison Cavani in the mix. The man is a natural-born number 9 and all, but we see most of the times he still doesn't start the games. Do you think playing against Arsenal tonight, he would be starting this match?
Edison Cavani has actually gone a little bit. He has been fast spent when it comes to age, and definitely when strikers like this get fast spent in age, the stamina gauge for each and every one of them tends to drop. I believe that's the reason why Ole is actually utilizing him this way. You can see his effectiveness in Manchester United when he comes in when the game has been actually a little bit fast spent. He comes in with that energy, and he's very good at the hold-up play. So I believe that is what the Manchester United management will do, or the manager will do today, bringing him in late in the first half or somewhere within the second half to see if he could try to bring in a better link of play. Because if you have him start, he will be burnt out somewhere, and definitely when he's burnt out and there's no stamina, you can't get the best of Edison Cavani. So I don't see him starting today. I see him coming in somewhere within the second half to see how to open up spaces for the players at the flanks and also the overlapping players. That is what I think will be going on today. So starting for me, no, I believe he will be coming in later in the game.
Okay, later in the game. And there's been an inclusion of Alex Telles. It seems like Alex Telles have pushed Luke Shaw to be better. I mean, that's
what competition does.
This is Luke Shaw that was pretty much being slandered almost every single game. But since Alex Telles came into the team, I mean, I'm seeing Luke Shaw perform and I'm like, oh, wow. But then, if you want to put, Isabella, if you put both players side by side, who would you choose, or who would you rather Ole Gunnar Solskjaer go for? Alex Telles offers a lot of options, both attacking and defensively, and it seems like Luke Shaw does that just attacking and not defensively as well.
Luke Shaw does it also, but the problem with Luke Shaw is sometimes when he goes in front, he forgets to go back in time to defend his game. But not that he's a bad player. And another problem with Luke Shaw is the injuries he's been having. A Luke Shaw, when he's fit, 100% fit, will always put in his best in the game. And then with Alex has, just as he said, competitions tend to make players better. When you know that if you slack, another player will replace you, and you don't even know when you will play again. It makes the players, it sparks something in the brain, and they tend to work harder. With Luke Shaw, with the way this match is, I think he will start with Luke Shaw. If there will be a substitution, then Alex may come in.
All right. Well, so guys, let me just get your predictions for that one. Arsenal versus Manchester United. Starting with you, Isabella.
Hard one. It's a hard one. A draw or a Manchester United win?
A draw or a Manchester United win. How about your Sass?
For me, I'll give it to Arsenal. Something tells me that Arsenal has always been a team that of recent that knows how to deal with those games that you feel they will actually bottle it. They've known how to do that. We saw what they did with Southampton last week after the, would I call it a shocking exit from the FA Cup. We saw them come up against Southampton. Everyone thought that Southampton with Danny Ings and Southampton with on the level of morale boost where they are would have done a second over Arsenal. But we saw how Arsenal came back to actually reinstate their place to Southampton. I believe that's what's going to happen today. Again, we saw it in the FA Cup last season where they came up against Manchester City. I think came up against Chelsea also in the finals, and they were able to do the needful. The same thing will be going on here today. I see us now picking all 3 points, and I want to give my prediction as 2-1 in favor of Arsenal.
Okay, 2-1 in favor of Arsenal for Chidubem. For Osas, rather. Chidubem has already given his own prediction, by the way, so I'm just going to let him slide. Well, I would love to hear from more callers, so we'll be going back to the phone lines to just hear about the game, your expectations for that match. Arsenal up against Manchester United. It promises to be a big game. I mean, we've had a lot of very tight, how do I put it? A lot of the experiences from that match, from the 8-2 win to Robin van Persie, and also to Danny Welbeck, who went to Arsenal and then scored against Manchester United. Not to forget, there was one particular season, I'm trying to remember that goal. He just alluded. Yes, Thierry Henry's spectacular goal at the Highbury. Just tipped the ball over and then gave one spectacular lob. I think it is still one of the coolest Premier League goals ever. Well, and then, what's his name? Ryan Giggs in the Emirates FA Cup 1999. Can't forget that one. He ran from coast to coast to score that winner for Arsenal. It was 2-2 at the point in time, and in I think 9 minutes he scored that one to make it 3-2. And they eventually won the FA Cup that season. Got the treble, the domestic treble. Well, so many memories from the tie between Arsenal and Manchester United. But we want to hear from you, so we will be opening the phone lines once more. 0817 00 951, and you can also reach us on the other number. It is 0810 9510 951. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
What's your name? Where are you calling us from?
My name is Daniel. I'm calling you from Samadi.
All right, you're welcome, Daniel.
Before going to Arsenal match, I think United lost against Sheffield United. I listen to you guys and some people, they talk about of Manchester United loss, but rather we forget about the part of the initiative that cost Manchester United that game. If it were United, you are going to hear FA United, they are supporting United, FA is around United. The game which we play, the first half goal disallowed, it is more of even foul from Sheffield United that they awarded and even United own. But it didn't go in the way of United. And at the end of the day, we lost. That decision alone changed a lot in that football, changed a lot in that game. And I believe that football sometimes it goes against you, sometimes it's for you. So
okay.
I have to declare for people who think that United is for every or United is for, so please take away the mentality. It's football. It can happen to anybody. So that is not an excuse for we to lose. Coming for today match, which has to be United and against Arsenal. I'm a fan of United. Anybody have opinion saying that Arsenal is going to win United? Of course, that is the opinion. But I think they call it a prediction. But whatever prediction that goes against United, for me, is a fake one. Because we're going to win the game. And I think it's even for good of Arsenal fans not to even pray for them to win. Because the last time they won United, you know their condition. Their condition is not a good one. And the history have a way of going. So they may win us today. It go from worse to bad where they are before. They won us. They find it difficult to win 11 matches. So probably if they win today, it will be very difficult for them. Maybe 20 matches without even winning. So they will be in fact, they will have to pray hard for we to win. So they will continue doing well. At the end of the day, we're going to win the game. That is what I believe. Just celebrate with us.
All right.
Winning the game.
Thank you so much. Well, I like your confidence. And I mean, I wish I did believe as much as you do. Hello, good afternoon.
Yeah, Victor, good afternoon.
You're welcome back, Albert.
The truth is, I think it has been a long time ago before Arsenal lost United. And no matter how difficult and bad Arsenal team plays, I think Arsenal still find a way to beat Man United. And currently now, all the supporters of United, I think now they're running away. They don't want to call, just want to lose. And maybe sometimes when you keep on winning, sometimes when you want to lose, you can never lose three games in a row. And maybe it could be this time, maybe they may lose. I know they're going to lose this game. And for the position, I don't know. And I don't predict this football match like that. But I know Arsenal is going to win. Arsenal is always be stubborn when they are playing Man United. And, if it is Man City playing Arsenal, it could be one-way traffic for City. But for United, it has been a long time ago. They find it difficult to crack down Arsenal. And the Arsenal is playing right now, I think they are doing very well in the league. And, formerly they were 15, now suddenly they are 9th in the table. I think it's a good one for them. And the mentality of the players is going to come to normal. And they are being like a family. I think maybe this evening, Arsenal will definitely take this one out of United.
All right.
So,
okay, thank you so much. He believes Arsenal will get the better of Manchester United. Let's hear from this caller. Good afternoon.
Hello, good day.
What's your name? Where are you calling us from?
Obi, calling from Port Harcourt.
You're welcome.
Sorry, I want to ask this. Abumaya, is he going to play today?
We don't know yet.
No, he's not.
It's not
yes,
confirmed?
It's confirmed now.
Okay, well, it is confirmed that Aubameyang would not be playing today. There's something going on, and I think his mom is quite ill. So due to personal reasons, he had to be excused from the squad. Hello, good afternoon.
Victor, Eto Koba.
You're welcome back, Eto.
Thank you. This match concerning Manchester United and Arsenal this night. If at all Arsenal they should try and win only this match. Then they can go ahead to lose the remaining match for the rest of the season, no problem. But they should try to win this one because I don't want them to be ahead of us. But they should win only this one. They can lose the remaining match. It's none of my business. They should win this one.
No problem.
That is my thing.
Thank you. Thank you, Eto. We've heard your take. Osas, let's take some of the messages that we have. But before we do that, let's hear from this caller rather. Good afternoon, Today Sports Live. What's your name? Where are you calling us from? I'm so sorry, we can't really hear you. Your words are mumbled up. All right, go ahead. I don't know how to respond. I'm not a Mercedes fan. Okay.
I know.
Okay.
I've been listening to you. I heard some fans calling with sentiment.
Yeah. Oh, really?
So, yes. Even some not your friends in the studio, you can use sentiment.
Okay.
I don't care if they're female, you can't just someone opinion. Everybody has to.
Okay.
So, looking like there was a talk that Patrick Evra said that he always enjoy playing Arsenal because you know that he's always going to win them. So, if Arsenal now, the worst thing that will happen to them in England is marrying. We always marry them as a wife. But you know that. I'm saying the truth. We always marry them as a wife. Even when they think they have the best word, even when they're going on this table. I'm not sure that they beat my home and I think we draw one, lose one. So they don't have. I don't think they don't have any record that to stand or to match with them. So, but as I'm saying, today's match, I think they are away from the benches for us. But there's a reason why man used last month. I think you analyze things. Even the second goal that they scored, you know that Rashford was watching. They was throwing. They're looking at them. They scored the second goal. So I'm saying that the same spirit that man used at Liverpool, the same spirit that they're going to use to follow Arsenal today, and they're going to match them and follow them. And they're not going to beat us home. Can you remember when last Arsenal beat my home and that way?
It's been a very long time. 2006.
I don't think you can remember, so it's not going to happen again.
It's 2000. I just told you 2006. You said I don't think I can remember.
Okay, it's 10 when they win my home and that way, and it will happen again. I don't think so. So you are going to win them, and we are going to flog them, and still maintain our way record. Let them come and use the
Okay.
They are united, and it's the only one united.
All right. Thank you so much for your comment. Well, it is since the 2006-2007 season that Arsenal last defeated Manchester United home and away, but they've had some pretty good performances against United this season. Hello, good afternoon.
Victor, good afternoon.
Lawson, you're welcome. It's so great to hear from you.
Yes, I agree with sports crew. Victor, tell you what, my answer is 75% riverine, so you just can't avoid using the waterway. And each time I get into a speedboat, when I sit, I always turn to the man by my right and say, do you know how to swim? I turn to the one by my left and say, do you know how to swim? When I get their answers, I now know what to do. Because you don't want to be with a drowning man in a speedboat. I'm telling you. I don't know if you've seen a drowning man. When he's drowning, anything around,
he holds on to it.
He grabs.
Yeah.
You must go down with him. So even if you know how to swim, you must go down with him. So
okay.
I don't say yes. I don't sit with them. So that is for the Chelsea fans.
I know. That's very true.
Yeah, they are drowning, and they will come up and say whatever they want to say. Look at where they are on the table. So that is for them. Now, Manchester United, I don't know. That loss against Sheffield United, tell you, Victor, I am still licking my wounds. I don't know how they lost that game. That is a game they should have won. No matter what, they underestimated Sheffield United, went into that game thinking it to be 3 points, and at the end of the day, it's the Premier League. So now, I felt they should have. Are you with me, Victor?
Yes, I am. We are with you.
Yes, I felt they should have, because the game against Arsenal is going to be tough. It's not going to be an easy 3 points. If anybody is thinking United will just go to the Emirates and collect 3 points just like that, then they are mistaken. Because Arsenal, the way they are right now, they also don't want to lose. Yeah. United themselves don't want to lose a second time. It is going to be tough. At the end of the day, it's going, because forget whatever form anybody is coming with. When it comes to us, yes, those days, United, Alex Bogart, he said he loved beating Arsenal always those days. But that is not, if you look back, especially against Mikel Arteta, United has not really had it good against him. Check the record. So I am worried, Victor, in today's game. And if United lose today's game, I don't know. I hope it will not affect their confidence, because right now we are seeing something good, and at the end of the day, if they lose the game, I feel it will affect them. Maybe going to win the next game may be difficult for them, but it is going to be very tough between us. But as a United fan, I'm hoping United will probably get something out of it. Maybe the 3 points, but it won't be easy as far as I'm concerned. So I'm looking at this game, maybe ending in a draw, or maybe 2-1. It could be 2-1, either Arsenal, 2-1, maybe United. It can go either way. So for me, it is 50-50. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lawson. We really do appreciate your comments. Osas, let's take some messages.
Okay, we have this one here coming from White in Yanagua. He says Robin Van Persie is a better signing for Manchester United for the last 10 years because he led Manchester United to win a trophy in his first season. Bruno Fernandes is fantastic, but let him win a league with United first before we start comparing him to Robin Van Persie. And this other one here says, good afternoon to you all. Help me tell Chelsea fans they will finish in 5th. They won't win any trophy this season. Help me inform me about Barca transfer. Arsenal will beat Manchester United today. Skillful Pero is my name from Iche. Then we have this one here also that says, good afternoon, sports gang. My name is Gabi from Irebe Town. Arsenal needs to up their game against Manchester United in order to get a point in this game. Man U is coming into this game as a wounded lion. Arsenal always disappoints when many people hope they will perform.
Well, a glorious opportunity for Newcastle, and they make it to with a swift counter-attack. Callum Wilson yet again. Oh. Beautiful counter-attack play
Everton
from
players all
Newcastle
went to
United.
Equalize the game.
Yes,
and at the end of the day, it turned against them.
In additional time, 3 minutes of added time, 2 minutes had gone, and Everton decided to throw all their players. 5 minutes of added time, 2 minutes gone. Everton decided to throw most of their players up front, and Newcastle United with a very swift and breathtaking counter-attack just punished them for that.
There.
One defender, they found the lob ball through to Callum Wilson, who controlled it nicely and just blasted it home to give the side double their advantage. And it's safe to say now that Newcastle would be leaving Goodison Park with all 3 points.
Yes. So back to the messages. I said this is Gabi from Irebe, and he says, good afternoon to the sports gang. My name is Gabi from Irebe. Arsenal need to up their game against Manchester United in order to get a point in this game. Man U is coming into this game as a wounded lion. Arsenal always disappoints when many people hope they will perform. I pray that Arsenal should make me a proud fan tonight. I hope they do that. Then this one also comes in here. It says, based on the record and the influence Van Persie had in Arsenal, including a league he helped Manchester United win, he should be the best signing Manchester United had signed in the past 10 years. The league will still go back to Manchester City or Liverpool. That's Amos from Calabari. He also says, if we can win Manchester United in their home, then it is possible we will win them today at Emirates. Arsenal for real. Sam Amos from Calabari. Then over to the WhatsApp portal. We have this one here coming in. And it says, Eto my man, but bele they worry you.
Where's the lie in that? There's no lie in that.
Oh, yeah. So it says, see, let me tell you, even your fellow Chelsea fans know say, una no dey well. As for Manchester United, Arsenal will finish them today. I have one bottle for you tomorrow. Sachima from Ruma Holo. And the last one here, it's coming in from, didn't drop the name, but it says, record does not play football. If Manchester United do not play well, they will lose. Your number ends with 136.
Okay, well, record definitely does not play football. Let's just run through some of the matches already being played. Well, we did tell you that Everton are losing at home to Newcastle United 2-0. And in Spain, one game is ongoing, and that is Eibar versus Sevilla. After 60 minutes of action, Sevilla are leading Eibar 2-0. Lucas Ocampos got the first goal in the 28 minutes from the penalty spot. Then Joan Jordan did score the second goal in the 55th minute. And then in the Italian Serie A, Bologna are currently playing out a goalless draw with AC Milan. Zlatan Ibrahimovic in that one, and Fikayo Tomori making his debut appearance for the AC Milan side, the man who did move from Chelsea to Milan. Okay, well, let's move on to other matters. As Paris Saint-Germain striker Kylian Mbappe has been linked to Real Madrid for most of his professional career, but could he sign a new contract to commit his future to the French club? Well, the big question for today is, should Mbappe remain at PSG, or do you think it is time for him to leave. Real Madrid tried to sign the France striker from Monaco back in 2017. He went to PSG instead on a loan deal, which became a £165 million transfer, and is already their all-time fourth top goal scorer with 106 goals. Mbappe is in contract talks with PSG as he has only 18 months left on his contract. After scoring twice last Friday in a 4-0 win over Montpellier, he said, "I am thinking about the new deal because if I sign, it will be in order to invest myself in the long term." So the question is whether Real Madrid, like everyone else affected by the coronavirus pandemic, can afford to price him away from his hometown club. Spanish football journalist William Balag says Real almost got him before he went to PSG. It is their dream to get him. The problem for Real Madrid is at PSG. They want to equal the wages Neymar has, about 37 million euros a year, and Real Madrid cannot afford that. They say they will pay the cost of bringing him there and about 21 million euros, what he earns now, and instead of 50% match right, which is what most new players get, he can have more and see if that makes up for what he would earn at PSG. So William Bala going for that to say, hence in my eyes, Mbappe after the Montpellier game saying, if I stay at PSG, it will be a long contract, opens the door more than ever to staying. That is what he feels. Should Kylian Mbappe remain at PSG, or should he make that move to either Real Madrid or any other top club? I mean, if Mbappe says he's available for a transfer, the biggest of clubs in the world will come for him. Should he remain at PSG?
Well, it depends on his ambitions, and those of PSG as well. There are talks about Messi possibly going to PSG. If that is anything to go by, or if it happens, if it looks like it's going to see the light of day, I don't even think Mbappe will want to leave. At least not until he plays with Messi. But that's on the lighter note. I think depends on his ambition. If he wants to be the best player in the world, then he needs the eyes and he needs credibility. And Real Madrid will give him both of that. With Real Madrid, you've got the eyes because the whole world is paying attention to what you're doing. I mean, we saw it with Cristiano Ronaldo when he left Real Madrid. Yes, there are talks about the politics behind the scene and all that. He not winning the Ballon d'Or, and well, his quality too was also in doubt. But here's the thing: Real Madrid, the club that is touted to sign him at this point in time, I'm even doubting if Real Madrid will want to sign him because the money you're going to spend on Mbappe now is going to be nothing less than 150 or 80 million pounds.
And if they do not sign him before he signs a new contract with the club, we could be seeing Mbappe leave for almost 400 million.
Except they can't wait for that contract for Mbappe to be stubborn and say, I'm not signing. And then they wait until the last year of his contract and say, okay, you don't have a choice, PSG. If you leave, this guy is going to go on a free. So maybe you're going to sell him to us for 80 or 100 million pounds because you wouldn't have a choice at that point. You just have to let the man go, like what we saw similar to what we saw with Eden Hazard. But the thing is, Madrid right now don't have the luxury to spend. I think they do not. They're trying to reconstruct their stadium, the Bernabeu. That will go up a whooping 600 million pounds. You add that to the loss or the losses, cumulated losses they would be getting from the absence of fans, 300 million pounds or euros now, not pounds. It's not England. 300 million euros, 900. That's 900 in total. If you have 300 to 600, are going to spend on the stadium. That's massive. I mean, to let go, to now start thinking of spending another 180 or 200 million pounds to get Kylian Mbappe. I'm not saying it's not possible. Come on, it's Real Madrid. After all, Barcelona indebted to over $1 billion right now, €1 billion rather. So who says Real Madrid cannot pull it off? But I think they might just be a little cautious with him. I'll not be surprised if they go on to not sign him. Probably try what they have on ground already. Look and see if Marc Asensio is going to step up and all of that. But I think Mbappe to Real Madrid is a dream move for Real Madrid. They will need the man, as in looking aside the whole financial issues and all of that. He's going to be I think he's going to be a perfect fit because they are yet to find a replacement for Gareth Bale since he left. So he going in, and of course Hazard is still not the man they thought he was going to be. So I think Mbappe is going to be a perfect fit for Madrid, but the money to spend him. And there's also the argument of why get Mbappe? Why not get Haaland? You know,
I was coming to that.
Haaland is younger.
And it seems like he offers...
And probably not offers more, because when it comes to versatility, of course, it's Mbappe over Haaland any day, anytime, because Mbappe can play as a forward, proper
winger,
proper number 9. He can also play as a winger. So both on the left and the right wing. So with Mbappe, you've got versatility more than Haaland. Haaland is a proper number 9. So maybe that's what they're looking at and say, okay. And Mbappe has also got experience. I think when it comes to experience, you can't even compare. Haaland has just got one very good season at the top level with Dortmund. The other one was with Salzburg, not the biggest of clubs. So maybe on that basis, yeah, Mbappe to Real Madrid. But like I said, the finances, I'll be shocked if they pull that move this summer. I think if it's going to happen, it's not going to be this summer. Real Madrid might just say, like I said, let's just keep pushing it. Let's see. Because it feels like Mbappe does not look like he wants to stay in PSG. So he might refuse to sign a contract. And if that happens, it gives Real Madrid the edge. Because once he gets into the final year of his contract, then the bargaining chips become littler for the PSG side. At that point, it's going to be Real Madrid calling the shots, because all they need to do, sit back, relax, wait for Kylian Mbappe to make his decision and come to Madrid.
Okay, well, Kylian Mbappe once said that he really wants to win the Champions League. Now, do you think the drive for Champions League honors would probably lure him to leaving the side, seeing that, the closest PSG got to the Champions League was the finals last year, and they didn't win that one. We can't really say if they would do that again. It felt like maybe just a once in a while stint, once in a season stuff. No, once in a season, once in like 5 seasons stuff, getting to the finals of the Champions League. Do you think with the Champions League as a key factor, Kylian Mbappe might just be choosing Real over PSG? Isabella?
Yeah, it's Kylian may be choosing Real instead of staying at PSG. But we are talking about if Real will buy him, because we are talking about finances here. Everywhere in the world, clubs are being very, very careful. Tickets, there are no tickets. They are not selling tickets like they used to, as in fans are not in the stadium as they used to. So it's a big problem for clubs. Clubs are even trying to talk with players. Of course, we heard about it, to pay cuts, wages pay cuts, and all the rest of them. It has affected, the coronavirus has affected everything in the world, and clubs are being very careful. Kylian Mbappe is a very fantastic player, no doubt about it. He will want to stay in PSG. He will also want to move away from PSG, but moving away from PSG, the best place for him is Real Madrid. But the question is if Real Madrid will be able to afford him. No matter how much he wants to leave, maybe he will want to leave and drag it, just as Chidibim said, and drag it to the last year of his season, and be waiting for Real Madrid to do the needful. But then it's now out of the hands of clubs. It's what you have in your pocket that decides who to buy. They are very careful. They are even managing their players. They are trying to lure their players to stay in their clubs, other than even getting buying players from outside. So it all depends on that, not really on him. In this factor now, it depends on Real Madrid, if Real Madrid wants him. But if it's for him to leave, of course, if Real Madrid comes calling, he will want to go.
Okay. So there's also the little matter, Victor, of a little turnaround, a possibility that Mbappe goes to Liverpool and then money goes to Madrid. I read that on the tabloid, and it made sense in my head, like, literally. Well, money goes to Madrid. He's physical. That's
Madrid.
Exactly. It's not particularly like Mbappe, but he's also very versatile. And I've not seen him play as a forward before, but it looks like he can do it if he's made to. He scores goals, he makes the runs, he's very religious when it comes to defensive duties and all of that. So maybe it will cost Madrid lesser to get money. He's older, by the way, but right now, since finances might not be too good for you, get money, and then Liverpool gets Mbappe, but I don't know if Liverpool can be able to spend
That's the
180.
thing.
They've not spent quite a lot in recent times. So
Yeah.
Maybe they have the
I mean, if you calculate how much you'll be spending, if you get Kylian Mbappe as at now, if you calculate how much you'll be spending, excluding his salary, he's earning almost 30 to 40 million euros a year. And Liverpool, they are not the best when it comes to paying their players. They don't pay much. So do you really think that they'll be able to pay Mbappe that amount? I mean, Trent Alexander-Arnold and the Robertson in all their glory, they earn £40,000 a week. And you look at Marcos Alonso, who sits on the bench. Doesn't even make the bench for Chelsea. Earning £150,000 a week.
At least Chelsea are doing well. Arsenal. You'll be shocked. Arsenal used to pay Mustafi. Or what they are paying Mustafi. What is to pay Kolasinac?
How much?
Over 100. Kolasinac that I can bench.
Okay. Well, still talking.
We're not really testing.
No, just that I'm too proud. I cannot play for Arsenal. I'm bigger than Arsenal.
But you can fund them.
Okay.
If Real Madrid comes for me now,
you may even consider.
I'll just pity them because I don't like seeing. I didn't like seeing Marcelo suffer. I couldn't go there and let Marcelo be on the bench. So let me just allow him play. But right now
you'll be taking the wages every week.
They cannot afford to pay me. I will just condescend to that level to accept their
whatever they give you.
I'm putting off your mic now. Thank you. Well, still talking about the Mbappe issue, friend journalist Julian Lawrence does not think that the man is actually going to be going to Madrid. He says, I don't believe him when he says, if I renew, I'll stay long. He can easily extend and then go to Real Madrid in 2 years' time when they have more money. Maybe his cycle in Paris will be finished by then and he will still only be 24, which means there is still plenty of time. Even if he's very young, if Madrid does not have the money for the transfer fee, plus the wages, plus the image rights, maybe he will think, let's renew, let's stay 2 more years at PSG and Real Madrid would always come back. Well, Kylian Mbappe has played under former Premier League bosses Unai Emery and now plays for Mauricio Pochettino and also played for Thomas Tuchel. Well, Mbappe has won all 3 Ligue 1 titles plus 2 French Cups and 2 League Cups in his time at PSG. And just before we leave the Mbappe issue to you, Osar, I saw something about Mauricio Pochettino, him working under Mauricio Pochettino, how Mauricio Pochettino could either be the reason while Mbappe leaves PSG or remains at PSG, that they might not necessarily like his style of management.
Okay.
So it might want to push him to leave, or he would love his style of management, so it would make him stay. Which of the divide do you think is going to fall under? Him leaving because of Mauricio Pochettino? No, I don't think he's a manager that has the mentality of winning. Or, he's a good manager. I would love to work under him.
Okay, let's look at it this way. I would like to rephrase it because I know Mbappe had a kind of soft spot for Thomas Tuchel before he left PSG. So if he may be wanting to leave, it's because he maybe...
So he could go to Chelsea?
That's if Chelsea are willing to buy. But Chelsea have been buying and buying and buying. I don't think...
Chelsea wants to sign Haaland.
They can't sign Haaland and sign Mbappe.
They can choose one.
They can decide to choose one anyway.
Thomas Tuchel can influence the decision. Are you not seeing what I'm saying?
I think
it's not the wages. There is too much money to pay. That's the thing.
Roman will pay.
Not only Thomas Tuchel influencing the decision. Also, I think the abilities of the both players in question will also influence the decision, because I think right now Chelsea needs more of a complete striker than maybe someone who can be as a top 9 and
one is Mbappe. Your need does not matter.
but Mbappe can. I don't think Mbappe can be compared to Haaland when it comes to getting the goals. Haaland is a complete striker. When it comes to a complete striker, you also need to use every part of your body to score. Your positioning also. It's not just about your pace. So that's where I think Haaland has won over Mbappe.
Right?
Yes. So, but him staying in PSG, if he doesn't really cut it out very well with Mauricio Pochettino, then there is every tendency that he will be leaving, because I know himself and Neymar they both had a soft spot for Thomas Tuchel during the saga. So if that continues to play out and he doesn't accept the man, there is no way he will accept his tactics. But looking at Mauricio Pochettino as a man who is not known for winning, at least I don't think there is any other manager who must have come into office just for a week and picks up a trophy. He has actually done that, so he knows how to win, even if he's going to run into the team and just pick up the trophy and leave. So he actually knows how to win. So let's not actually tag him with
how to win.
Sorry?
He just learned how to win.
But that's one that's one way of winning anyway. He just came in and he picked up the trophy, even if someone has labored for it before then, but he knows how to actually win, whether by trick or by hard work. He has actually done that. So let's look at it that way. If he doesn't cut it out with Mauricio Pochettino, then he will be leaving. But Chelsea, I don't think is the destination for Kylian Mbappe right now.
I think no matter. See, let me just be honest as I can be. The pinnacle of football, I don't know when it's going to change. But right now, the pinnacle of football is Barcelona, Real Madrid. It feels that way, or it is. Virtually every player wants to play for these two clubs.
Are you kicking Bayern München somewhere?
Bayern are really good, yeah, but Bayern is not really the dream team of players. You don't dream to play for Bayern Munich. They don't have the kind of history and pedigree that Real Madrid has or Barcelona. The big players in the world, the Ballon d'Or winners, they play for Real Madrid, they play for Barcelona. They want to go there. They want to be a part of that team. And he has achieved everything he could have achieved with Chelsea, apart from winning the Champions League.
Yeah.
But he still wanted to leave. He still wanted to go to Real Madrid. David Alaba, he has won everything he can dream of in his life. But he still wants to play for Real Madrid. He said his dream is to play for Real Madrid. Barcelona too, most times, you hear players say, I see Neymar now. No matter what he's doing in PSG, he's still saying, I'd like to go back to Barcelona. Because it feels like that's the pinnacle of football. And I think Mbappe might just find himself in that position someday. By the time he has played 4 seasons, 5 seasons for PSG, if that happens, and I've not won the Ballon d'Or, even if you win the Champions League or you won it, he's gonna say, nah, I need to get to the bigger stage. I need to play for the big boys. Let me go to Real Madrid. And he go there and things turn on its head. So it's possible he can find transient satisfaction on the short term. Maybe Pochettino comes in and gives the team success. The success they've been longing for, not winning the league, winning the Champions League. If they win the Champions League this season, or win the next, then Mbappe might be lured to stay maybe 1, 2, 3 more seasons. But it will depend. Also, if I have to be lighter to look at things from a broader perspective, if PSG can sustain that kind of performance, be dominant on the continent for say 2, 3 seasons or 4 or 5, and win the Champions League back to back, for instance, or win it this year, the next season they have a good run, and it looks like the next year they're going to win it again. So if that happens and it's a very successful PSG side under Pochettino, then maybe Mbappe might decide, okay, let me just enjoy the success of this side before I leave. Like the case of some other superstars have been. Enjoy the success, I leave, I go to another club. I think that might just be the case for Mbappe. I don't see him, because he looks to me like a player that is a lot more ambitious. He wants to play for Real Madrid. He really wants to do that. And if that's the case, I don't see Mbappe playing all his life in ending his career in PSG. I think he will not want to give his peak moments, his 26, 25 to 29 bracket under PSG. He's going to leave. I think Madrid somehow, like the last quotes you made, I think even if he doesn't leave now, in the next 4 years,
still going to be.
He still has a chance to leave. And I think eventually that man will leave. If Mane, after winning the Champions League, still wants to leave. Salah still wants to leave. It tells you the story that sometimes shoe gets size. Maybe all the time. And no matter how fine your shoe is, okay, let me not call brands. No matter how your shoe is, there's always one that you dream of getting. I think that's where Mbappe might just find himself in the end of the day.
Okay.
Or at the end.
Well, let's move to the transfer column and talk a little about the transfer gossip, some of the done deals. What I did say earlier that West Ham United had completed the signing of Ben Rama as well as Jesse Lingard. Well, Liverpool are planning a loan move for New York Red Bulls and United States defender Aaron Long. That is according to ESPN. They are planning this move in the next 2 days. So maybe the man might be moving to Liverpool, New York Red Bulls, and US defender Aaron Long. Well, the Anfield Club is set to spend the final 72 hours of the transfer window in a late bid to sign a centre half after Joel Matip joined the injury list. Marca has it that Real Madrid will move for France and Paris Saint-Germain striker Kylian Mbappe this summer. But Eurosport say PSG are eager to reunite boss Mauricio Pochettino with Tottenham Hotspur midfielder Dele Alli, with the Ligue 1 side confident that the Englishman will want to stay for longer once he has experienced the club. Turkish side Trabzonspor believe they have reached an agreement to sign Tottenham and England left-back Danny Rose. And Leicester City and England winger Demarai Gray has agreed personal terms with Bundesliga side Bayer Leverkusen, but the two clubs are haggling over a fee. Spain defender Sergio Ramos is yet to agree a new deal with Real Madrid a month after the two parties met to discuss extending his contract, which is due to expire in the summer. Isabella, Sergio Ramos, captain of the side, the most integral at the moment, one of the most integral. You want to say Karim Benzema is also in the team, but one of the most integral players at the moment for Real Madrid. The man is yet to agree a new deal. There've been talks about him signing a new deal or not signing, but he's yet to agree a new deal. Do you think this might just be indications of him leaving the club, or would he eventually extend his contract?
You can't mention Real Madrid without mentioning Sergio Ramos.
That is
I
true.
believe he will stay, but then sometimes players do this type of stuff to see if more money will be put, on top of what they usually earn, or if a club, a club, I won't say a bigger club because Real Madrid is a very big club, another club will come in for their signature. But the way I'm saying it, despite he has agreed, of course, but he hasn't really put pen to paper to it. He will still stay in Real Madrid. He's a legend there. Even if he leaves tomorrow, he's still a legend.
Do we all agree that he's going to remain at Real Madrid? Should have been?
Going to take extra drama for it to happen. But when it's Real Madrid, drama, they are used to drama. I mean, they've let a lot of their legends go in very unceremonious manners. I mean, you can go back in time to remember Di Stefano, Ronaldo, Nazario,
Raul
Gonzalez,
Ike Casillas,
Figo,
Ike
Casillas in recent times, even Ronaldo. I mean, they know how to do these things. They don't care if you're a legend. If you want to go, you go. And I would not be surprised if at the last minute Ramos leaves. But I think right now, with the importance Ramos has to decide, it's going to be tough. I was thinking the whole issue of or idea of Alaba coming to Real Madrid was kind of a replacement, or a thought of replacement for Ramos in case he leaves. Alaba comes in with all the experience to fill in the gap. But since Alaba is not joining Real Madrid, then I doubt Ramos is going to leave at least this winter. Maybe it happens in the summer, but not in January.
Manchester City are closing in on the double signing of Fluminense's Brazilian youngsters Keiki and Metinho, who are both 17 years old, in a deal worth £9 million. Pep Guardiola's side are not interested in pursuing Bayern Munich and Austria defender David Alaba in January or in the summer, with the club's attention being on signing a striker. Osas, does Manchester City need a striker? Sergio Aguero, the club's all-time record goal scorer, has not injuries. He's out injured. He came into the team at a point in time and then he got injured again. Do they really need a striker, even with Gabriel Jesus, who functions as a striker sometimes? Raheem Sterling, Phil Foden these days. Also becoming a central forward.
Strange one with Bernardo Silva.
Yes, I mean, I feel like everybody can be a striker in Manchester City. Everybody gets the goals.
Yeah, everybody could be a striker in a team that has a very good midfield, just like Manchester City, and a team that is a field or packed with technically gifted players. But there is a time when a striker becomes a striker. Yes, when you need a striker who is a striker. When that time comes, what happens? We've actually seen Manchester City come into that time where even no matter how prolific Raheem Sterling had become for them, at some particular time, it was needed from the role of a complete striker was needed from Raheem Sterling, and he was found wanting. So I think yes, they still need to go out there for a complete striker this time, a striker who can give them all that they need to, because football, you need various ingredients to make football taste beautiful. And when your tactics is not actually working, you can actually switch, and you need that striker that can also give you a room of for switching if the case be needed. So I think Pep should actually go out for a complete striker, if it's just one, to see how to also help the striking department of Manchester City.
All right. Well, Southampton are trying to sign Arsenal and England fullback midfielder Ainsley Maitland-Niles on loan before the January transfer window closes on Monday.
They should buy him. We don't want him again. We dash them.
Well, West Brom are also interested in Maitland-Niles, and the man says he wants more playing time. So, which of these teams? I feel like your answer will be you don't care. He should just leave us now.
No, I care actually, because he's giving us some good times. I can't just throw the man away and forget the memories. He's a very, very versatile player. He's played virtually every position.
Exactly. I didn't know if he was a fullback or a midfielder.
Yeah.
He said fullback.
Yeah. At some point, he was left. Right winger, he came to even played as a striker once upon a time, but I think right now Southampton will be the team for me, because they've got a fantastic manager in Rafael Hasenhuttl, a man who I trust. I think can get the best out of him. I don't know about Sam Allardyce. Sam Allardyce who wants to just he's trying to find he's clutching onto straws at this point. He's trying to find survivor, but with Rafael, I think he'll be developed better. And that's what the team needs now, because it's a loan deal development. And I don't think he's going to get it as much in West Brom under Sam Allardyce than he is going to get under Rafael.
All right. Former Chelsea and Tottenham manager Andre Villas-Boas is expected to leave Marseille at the end of the season. Newcastle manager Steve Bruce says the club would listen to tempting offers for any player in their squad, including Scotland midfielder Matt Ritchie, if the price was right.
He's begging.
What kind of thing is this?
Come on, Simons.
Is there any player at all, even if it's the best player in Newcastle United?
If they are playing well, he would say that.
That's what he just said. He said no matter. He said they would listen to.
You don't understand
tempting offers.
He's obviously he's disappointed. Although they got the 3 points today, they've not been playing well. That's why they are in the 16th position.
I will just go for Callum Wilson.
So let them come and carry.
Go for Callum Wilson. He said if the price was.
They will probably tell you he cost the £100 million.
That's the thing now.
So that would be the other thing. Really.
Wolves striker Patrick Crotone is set to sign on loan at Valencia for the rest of the season after the Italian's disappointing loan spell at Fiorentina came to an early end. West Brom have agreed to sign Celta Vigo's Oke Yokusulu, although they need to convince the Turkey midfielder to come to the Hawthorns. Aston Villa and France defender Frederick Gilbert has agreed a loan move to Ligue 1 side Strasbourg, having not featured in the Premier League this season. West Ham are interested in River Plate and Argentina right back, that is Gonzalo Montiel, but may be put off by his £9 million asking price. Everton and Turkish striker Cenk Tosun wants to return to former club Besiktas on loan. And lastly, Denmark goalkeeper Jonas Losso is set to leave Everton and re-sign for former club FC Midtjylland. Well, those are the transfer gossip. I think they would keep on coming as we get closer to Monday or tomorrow. We should be having a lot more transfer. We might be having done deals today. By this evening, won't be surprised if we have.
There's also the little matter of Mustafi possibly going to Liverpool.
Yeah.
That would be good news for us now too.
Okay. Well, let's just use the last 5 minutes of the program to take some more calls and also some messages. The text message and WhatsApp line is 0701 933 9962. Well, that is the line to send in your text messages. 0701 933 9962. And the phone lines are open. Let's hear from you. 0817 0000 951. And you can also reach us on the other number. It is 0810 9510 951. I take it again. 0817 0000 951. And you can also reach us on the other number, which is 0810 9510 951. To the phone lines we go. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. This is Jesse.
You're welcome.
When is my Arsenal game?
By 6:30 p.m. today.
6:30. I give my 2-1.
Man, you win 2-1. Okay. Thank you. All right. Well, children, do we have any messages? While we wait your calls, let's just run through the games being played across Europe. Well, in the Bundesliga, quite a number of fixtures. But first, let's hear from the scholar. Hello, good afternoon. Oh, so sorry.
Victor, it seems this guy was waiting for you to ask for messages before he sent his. Emirates from Ada George. He says Arsenal will beat United 2-1. Any Arsenal transfer news on a new left back?
Well, those are the transfer we did talk about. Those are all that I'm aware of. Hello,
good afternoon.
Good afternoon. What's your name?
Yeah, Chooks, calling from Rumokuta.
Chooks, you're welcome.
Yeah, Happy New Year to everybody in the studio.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. It's the 30th of January.
It's still a new year.
Yeah.
The baby don't start to walk out already.
Okay, no problem. Even the mama supposed to get another belly.
All right, go ahead, Chooks.
Yeah. I'm a Man U fan. But this evening, it's going to be a very tough game.
You will cry.
It's going to be a very hard game between Arsenal and Man U, but it's going to end 0-0 draw.
Okay.
It's a barren draw.
All right. Thank you so much.
Because,
okay, go ahead.
Because Man U lost their first game to Crystal Palace. The following week, they win their opponent about 3-1. Lost again to Arsenal. The following week, they win. They lost again to Tottenham. The following week, they win their match. Then they lost midweek to Sheffield United, which means they are going to draw with us. And Man U will still lose one game again before the end of the season. Thank you very much.
But this one is not the following week. This one is the same week.
Man, I also go. Okay. Well, in Germany, Bayern Munich are playing out a goalless draw with Hoffenheim. 27 minutes of action gone, and Borussia Dortmund just equalized with Thomas Delaney getting the goal. Erling Braut Haaland missed the penalty. It is 1-1 against Augsburg, while the other games are still goalless. Let's hear from the scholar. Oh, sorry, we missed your call. And then in Spain, one game about to be concluded, and that is Eibar versus Sevilla. It is 2-0 in favor of Sevilla. 5 minutes of added time, and it's 2-0 Sevilla leading that one. In the Italian Serie A, AC Milan are 1-0 up against Bologna, and well, that is the only game being played at the moment. This is where we end the show today. My name is Victor Oriai. I am your favorite Melanin sports presenter. Many thanks to Osage Himwe, who joined in, and to Chidubem Unjoku, as well as to Isabella, who was a part of the show from start to finish. Well, the second half begins shortly. Don't go anywhere. Keep listening.
And you'll be on the walls us. Yeah. Be believers, be leaders, be astronauts, be champions, be truth seekers, be students, be teachers, be politicians, be preachers, yeah. Be believers, be leaders, be astronauts, be champions, standing in the Hall of Fame. Yeah. And the world's gonna know your name. Yeah. 'Cause you burn with the brightest flame.
Kanwanko aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
Bebruru n'igwe aka m ahụ onye nzọpụta ngekene ya n'ihe o mere o siri m ụzọ ndụ wee gbapụta m na njọ mama Jizọs onye ebere m gasị ya Jesi ya Chineke nke n'igwe ọ dịghị onye anyị ga-eji ma ya tụzi ọ bụ ya yiri ya Chimo ọ dịghị
To leave you to enjoy that one beautiful song there by KC, Cultural Praise, Volume 2. Actually did the Volume 1 quite a few weeks before the Volume 2 came out, but it has to be a beautiful one. Those who are not Igbo, maybe might not understand, but you just enjoy the vibe. And you know, back then in school, we used to have this group called the Kegites. I'm sure Emeka knows a lot about them, but we used to groove to the kind of sound they gave us, and that's what Casey did on this one. Great song, it has to be said. But good evening and welcome to the second part of today's Sports Live, where we talk everything Nigerian football, virtually everything you can find anywhere in the world now when it comes to Nigerian football. We'll be talking about the NPFL Match Day 7. We saw one game yesterday, live action. That one involved Plateau United, and the unbeaten start to the league for Nasarawa United was brought to an end yesterday by their host, Plateau United. And there's also the matter of the NFF. Amaju Pinnick is talking. about the issues of salaries owed players and also staff. He's saying, well, maybe they've paid some and also some to be paid. We'll be hearing from him and what he has to say about that. And also, there's the big one, Ahmad. Guess what? He's back. Yeah, not back in the race now, but he's back as CAF president and FIFA first vice president. Well, I don't know what you make of that, but we'll be looking at what that means for the race for the African presidency and also his chances in that race and generally African football. What does this mean for us? The elections is just about 2 months to come. What exactly is this going to mean? So all this and maybe a few more we'll be talking about as the show progresses. As you know, it's the 30th day of January. Just one more day before we kiss the month goodbye. How time flies, they say. It was just yesterday, or felt like yesterday we were wishing Happy New Year and all of that. But all that has been swept away by the Harmattan that really never showed up. But I'm not alone in the studio as always. I've got the Odogu one of sports, Emeka Dennis, you know him. Good evening and good to have you on the side of the show, Emeka.
Chidubem, good evening to you. Good evening to our teaming listeners out there. It's always a pleasure to be here to talk Nigerian football. Basically Nigerian football, even though there's a mix of African football today because of the Ahmad situation. Of course, a massive day in the MPFL yesterday, the unbeaten run of National United coming to an end. There's a match ongoing as we speak right now. The promise keepers, can they keep the promise against the same Sugida in Uyo? We'll wait to see. Plus, what to look ahead for tomorrow in the MPFL. Football everywhere in the country and of course abroad as well.
All right, I've also got the classical gentleman. Yes, you don't know what goes behind the scenes, you know, all the houses and bustles, but somehow the man, very busy man, had to be here because it's a man who loves football so much and loves his job and wants to hear from you and talk to you. So glad to have you here, the classical gentleman, reliable, reliance, Odwani Daberechi. I hope I got them all correctly.
You did, honestly, you did. Great one for you right there. Chidubem, it doesn't feel like yesterday when you're talking about the ending of the month of January.
Yeah.
January is always a month that comes with 100 days. You just keep waiting.
This one felt like it was
waiting. Well, I think I felt it a bit too that probably it was a bit fast. I mean, this particular January that we're talking about, because I could recall last year, I mean, I made some funny posts on Facebook and it created a lot of amusement to my Facebook friends and all that due to how elongated more like the January was. But it's great to be here. Good evening to everyone listening.
Always great to be here. But you can also be a part of the program because we are not just going to be doing the talking. At some point, you would have to be brought in. But for now, you can start sending your text messages to 0701 933 9962. If you are a member of the Stingy Men Association and you don't want to send text message, you can also send your WhatsApp message to that number 0701 9339 962. That was on the light and on by the way. On Twitter, we're also live at Today FM 951. On Today FM 951. You can also copy us. My handle is at Chidubem NJ. Some person asked me the spelling of Chidubem. It's CHIDUBEM and NJ. Emeka is also here. His handle is Adena Emeka. And we also got Reliable Rely for the classical gentleman, Reliable Reliance. We'll be back. Not particularly a short break now because I'll be feeding you in with the anthems, beautiful as they are, from some of the best sides we have in the MPFL. I'll start with the one that concerns us as Rivers persons. Rivers United. That's the beautiful anthem now. Take it away.
United, we shall triumph with a rainbow of sunshine. God is for us. We overcome all the giants and stand to conquer all. United, united, our pride, Rivers United, total victory. United, united, our pride, Rivers United.
For the best coverage of Nigeria football, always listen to today's Sport Live on Today95.1 FM Port Harcourt. My name is Austin Oladapo, the captain of two-time African champion Eyimba Football Club.
We are great, we are born winners, shining bright like a star. The gift of God to Africa. FC Ifanyuba, united we stand, hand in hand, bringing glory to our land. Anye bundi meri, anye gadigide, football club Ifanyuba. Anye bundi meri, Alhambra Warriors, football club Ifanyuba.
Hello, listeners. My name is Akarandu Nicodemus Orok, Kwa United striker. I want you to always listen to Today's Sport Live on 95.1 FM. Keep listening.
Feel the magic in the air. Feel the magic in the air.
Feel the magic in the air. Yes, feel the magic in the air. And I will be starting with the Nigerian Professional Football League. But before that, I'll just read this one for a special person to us here in the studio. Happy birthday to my daughter, my woman crush, Daddy's pride, Janelle Adeze Obuoma Okechukwu Edenkwo. I like words to thank God on this audacious and epic moment in my life. You are blessed beyond measures. You shall be a light to this generation. You shall terrify the kingdom of darkness. Happy birthday, my princess. That's a beautiful birthday wish is coming from our own chief, Okechukwu Edenkwo, to his lovely daughter. As she clocks X+1, Janelle, beautiful girl she is, I tell you. And I pray that the prayers of your dad will see the light of day. And with that, we move over to the MPFL and talk action. Now, we will not start with action on the pitch. We'll talk about a matter concerning one of the clubs. I play the anthem, Aqua United. And I've got a man who has affiliations with that club in Reliable Reliance. Otolisanda is also a man who has affiliations with the club because he is their player. He is a Rivers United man, a Rivers State man rather, but he is their player. He's come out to say this. Now, he says, and I quote, "It's difficult to believe that we have just 6 points from a possible 18. We are playing very well and creating lots of chances in all our matches, but the major issue is or has been converting those chances." Now, Olisanda made this statement reacting to Aqua United's struggles. Now, he's regained full fitness, by the way, following an injury he sustained on match day 3 against Abia Warriors. But he says their position on the table is shocking. Now, he goes on to say, "Our coach, Kennedy Boboye, has inspired all of us and our team in such that any player in the field can score. So I'm optimistic that the story will change this weekend." Well, he was talking to the media team that time. The Promise Keepers will be aiming for their second victory of the season on Saturday, that's today rather, against 5th place Kano Pillars, who have never won or drawn a match against Aqua United in Uyo. In their previous 8 meetings, Aqua United have won 4 and Kano Pillars 2, while 2 of those encounters ended in stalemates. Victory today will move Aqua United into the top half of the NPFL table. Right now, they are languishing in the bottom half, and they're quite strange. Reliable Reliance, it's just 6 matches gone, and Aqua United in the bottom half of the league. Do you think perhaps Aqua United should be thinking crisis mode?
Well, I think so. It's becoming worrisome for Kennedy Boboye and his boys. I mean, you're looking at a team that they didn't let go of too many players. I mean, a bunch of the players they started the season with last season, they still have them in their midst. And where are they at the table? You know, in the Nigerian Professional Football League table, it's surprising outside the first 10. I think Dakada FC is even topping Aqua United because they are seated 12th on the league table, while Aqua United are seated 13th. So Kennedy Boboyo is a proven coach in the Nigeria Professional Football League, has won the league with Plateau United. You know, I don't know, maybe I dare say that he's the one that brings Plateau United to a bit of that reckoning.
Yeah,
that they became a powerhouse. So any team taking Plateau United will be wary of what they can bring to you. But right now, he's on a job with Aqua United. Last season, I think they had a better run, you know, before the league was ended via points per game. And then this season, there's a lot of struggle. He needs to start turning things around because, I mean, you can understand when Abia Warriors is struggling, maybe. You can understand when Heartland is struggling, maybe. But for Aqua United, too many players didn't leave the side. You just mentioned Alisson, that was part of the setup last season. John Efala, the goalkeeper, part of the setup last season. Indifre Kefion, Akarandu Orok. These are players that were still part of the side last season. Mfonudo came in, you know, scored, I think, in their previous match or thereabout, although it eventually it didn't end in a win for them. So, what exactly is the problem at Aqua United at this point? You know, it's becoming worrisome. I mean, you can't be looking at Rivers United somewhere, you know, right now, if they win their match tomorrow against Adamawa United, they should be topping the table courtesy of that defeat handed Nasarawa United by Plateau United. You look at Canopilas, you look at Enyimba. You know, if you want to pride yourself among these teams, because that's what Aqua United is stretching to, priding themselves among these perennial contenders in the league, then you shouldn't be languishing outside the top 10 at this point, and considering the quality of players you have at your disposal. So it's becoming worrisome. I'm not the one to quickly call for sacking of a coach. I mean, the man has just been on the job for just last season. You could argue that he hasn't had a complete season with Aqua United, so you may not really say exactly what the man can offer or what is in store for Aqua United, but come on, it's becoming worrisome. He needs to find a way to turn things around at the club.
All right, Emeka, talking about finding a way to turn things around, do you think it's over for Aqua United this season when it comes to title contention? Winning the league this season?
Actually, it's still very early.
Oh, it is.
You know,
6 games.
Very early. You know, 6 games. Only 2 teams have played 7 matches. Nasarawa United and Plateau United yesterday. They can still turn things around and eventually go for the title. As a matter of fact, we've seen teams, you know, who didn't start very well in the beginning of the season, but somehow were able to turn things around, get their mojo back, you know, sort of renaissance and eventually, you know, go all the way, as it were. So I think they can still do it. They have the quality to do so. And the Frek Efyong is still in that side. Obong Friday, you know, Edboy Akman, Olisanda is there, something bad, but they have the quality. Mfonodo came back from the United States. We know what he brings to the table in the MPFL, the record and everything. With Enyimba, you know, what have you? I mean, he even scored in the last game to tell you that he still has his sharpness back, you know, with him. And at the end of the day, I think they have the quality to do so. What it's a question of time whether they'll be able to do it. That's another story altogether. Over time, they are flatter to deceive, especially in the league. They've won 2 FA Cup titles in the last 5-6 years, but in the league they always fall short. Even when they had the great Abdul Mekaba in charge of proceedings, they didn't quite cut it in the league. That's where they always stumble. And I remember before the league commenced, their chairman Paul Bassi did say the target is to hand over the title to the state governor. Yes, that's the challenge he's having, and of course they have won 2 ITO Cup titles. Hitherto, but come on, the league is a big one. It takes you to the Champions League. The ITO Cup will take you to the Confederation Cup, and you know everybody, all these big teams, they want to play in the CAF Champions League. So Aqua United, they have what it takes to do so. Whether they'll be able to do it is another story altogether. Luckily for them, they have a manager who has won the league before. Kennedy Boboye, claims the title with Plateau United in 2017. So the experience is there, the know-how is there. Now the rest will now be dependent on perhaps the quality, the personnel, the playing personnel, and other administrative issues and what have you. But Aqua United don't seem to be a patient side. They're always firing managers. They sacked what's his name, John Obu last time, himself and his assistant.
Because they invest too much in the managers.
But at the end of the day, they have to also give them time to blend. They are also in the habit of the other clubs in the MPFL buy 20 players in the season, sack 15. That's what they usually do. But this time around, they didn't do much of that because if you look at their starting 11 today, or even their squad for the season, is very similar to what they had last season. The players did not really move. But the ball in the Frek FM, I thought for one, in the Frek FM should have gone abroad because of his brilliant form last season. Was among the top 3 goal scorers in the season last time. But even though the season did not come to the conclusive end due to the COVID-19 pandemic, but himself, Israel Labia, and Mustafa Ibrahim were just up there in the scorers chart. But the man is still there. I mean, Maurice Chuku, and a lot of players from last season that they were able to. Dennis Senior, he's still there. They were able to keep their majority of their squad, just like which other team did so. Rangers did a similar thing. So you expect them to have that synergy, but things are not working out well for them. 6 matches played, only 1 win and 3 draws. And of course, they have 2 defeats to know that. I mean, surprisingly, on the opening day, they couldn't even beat sister club Atakada FC, who lost more than 10 players to the big size last time. So the struggle continues for them. Let's see what happens today. They're playing against Kano Pillars. So far, so good. Nothing to write home about. It's still no goalless in that encounter. The last time I checked, right there at the Gospel Akpabio Stadium. This is a club that has the best stadium in the country. So I mean, you're supposed to play good football at the Gospel Akpabio International Stadium. It's the grass pitch. It's where the Super Eagles usually play. It's always lush green, well maintained, and what have you. You don't have any excuse for Aqua United. Paul Bassi did say last time that the players are not old. They are not old like we see of other clubs in the country. They are usually paid their dues as at when due, as it were. So
everything seems to be going right.
To whom much is given, much is expected. So the players and the coach, they have to come up. They have to stand and be counted.
They fly to match venues.
Yes, they used to do that in the past. They had a partnership with Dana themselves and Heartland at some point. But at the end of the day, you expect this much more from Aqua United. They could have easily won that game against Heartland. Where last weekend. Come on, they missed a plethora of chances in that encounter. Eventually, the coach came out blaming the match officials for bias officiating and what have you. But Aqua United could have buried that match, in the first half. They were missing chances after chances and what have you. And at the end of the day, they ended up losing that one. So they even drew with a Wiki Torres in Uyo. They have drawn 3 matches already this season, just 1 win for Aqua United. But I mean, like I said, it's early days in the league. 6 matches, we have 32 more to go. So between now and then, a lot can change. It depends on what you do, consistency and what have you. Even the Abia Warriors that are languishing in the bottom themselves and Adamawa United, chances are that they can still turn things around and escape relegation at least this season. So I would just leave it open. Aqua United have got the quality to challenge for the title, but where they are right now is shocking, not just to Lysander, so even yours truly.
I'm just wondering, in the end, or at the end of the season, if Aqua United failed to deliver the trophy to the state governor, who gets the hammer? Is it the chairman of the club, Eda Paul Bassi, or the coach, Kennedy Buboye? Why will it be? Who made a promise? Who made a promise? Who made a promise?
No.
Because it was Elder Paul Bassi that made a promise that the target this season.
He says it's a challenge he has. He wants to deliver the
trophy to the state governor.
But he is not the coach. He is not a player.
So how do you make that kind of? How do you set that kind of a challenge for yourself when you know that 90% of what happens on the field of play?
He put the machinery on ground. I didn't deliver, so he changes the machinery.
Don't we all have targets in life? We always achieve them.
90% of what happened on the field of play is not coming from Elder Paul Bassi. It's in charge of administration. When you want to talk about what happened on the field of play, you go to the coach. Look at the technical crew.
But when it comes to administration, you could argue he's an administrator. The players are not being old.
He's doing his own part.
He's doing his job. So the job that is not his, he has no.
So don't speak about it. Don't speak about it with that amount of confidence.
You understand? I understand where he's coming from. Ordinarily, that should come from the players or even the coach who manages the team, trains them, selects the team with his tactics and formation and what have you, understands his team better than any other person. That kind of promise should be coming from the coach Kennedy Boboye. But he hasn't said that. But because we know that these things are not given, they are not a given. I mean, you're preparing very well, you have quality players. It's not all about you. Rivers United have got quality players all over. Enyimba have got quality players. You go to Kano Pillars, the same thing. Rangers, the same thing. We saw Rangers here in Port Harcourt. They were impressive. Quality everywhere in the league. So it's a question of survival of the fittest. It's not a given because you're Aqua United are going to win the league. No, it doesn't happen that way. They haven't won the league before in their history.
Political talk.
But they call
well, there's a game currently in the English Premier League. Manchester City. Yeah, what their neighbors couldn't do. I don't want to call them younger brothers before I look for trouble. But what Manchester United...
They, of course, Manchester City are younger brothers to Manchester United.
Well, what the other brothers couldn't do, they are doing it right now. 1-0 they lead Sheffield United. Gabriel Jesus with a goal in the 9th minute. And talking about that game between Aqua United and Kano Pillars, is still ongoing. 0-0. It still is. None of the teams have found a way to get the ball into the back of the net. But the starting 11 for both teams, I'll just be giving that out to you right now. Kano Pillars. I'll start with their lineup. They've got Idrissa Ibrahim in goal, Victor Dennis, Fahad Usman, Chinedu Ike, as well as Ngweni Ndasi, Emmanuel Anyang, Yusuf Bala, Maigoro, as well as the evergreen and the fantastic captain Rabiu Ali. Also got Awulu Ali Malam, Umar Hassan Magi. Wow, that's a strange name there, you must admit. And Yima Wangwa.
Yeah, the one that put Rivers United to the sword last time.
Exactly, he starts this time around. And for Aqua United, rather, they've got Adewale Adeyinka in goal, Etiboy Apan in defense, alongside Otto Bong Effiong, the captain of the side on the evening. Maurice Chuku is also there, Samson Badebo from Rivers United, Manu Lisanda is also there as well, Olubong Friday in the Preke Effiong, Salisu Saidu, Seth Mai, as well as Umfon Udo, the man who would think would go on to score goals this time, starting for Aqua United. Goalless, like I told you.
I like something about the Aqua United team. You know, they give homegrown players a lot of chance.
Exactly.
You know, you look at the starting 11 today, no fewer than 5 of them are from Akwa Ibom State.
Yeah, that's true.
Mfonodo, Edboy Akpan, Ubong Effiong.
Yeah, Otobong
Effiong, exactly. Yeah, that's Ubong Effiong is the one, Ubong Friday. Yeah. Ubong Friday. 5 of them, you know, homegrown players. Reminds me of Athletic Bilbao.
Yes.
If you are not from the Basque region in Spain, you don't play for Athletic Bilbao. You know, good way to go. I mean, the talents there are, and look at them, these are all brilliant players.
Sure.
Ubong Friday,
it's not just a matter of
it's not a question of favoritism or maybe let's just give it our own. No, Mfonodo is about the most successful player in the league right now. I mean, with what he has achieved with Eyimba, he's the all-time, he's the record goal scorer in the league in one season. 23 goals he scored in 2014 while playing for Eyimba. He also was joint scorer 2-3 seasons ago with the young star from Nasarawa United.
Had stints with the national team as well.
Exactly, has stints with the national team. Widely traveled, even though he's the United States of America. Come on, he has seen it all. He has won league titles with Eyimba as well. So, you know, playing there, coming back to in his own town club, himself and some other homegrown players there, brilliant one from the Aqua United side, and I hope at the end of the day they will be able to make it count.
Well, we hope. It's always hope for Aqua United when it comes to winning the league.
They are the promise keepers. They're always promising. But sometimes they don't keep the FA Cup title, the ITO Cup title they won in 2017. The governor promised 21 million naira. Till now, he never give them 4 years down the line. They are promise keepers, but in truth, they don't usually keep the promises.
2 teams that need to change their names. The promise keepers and the Nazi millionaires.
It's okay. The hungry Nazi millionaires. 8 months of pay salaries.
Yeah, 4 millionaires. But let's get to talk about matters on the pitch right now. We'll start with the game yesterday. Plateau United, yes, Mohammed Zulkifli. His lone goal proved enough as Plateau United put a stop to leaders Nasarawa United's 6-game unbeaten start to the season in the opening fixture on match day 7 in the Nigerian Professional Football League yesterday. Zulkifli slotted home in the 36th minute as Abdul Mekaba's side followed up a draw at Katsina United last time out with a victory in Jos. Plateau United have now kept 3 shutouts on the bounce, and the win moves them up to 5th on the log with 11 points. The visitors have been impressive away from home this season, winning at Warri Wolves and Heartland and drawing at Adamawa, but couldn't muster the goal to rescue points despite finding promising positions in the game. Emeka, is this reality check for Nasarawa United this season?
Obviously, it is. They were not going to go the entire season unbeaten. 6 matches unbeaten before yesterday's defeat. I saw it coming. If you recall, I did say here that this is what we call initial gragra in local parlance. You know, just go there, ruffle a few feathers, and grab all the headlines. That's what Nasarawa United have done. You look at the side. You can only just pick out one player, tested and trusted in the MPFL, Chinedu Hanachom, arguably the best player in the team. And at the end of the day, they don't have too much quality. Even the coach, I'm sure by now, would have be wondering how did they even get this far. If you ask me, last season they were on the verge of going down before coronavirus struck, and we are among the teams that benefited from the abrupt end of the league due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Not a side you can reckon with when it comes to challenging for the title. I'm surprised that they started very well, and of course they were always going to be beaten at some point. They have lost just once now after 7 matches. They are still top of the table, but Rivers United will beat Adamawa United tomorrow and go back to the top of the table. Yes. Now here's the thing. They look very brilliant in the first 6 matches. They've won 2 away matches already. They beat Heartland in Owerri. Equally did beat Warri Wolves in Warri last weekend, 2-1 coming from behind there. But take this to the bank. Before the end of the season, they will lose more than 10 matches, so, and they will not make the top 3. Just mark it somewhere. I'm saying so. Mark it somewhere before the end of the season. Not a prophet of doom, but over time, we've seen these teams. We know what they are capable of doing. Nasarawa United are not one of those teams that will challenge for the title. You look at the season and how teams have prepared and the kind of recruitment teams made, then you wouldn't list Nasarawa United as a top 5 team out there that to get the title. You go for Rivers United, you go for Rangers, maybe Akwa United, and Enyimba. Enyimba are always in the mix. Kano players are still around there. Lobby Stars, Plateau United, who played in the continent before being knocked out by Simba. They will always pop up. And you look at how things are panning out right now. In the coming 4-5 match days, you will see that this Nasarawa United you see at the top today, you will see them there no more.
More like the Egyptians, but
the Egyptians you're seeing now. You've seen them more. Emeka has finished Nasarawa United. The captain funny enough, the captain, I think as at Wednesday, said our target is to win the league and represent Nigeria on the continent. Funny enough, to show you that they've had aspirations, before now. The man said they've gotten all the support they need from all corners, to win the league. Probably the support might have been enough, to see them through 6 matches. By the way, the 6 matches unbeaten run they've had is the best or the longest they've had since in a single season since 2014-2015 MPFL season. And going away to Plateau United, come on. I mean, Plateau United have had the best home record against Nasarawa United. Before now, it was 5 matches unbeaten at home for Plateau United. So against Nasarawa United, that is. So anytime they get to play Nasarawa United at home, you will always expect them to be defeated because in the last 5 attempts, it has always been Plateau United, I beg your pardon, coming with the upper hands. And the same thing I expected yesterday. So no surprises whatsoever for Nasarawa United. It's just one of those flashes you will see at the beginning of the season. Just like we've had fantastic, teams, topping the English Premier League table this season. This one comes in and this one goes down and all that. So, but I may not really be too quick, to say that they're going to drop out entirely. They will be battling for relegation at the end of the season because there's something that momentum does for you once you gather it. Probably Nasarawa United will end up maybe mid-table, at the end of the season, considering how they started the season. So I might not be too quick to toe that line. Like we've established, it's just 6 matches played in the season. Anything can still happen. If we are looking at Abia Warriors, if you are looking at Heartland FC, it could be argued that they have quality coaches and more quality players than Nasarawa United. But come on, one team will always come with that brilliant run in the season. So let's see how the season pans out eventually for Nasarawa United.
All right, I'm going to ask about the fortunes of Plateau United and how far they've grown, and also hear from the coach. But before I hear from the coach of Plateau United, Abdul Mekaba, we'll first of all hear from Balani Q, the coach of Nasarawa United, on what he made of the loss of his team yesterday. First loss of the season, that is. Balani Q, take it away.
The match is all about winning, losing, and draw. So, like the match, like I said before we started the match, it's not that we are unbeaten. We are only having a good time, which I thought we would have continued. But it's unfortunate we couldn't. But I think we have to, from here, continue from where it has stopped. We can still remain who we are.
Will you say you are disappointed, a little bit disappointed with the performance of the players today?
It's always a very bad language. If you lose a match and start telling people that players didn't do well, it's an insult as far as I'm concerned. If you make mistake as a human being, it is natural that you make mistake. So there's no disappointment. they can.
All right, you've heard from the coach of Nassau United, Balani Q. It's time to hear from Abdul Mekaba, the man who stopped the successful start to the season after 6 games of Nassau United.
Nassau United, how do you feel about it, coach?
The league leaders.
I feel excited actually because we knew even before the game it's not going to be easy. It's going to be a difficult game. But we are happy we have won, and that is the target. Now we are 3 points behind Nasarawa United. So I believe we are going closer. So with time, the team is improving.
What about the team? Next game against Wario?
Right, you've heard from the coach of Plateau United, Abdul Mekaba. So he's a man who a lot of persons love, and you can understand why. Known for playing very, very good football. I don't know if that's the case these days, but come on. He made a name for himself playing or coaching Aqua United. But Plateau United, still sticking with you, Reliance. I recall at the start of the season, after the unimpressive start, lost out on the continent, beaten by Simba FC at home, and went away to have a lackluster new draw. Eventually got knocked out, and in the league it was still a disappointing start. Lost to Kwara United
at home 2-0.
Exactly. So
in the opening game,
there was this talk of slashing the player salary and all of that. And look at Plateau United right now. They are 5th on the log. 5th, by the way. Lance needed to show me this. Aqua United. Aqua United have taken the league against Kano Pillars in the Freke F. Young with a goal. That's of a brilliant header of Etiboy Akbank's superb cross, and Aqua United have the lead against Kano Pillars. A good one
and
there.
You'll be asking yourself, what can Aqua United do without in the Freke F. Young? Season in, season out, since he moved from Abia Warriors to
the Messiah.
He is always their top scorer, doing quite well as far as goals are concerned. It's even a shock that he's still with the club today. Ordinarily, he'd have gone abroad. He's scored a couple of goals already, before today, and he has put them in front ahead of Kano Pillars right there in Uyo. The young man is very brilliant and very consistent when it comes to goal scoring. Ordinarily, that man should be a defender, but he has been converted from a defender to an attacking player, and of course, he's getting the goals, especially from the wings.
Right, Relance, talking about Plateau United now, what do you think must have changed within that space? Struggling at the start, and now they're up to 5th on the table, level up point with Lobby Stars, who are 4th. By the way, have a game in hand.
Well, there were things that were not right in the camp of Plateau United earlier on. I tried to establish communication with a couple of journalists, just based sports journalists, to talk to them about the situation, and I learned of some revelations, more like, earlier on. First off, before they lost to Kwara United, there were complaints. The coach particularly told me that some players in the setup were sick, they were ill. So they couldn't, they all started right from when they traveled to play, is it Simba FC in the CAF Champions League. So coming in, it wasn't the full setup or what you may want to tag the first 11 of Plateau United that executed the match against Kwara United. And then away from that, there were reports of some inner issues that needed to be settled, maybe administratively, things I might not explicitly say on air, but they just needed to put their houses in order. Probably this contributed to the struggle they had from the beginning of the season, because Plateau United, once you mention Plateau United this time in the MPFL, and you mentioned the coach Abdul Maikaba, anyone who follows Nigerian football should have high expectations. And that is what we had, even though we know that Nigerian football clubs recently have a way of faltering each time they get to represent Nigeria on the continent. So you might not want to say that about Plateau United when they qualified via PPG to represent Nigeria on the continent. But that being said, in the league, you always expect Abdul Maikaba with his team, with his setup, and the quality of players he has at Plateau United to be able to deliver. But due to those inner issues and all that, I want to believe that was the challenge. Or maybe rotating players could also be one thing, because there are some teams who are good at focusing at one league. You have them represent the country on the continent, or they participate in so many competitions, and you don't see the best of them. it could also be a challenge on the coach. How do you rotate these players? The depth. I want to believe Plateau United have the depth in squad. So how do you rotate them to get the best of results out of them? It could also be one thing to consider. So it has always been. It was basically about the beginning of the season for Plateau United. Those issues internally that they had to settle, injuries to players, sickness and all that they had to put their hearts in order. I want to believe that gradually they are beginning to regain that momentum, and henceforth we could be seeing positive results for Plateau United.
To put things in proper perspective, Ndifre Kefiong is now the joint leading scorer in the MPFL with 4 goals. Same as Sadiq Yusuf of Sunshine Stars.
A man that used to be a defender. But before I run to do the preview of the fixtures for tomorrow, because we have already seen 2 reviews now we've done for Aqua United. Currently live now, not a review particularly. We've done the review of Plateau United. But before I move to the preview, Emeka, I'm looking at the live table right now. Nasarawa United lead the MPFL table with 14 points from 7 games played. Rivers United have 12 points from 6 games played. Kano Pillars are in 3rd with 12 points from 7 games. That's currently now live table, like I said. Eyimba, 6 games played, 12 points. Lobby Stars, 6 games played, 11 points. Plateau United, 7 games played, 11 points. Enugu Rangers, 6 games played, 11 points. In the top 7, you have Nasarawa United, Rivers United, Kano Pillars, Eyimba, Lobby Stars, Plateau United, and Enugu Rangers. Now, of these 7 teams I've called, 5 have won the league, or at least something close to it, in the past decade. Talking about Kano Pillars, Eyimba, Lobby Stars. I said something close to it.
Rivers United. No, Lobby Stars have won the league in the past too.
Yeah, no, I mean the past decade.
Yeah, exactly. They were declared when the league ended abruptly in 2018.
Yeah,
after March 24. Yeah, they went to the continent.
Exactly.
Representing us in the CAF Champions League.
Yeah, and Plateau United. Nasarawa United are in first. Do you think any team is getting in here and any team is getting out? You've already said Nasarawa United are not going to finish it.
No, they will drop down. Even my thinking is that at the end of the day, they will not even make the top 7. You look at those teams. These are traditional sides. We talked about the fact that they have won the title. Apart from the fact that they have won the title, they also have a rich pedigree. They have a tradition. They always do well in the league. You see them qualifying for the CAF Champions League or the Confederation Cup. Eyimba, Kano Pillars, perennial contenders. Rivers United of late too. Of course, they are in the continent after the 2017 exploit and what have you. Rangers will always go there. Ogumbote won the ITO Cup with them. Imama won the league with them. So that means continental football the subsequent season. And Lobby Stars as well. You talked about them too. In the past, they used to be a strong side. Golden Cocoa won the league title with them in '99. But at the end of the day, you look at these other teams. You begin to wonder what are these guys doing there. With all due respect to them, Nasarawa United don't belong in the top echelon of Nigerian league, but they find themselves there. Their hard work, their impressive results have taken them there. But I think it's a matter of time. They don't have what it takes in terms of quality. Now, I'm looking at the manager. He used to be with all due respect to him, he used to coach the Flamingos, Nigeria under 17 women national team. He used to coach the Flamingos. He has worked with Wiki Torres in the past. He's not that big name manager in the MPFL. With all due respect to him, I think they have even overachieved already. By topping the table, going unbeaten for 6 matches and all that.
So
at some point they will drop down.
If Nasarawa United drops down, who takes their position in that top 7 bracket?
Well, any other team can take it. Sunshine Stars, they are not in the, there's Aqua United too with
Heartland.
Yeah, no, forget about Heartland. Come on. Heartland, they have to get their house in order first before they do anything significant in the league. So things are not going down well with the club, Yeah. So it could be Aqua United, it could be Sunshine Stars, Any other team, MFM have always shown brilliance. Ordinarily, I would have mentioned Abia Warriors, the Imama factor, but they are struggling right now. That is not to say that they cannot eventually get there. It's a question of time, whether they were able to turn things around and begin to, because that's where you think they belong. You look at the quality of players they have in the side right now and the manager as well, and the structure. The club they've got a structure. They are one of the best structured sides in the MPFL. Abia Warriors, give it to them. But come on, so far this season, it's been very, very poor. They've been in the league now for about 8 seasons, the top flight. But come on, this is about their worst start since they gained promotion in 2014.
Aqua United will get in there for sure.
Okay.
I think they can get in there. Wiki Torres should also try and
there's
get there.
also Wiki Torres.
Yeah, Wiki Torres.
With Osman Abdallah.
Well. Yeah, exactly. apart from the fact that the coach won the league with Enyimba, they recruited massively. A lot of former Enyimba players, Chinedu Daga, Andrew Abalog, former Enyimba captain, they are there in Wiki. They bought massively, and it's only a question of time. If they're able to blend these guys well, then they will be able. They have beaten Rivers United already this season. They have what it takes to do so. Beat Adama United 2-0. Was it Adama, the one that they showed on TV the other time, 2-0. And at the Bauchi Jigawa Golden Stars actually. They beat Jigawa 2-0. So they have what it takes, and of course they have a manager who has won the league with Enyimba and vastly experienced, a UEFA licensed coach who is paid heavily.
So Aqua United and Wiki Tourists look like the favorite team to get into the top 7 bracket.
It's early days here.
Sure.
We can just sit down here and talk about these things. Tomorrow you will see MFM on top of the table challenging for the title. Definitely. It could be all of a sudden Sunshine Stars. These things happen. It's football. This season Plateau United won the league. Nobody expected them to do. Nobody gave them a chance. They finished top of the table. They were followed by MFM. The previous season, both teams escaped relegation on the final day.
Sure. Miracles happen in the APFL, I can assure you. But let's review the games now to expect. Let's talk about this one. Dakada FC are taking on Warri Wolves. Not particularly two sides that will tickle your fancy this season. Dakada FC somewhere in 12th on the league table, and Warri Wolves are 4 places behind them in 16th. That game will take place at the Nest of Champions in Uyo. Reliance, I don't know. What do you think? Who wins? Who loses?
Dakada FC, Warri Wolves. Well, funny enough, it doesn't even feel like, or it doesn't look like Dakada really lost so many players to the transfer market, because they lost a couple of players to the transfer market.
Yeah.
But you can imagine that if they win the match, they will be on top of Aqua United, because right now they have 8 points. Aqua United, with that win on the live table,
they're already ahead of the live score now.
The live score now
ahead of
them. So that means if they win, they eventually they eventually end up with how many points? 11 points.
For Aqua United,
2 points ahead of Dakada FC. Yes. 2 points ahead of Aqua United. And you're asking yourself, this is a team that is not with the former manager Kelebesu.
Yeah.
It's not with a bunch of the players he started last season with.
Indeed.
Abia Warriors went to the market, to Dakada FC market shop. Some clubs also
they brought in a
did.
goalkeeper from Dakada.
From Dakada,
Enyimba got at least 2 players, Mo Obot and
they picked the same apart.
So Miari Alalibo, joined Enyimba from Dakada FC. Rangers got Femi Ajayi from that side as well.
So you're looking at a team that was like a market for some of the top sides in the MPFL, but look at where they are. And you ask yourself, is it like, because one thing that really works out for teams, if you ask me, is if you have a tradition and a philosophy such that anybody that comes in key into it. But I don't think Dakada FC is such a team, because in the past, Dakada FC was seen as playing second fiddle, as a feeder team to Aqua United.
Yeah.
That was the kind of respect or the level of pedigree they had compared to Aqua United. So you begin to ask yourself question, could this be a team that have that kind of philosophy? I don't think so. Aqua United are enjoying massive support than Dakada FC in Akwa Ibom State. Both teams are sponsored by the state government. In fact, I really needed to ask questions to be sure. The last time I was in New York, Dakada FC really sponsored by Akwa Ibom State government, and I was told a massive yes. But when it comes to performance, they'll always find a way to get the result and progress. So against this season thus far, they've shown flashes of brilliance, Dakada FC. Against Warri Wolves, well, I don't really know how that one is going to pan out. I can't really predict, because Warri Wolves themselves this season, it's not like they are way ahead of
putting you on the spot.
Dakada FC. If you want me to pick a team, I'm going to be biased. I'm going to be that biased. So I'll go for Dakada FC.
It's intriguing. Warri Wolves, their manager Ivan Sugenyi has been given a 3-match ultimatum to improve results or perhaps get sacked. Following after their 2-1 loss at home to Nasarawa United last weekend, the ultimatum was handed to him by the club chairman Moses Etu. So they will be going to Uyo to fight for all 3 points. So it makes the match really intriguing and exactly. But let's see how it pans out. But on a good day, you will think that Dakada FC will want to get all 3 points there. Come to think of it, they were beaten at home.
I was going to say that. Don't trust Dakada.
Sunshine Stars beat them 2-1 last time.
But you do quickly, isn't it? I mean, we've had just 5-6 match days, and ultimatums are beginning to fly in the MPFL. Isn't it too early to start considering giving teams? For instance, now, okay, I'm not going to say that the management do not have the power to do whatever they want. But look at Imama, for instance.
What do the management of Warriors expect from Warriors? They played 6 games, they have 6 points. Are you expecting? Are they Imba?
No. On the other hand, the managements have not even fulfilled their own side of the bargain.
Yeah.
Because they are owing these players. You recall the other time, that was last season. Abu Aziz, the beach soccer star, who plays for Warriors, went on social media, was complaining, begging the club literally to pay his salaries so he can smile, take care of his bills and what have you. They had to even beg him. The management begged him to delete those tweets and what have you. Eventually deleted, but things are not going down well. The players at some point we heard they boycotted training this season because of unpaid wages and what have you. So, the management on their part, they don't even have the moral justification to issue those ultimatums because as it stands right now, you haven't done your own part. These guys are contracted to you. You're not paying them as at when they are boycotting training because of unpaid wages.
And
you
are
are now issuing
ultimatum.
It doesn't work that way.
All right, let's talk about a team that we don't know all players. Eyimba FC. If that happens, maybe we've not heard, but I don't think that happens. Eyimba.
No, you see, there are some clubs that have the tradition of not owing players. Eyimba is one of them. I can tell you of Canopilas too. Aqua United claim that they don't owe, but take Eyimba and Canopilas to the bank. They don't owe their players. And when it comes to salaries, Rivers United don't also owe salaries. As the civil servants are getting their salaries, the players are getting. Where they have issues will be bonuses, allowances, and what have you, contract fees. But for salaries, these guys usually get their salaries at when the Eyimba, Canopilas, Rivers United, and some other sites in the league. Some are also notorious for owing salaries. Heartland FC is one of them.
Now, Katsina United have been pretty much notorious for dropping points this season in the MPFL. They are somewhere in 15th on the log, and Eyimba, the team they face, are somewhere in 4th, comfortably, you would say. Emeka, this one should be an easy meet for you.
No, it's an unbalanced fixture. Question of David versus Goliath.
I love the sound of that.
They are the marquee side, going into this one, and they are coming off a brilliant away win. They are first in the season against Adamawa United, right there in Bauchi. So at the end of the day, you want to think Eyimba will be able to get all 3 points at home. So far this season, they've won all the home matches they played. Beat Abia Warriors, beat Canopilas and Wiki Tourists, of course, who had their former manager, Usman Abdallah. Right? So this is their 4th home match tomorrow against Katsina United, and I don't see Katsina United escaping with any point tomorrow. Eyimba to get all 3 points, and depending on the margin of victory, they could even go top tomorrow. Rivers United have got a better goal difference, +5, Eyimba +1. If Eyimba win massively, 4-5-0, and Rivers United manage a narrow win, then Eyimba could go top. But otherwise, I see Rivers United going top tomorrow with a win against Adamawa United. Eyimba in 2nd place, same number of points with Rivers United as well, with a victory against Katsina United. That's my own thinking ahead of tomorrow's encounters.
I said something yesterday, Chidubem, when we previewed a quick preview of the MPFL matches. We talked about this Rivers United Adamawa FC, and I was like, that should be an easy meet for Rivers United. And Apostle Arinzo Nonzo, a regular listener, had to remind me on Twitter of Manchester United Sheffield. I raised my case. Katsina Eyimba, I don't talk anything.
You can make that reference with Rivers United Adamawa. Rivers United are almost top of the table, like Man United. Then Adamawa bottom, just like Sheffield United. Not for Katsina and Eyimba.
This one is closer.
Be that as
but by pedigree, you can't put them in the same bracket.
Now you're talking about David Goliath.
Tomorrow,
you understand?
Tomorrow, Eyimba will beat Katsina United, and Rivers United will also beat Adamawa United. Take it to the bank. Borrow money with it.
Our bank no fool. Next bus stop is Ifan Yubari. Welcome, Wiki Tourist. Yes, we did talk about Wiki Tourist and about the fact that they could be the team to, somehow get into that top bracket, top 7 teams. But Ifeanyi, they are struggling this season. And you can understand why. They've not done the best of recruitment, or they did not. Somewhere in relegation zone. 18th they are on the table right now with 4 points from 6 games played. Come up against the Wiki Tourist side that are 11th with 8 points from 6 games played. Lance, what's your thoughts? Who takes this one?
Ifeanyi Wiki Tourist. It should be Wiki Tourist winning it ordinarily.
Away from home.
Wow. Of course.
No,
of course.
Ifeanyi not that bad.
Of course. It should be Wiki Tourist getting it. See, the thing is that these things don't really work the way you expect them to work in the MPFL. Ordinary, Enyimba travels to face Adamawa United at home. It ended up in a win for Enyimba, right? First away win of the season.
Yep.
But you should expect, ordinary should expect it to happen too. Look at Enyimba, look at Adamawa United. You know, maybe Plateau United. Okay, let me spare Plateau United, Nasarawa United, but Enyimba is going to take Kasela United. You should expect a comfortable win for Enyimba. You know, Rivers, these things are supposed to be like that by football standard. But in the MPFL, my brother, it gives you a different test entirely. You can't trust that to happen.
Yep.
You know, so that's why sometimes they are skeptical about making an outright prediction for Wiki Tourist Ifeanyi. But Ifeanyi have been poor this season.
Yeah, they have.
You know, Wiki Tourist about somewhere around the middle of the table, 11th. You know, so you should expect Wiki Tourist to at least get a point from that center. But it could shock you, it could surprise you that in the end, to be Ifeanyi smiling home with 3 points.
Emeka, is Heartland going to shock us tomorrow with an away win at Jigawa Golden Stars?
Jigawa Golden Stars, they have not looked bad at all this season.
Yeah.
They are not even playing in their home ground in Duse. No, but I think they are playing in.
Adamawa? Is it?
No. They're playing in Kaduna, but aside their traditional home ground actually. So, and they have not done badly. Remember this same Jigawa Golden Stars shocked Abia Warriors in Aba, 3-1.
Yeah.
Nobody saw that one coming there. I'm thinking that they will be able to get it right against Heartland tomorrow. I'm thinking that they will beat Heartland tomorrow. 1-0, 2-1, slim win, and continue their fine run. I'm looking at the table. Jigawa Golden Stars somewhere, I think 13th. 14th on the log.
7 points, yeah.
Right, 14th on the... No, Castle United are actually 14th. Jigawa 13th on the log here.
Okay, yeah.
From the
okay,
MPFL table I have here, yeah. Jigawa actually 13th on the log with 7 points. So a win tomorrow takes them to 10 points. 10 points, that's just 4 points behind leaders, Nasarawa United for now. So at the end of the day, I'm thinking that they'll be able to get it right against Heartland. Heartland haven't been traveling well, right?
Yeah.
This season, they've lost... all the away matches they have played.
All the away matches.
Yeah, they have even lost one home match.
Yeah.
Just 2 wins at home against Enyimba and the Upper United. Very, very poor. Yeah, two big sides, no doubt. But of course, the small side in Nasarawa United beat them the other time. So they were well beaten like thieves here in Port Harcourt by Rivers United. At the end of the day, I'm thinking that they will lose tomorrow to Jigawa Golden Stars, right?
Okay.
Obina and the likes of you will think otherwise.
Yeah, definitely. But quickly, Reliance, Lobby Stars, the ultimatum for Imama ends today, or tomorrow, that is.
That match will be live on TV.
Yeah, Abia Warriors taking on Lobby Stars. Do you think Abia Warriors can perform the magic? Imama now can perform magic in our Paraku Stadium to maybe save his job?
Guy, it doesn't look like that ultimatum is working. It doesn't look like he's inspiring Imama, neither the boys. I don't know, probably I don't know, maybe Imama is not able to uplift the spirit of the boys. Yeah, maybe he's not a Guma, more likely. Or maybe he's not able to uplift the spirit of the boys psychologically, with that ultimatum. Because 3 match wasn't it? 3 match ultimatum. How many matches have been played? 2 matches. What are the results?
2 draws.
So what are we saying? So it doesn't feel like that ultimatum is working anything. And Lobby Stars at home, I see a win for Lobby Stars.
The ultimatum is they're not even serious about it.
Yeah.
The ultimatum was win those 3 matches or be fired.
Yeah.
Immediately he withdrew with Ifeanyi away from home, he should have been fired. You understand? So that one be ultimatum. You understand? Then he followed it up with the draw at home. Which team? MFM.
Yeah.
Go, let's draw. Should have also been fired, but he has that last chance. So they say it's the 3 match ultimatum, but it was to win the 3 matches.
But if he wins this game, do you think he's going to?
Yeah, he will save his job definitely.
He's going to save
his job. Lobby Stars, but he's not going to win against Lobby Stars. Lobby are a very decent side. They are a very, very decent side.
Yeah.
Lobby Stars. Rangers could not beat them in Enugu last time. Rangers, with all their brilliance and what have you, And Lobby even had the man sent off, in the match against Rangers the other time. We are still able to get a goalless draw in that encounter. I think Lobby will grind out the results against Abiawaros, and perhaps Imama and the Abiawaros management will now think of what needs to do with themselves.
Mecca, just predictions. MFM FC Kwara United.
MFM at home against Kwara United. I think MFM should be able to get that one 1-0.
All right, let's talk about Sunshine Stars Enugu Rangers. Reliance. Sunshine Stars are home to Enugu Rangers. Not particularly a bad start for Sunshine Stars. They have 10 points from 6 games. Rangers have got just 1 point better, 11 from 6 as well.
Talking about Sunshine Stars with the joint top scorer in the league in Sadiq Yusuf. 4 goals he has been able to score thus far, and you're looking at Rangers International of Enugu. I mean, a brilliant side. I think we've established here the quality of players they have, and an experienced
I was impressed
coach.
with that Rangers side.
An experienced coach.
Come on.
They play good football.
They played good football. They played good football. It was just failure of getting the results against Rivers United. And so I think Rangers International should be able to get the result. They should be able to win that match
away from home.
Sunshine Stars are difficult at home. They are even very good away from home as well.
Yeah, they are.
Remember they beat Dakada 2-0 last time. In Akure, they are tough not to crack, I tell you. And look at it. There's the Benga Ogunbote effect.
Sure.
Ogunbote is the coach of Sunshine Stars now. He used to work with Rangers. One day I took up with them, took them to the continent and what have you.
He also had his special successes with
Exactly. Took them to the CAF Champions League and Confederation Cup semi-finals. In 2011 and 2012.
Yep.
So he's the former coach to these two sides, as a matter of fact. So he will also want to get it right against his former employers. Now look at the Rangers side. A lot of those players were still with Rangers when Ogunbete was in charge. Chiama Kamado, Tokpe Olusesin, and Abonsu, they were all right there at Rangers when Ogunbete was in charge of that side. So he knows them. For one, Chiama Kamado was even his player. He had Sharks before he took him to Rangers when he got that job and all that. So at the end of the day, I'm thinking that Lobby Stars will be able to, Sunshine Stars will be able to get it right against Rangers tomorrow.
The last game is Rivers United taking on Underwell United. Any need talking about that?
There's no need. Rivers United wins and tops the table tomorrow.
We said so about Manchester United and Sheffield. But come on, Rivers United have won all the matches they have played at home this season, and impressively as well. Apart from the Rangers match that they were lackluster, Rangers dominated, but they eventually won.
At home.
They considered they lost one of those. They won one of those matches 3-1 against Heartland. 3-1. They trashed Kwara United 3-0 and beat Heartland 3-1.
The only goal they considered.
At home. That's in the league. They also considered against Futuro Kings
in
the Confed Cup. So at the end of the day, I'm thinking that Rivers United will be able to get this one right. They have the quality to do so. The less we mention these guys, the better. Let's just save ourselves the stress of mentioning the names of these guys because they have been in fantastic form. Let's just mention one, Godin Agoda. He's a man on fire right now, and with him in that side, you're short of goals.
Well, a man on fire should be playing for Mountain on Fire. But then he has been a fantastic guy for Rivers United. But here's where I let you in to the conversation. We've talked about a lot, previewing the games to expect tomorrow, and of course talking about the one that went on yesterday. Plateau United ending the fantastic start to the season.
The unbeaten run
of Nassau United.
Just 6 matches. We did 9 matches at some point.
Mecca must bring Imba into this discussion.
We are the best team in Nigeria.
Well, Nassau United were the best for 6 games.
Some of these clubs, with all due respect to them, they're not even supposed to be playing the same league with the Imba. They can only dream to achieve half of what Imba as a club have achieved.
Imba don't win the league this
Mona go win Champions League. Mona give us Champions League again. Even I go
we don't
like
give
that.
2 in the past. Make others
don't forget say I get them before they make property. We want them now.
No, you can't take it away from the
Imba. We want them now.
When it goes to the history of the competition, you understand? You mention Alali, highest winners of the competition. You mention Zamalek, you mention TP Mazembe, you mention Wydad Casablanca. There will be an Imba right there. 2 titles. 2 Super Cup as well.
They gave birth to the last time Imba won the Champions League. Now university they know.
My brother, some clubs are
and they never go anywhere near.
In Nigeria are over 40 years, going to 50. They never win the Champions League before. Talk another thing.
Okay.
But we will get to.
All right, you can call in now 0817 000951. Talk about Aqua United and their struggles. So far, do you think Aqua United is already crisis mode. Maybe they should think.
Still, Aqua United are leading Kano Pillars at halftime.
Yeah,
You're talking about struggles.
They are, but it's just halftime.
Yeah.
It's just halftime. A lot could change in that game, but well, I don't know what you think, Aqua United fans. I don't know. Eto and the rest of them. He says he's the chairman of the fans.
Self-acclaimed.
I don't know.
We'll give him that one.
Rivers United and
Even
all
though
the
they
rest.
never even claim Heartland chairman for Port Harcourt, let alone Eto.
All right, keep the calls coming in. Hello, good evening.
Hello?
Hello, good evening.
Yes.
Good to have you, brother man, Obinna.
I bring you cavalry greetings from my domain here at Orazi.
Good evening, Obinna.
I greet you guys in the studio.
Yeah, we greet you too.
Let me start by saying we find it funny, hard, and very difficult why you guys just like calling us just Heartland Football Club of Owerri. When the world was spirit and human race rightfully refer to us as the Nazi millionaires.
Yes, millionaires without money.
I also start by saying that I think it's unfair for our legend Emeka in the studio here to call a team that is struggling, I agree, that have won Eyimba and Aqua United just 2 matches. You don't win Eyimba and Aqua United in MPFL when you're not really informed, and we call it just 2 matches.
Obinna, you are in the relegation zone. Heartland are in the relegation zone. I hope you are aware.
We are not in the relegation zone.
No, you are in the relegation zone.
You are 17th.
17th. 4 teams will be relegated at the end of the day.
Let me tell you, Emeka, if the discussion I had with the second joint top scorer in the league this season, Shedrack Ohalem, yesterday, I spoke with him from from Jigawa State, where they were in camp. I spoke with Shedrack yesterday night.
And they told you we'll score 3 goals tomorrow,
He promised me personally. I talked to Shedrack and what was his name, Wasil. They promised me vividly that I should tell the Nazi millionaire faithful that nothing will make them come back from that match. In his word, empty-handed. In Shedrack's word, that's the second top scorer and followed and the other Katina Nassau United.
In the flag FM, not Canada.
Into flag FM, thank you, my brother. They are both in 4 goals now. Heartland has the second joint scorer, which is 3 goals, which is our mercurial attacker, guy on form, 3 goals. Emeka, if I don't know anything this holy Saturday evening, I know one thing for sure. Take it to the bank. Nothing will make Nazi millionaires come back. Unlike me, I will always tell you the worst is not the best.
Obinna, since we started hearing something from you, you have always told us this line is the usual line. I mean, nothing will make the worst they will get is 3-0 defeat. It's something that we are used to, and at the end of the day, you always falter. Your team always falter.
Why not tell them my prediction against Eyimba right there in Aba?
It was just a one-off. It was a one-off.
So if you can borrow the ones that did not come through, why not start from the positive side of Eyimba demolition right there in Aba by the millionaires?
All right, thank you very much.
I will tell you, Emeka, nothing will make the millionaires
we'll wait and see tomorrow.
Empty-handed.
Okay, thank you very much, Obinna. He says Heartland are going to win and nothing is going to stop them. I don't know. Aqua United, are they going to win? They are already having the lead right now, 1-0 against Kano Pillars. That game is still at halftime.
No, in the second half.
The second half just commenced, yeah. It's on the way, and Aqua United still have the lead against Kano Pillars. You can also have your voice heard like Obinna, 0817-000951. Alternatively, odd number is 0810-9510-951. Hello, good evening.
Yeah, good evening. My name is Magdi from Port Harcourt.
Hello, Smart D. Can you speak up? I can barely hear you.
Okay, I'll do it now.
That's
okay,
better.
Okay. See, when we talk about this one team, let me not say one team. When we talk about this game that is going currently,
okay,
I think it is showing based on how Kano Pillars have been away from home. One of those teams, just like Katsina United of this world, is doing well. So I'm going to win that one. Come what way. Going back to Akwa United, I think we have not been well. I don't see us or even up in 1 point. In 1 point, it's a much talking. Takada any form. Use that dream back away from.
Okay, your line is breaking. We are struggling to hear you, but I think I've gotten the much of what you said. You said Dakada FC. I was struggling. I didn't get the most of that. But you talk about Akwa United, and well, you say they are going to go on to defeat Kano Pillars by a goal to nothing, or maybe more. You didn't specify, but currently they lead Kano Pillars. Like I said, 1 goal to nothing. Same scoreline between Manchester City and Sheffield United in the English Premier League. Yes, the game has not progressed as a lot of persons would have thought after that early goal in the 9th minute. Sheffield United, Reliance, they've come into their own.
Chidubem, it has to be said that Sheffield United are playing this match very careful, just that they considered that first goal and else would have been 0-0 draw as we speak. They are playing the match as much, well, maybe not as much, let me not exaggerate it, maybe not as much as Manchester City are playing, but they are giving Manchester United a good fight in this particular game. Coming in from the wings is something that Sheffield United are doing. Manchester City are also doing the coming in from the wing thing. And so it's just that the results, the scoreline now, not a result yet, is something that is making it look as if Manchester City are really having the upper hands. Yeah, they are doing their normal possessive football, Manchester City passing around and making their attacks. But Sheffield United have been solid, at the defense, and then also making runs. Each time they make a run up front, Chidubem, they are threatening Sheffield United. So maybe that win over Manchester United have been able to give them that confidence that they could survive the league this season. Because I could recall the coach at some point saying that they can still survive the staying on the league.
All right, let's take some more calls. Hello, good evening.
Okay, yeah, I need to
we are still struggling to hear you. Can you change your position a bit? And hello? Okay, we lost that one there. Please keep the calls coming through. 0817 0000951 or 0810-9510-951. Alternatively, you can send your WhatsApp or text messages to the number 0701 9339 962. I want to hear from you, the fans. Rivers United fans. Yes, Shedrack Amadi. I don't know. You always like this, your team. And the likes of Simon, who I don't know where he belongs.
Who wouldn't like Rivers United at this point?
Well, you would. Today is Simon. Today is Eyimba. Tomorrow is Rivers United. Next tomorrow is Enugu Rangers. So, I don't know. Akwa United, by the way, are still leading. Like I said, 1 goal to nothing. Lance is a happy man when it comes to that one. Hopefully,
there'll be more goals. Remember, we still have Mfonudo as part of that team. He scored in his previous match. Rivers United were unable to hold their own.
Okay.
But this particular one, Defreke Fiong decided to set the ball rolling for Akwa United. So you're expecting Mfonudo to score. So I'm still hoping for more goals. And Akarandu Rock, I'm not sure if he's on the substitute bench, but if he's part of it, comes in and gets a goal for you. Akwa United has spoiled for options. I just recall that there's a certain Ifeanyi as part of that setup. I can't exactly tell what the problem is for the club, but against Kano Pillars, they should be able to score more goals.
All right, let me quickly go on to the text message portal now and hear from some persons who have sent messages. This one is from Jude Nathaniel, and it says, "Good evening, Chidubem and Emeka. A prayer for you guys. It's multiple increase in your job. One day I will pay you guys a surprise visit. I love you all. Please, can you play Rangers anthem?"
We love you too.
Definitely
Rangers anthem. Holy, Rangers, another champion. Okay, we'll try to lay hands on it.
Yeah, we will. And to be glad to have you and maybe pay our account balances visit as well.
Says he wants to pay us, right?
This one.
I can start calling my account number, by the way.
No, you see, it beats my imagination. A lot of times you see people send messages calling to say, "We love what you're doing.
Yeah.
Oh, keep it up. We love you." if you don't give to
Show
appreciate that
walking.
love,
Put your money
show
where your mouth
it
is.
doesn't make sense.
Show
For
walking.
God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son. So if you love what you are doing, give us something.
Okay, you heard it. And this other text message here says you guys should stop making mockery of Heartland FC.
No, they have made mockery of themselves already. We are even trying to help them. Oh. If we say the things that happen at Heartland, if we say some of the things happening at Heartland.
Well, he goes on to say it's on record that they are the only club in history of Nigeria to have received 2 brand new air-conditioned coaster buses this season.
Yesterday I was listening to the show from home, and they've been according to say you people did not report the new buses given to Heartland. They were given 2 new buses. I said, and I'm asking myself, how about the other bus they gave to them that they can massage you inside the bus? What happened to that one? Heartland. They need to go for deliverance.
New buses for the supporters club. So good things are on the way for the club management to take their rightful place in the Nigerian club football. Up Nazi Millionaires. My brother, up Nazi Millionaires. We'll come back. In fact, we'll win the league this season. Don't mind them. They're beefing us for no reason. Let's take this call. Hello, good evening.
Yes, good evening. This is
Good to have you.
Hey, they called him and they appeared there.
Exactly.
I greet you all in the studio.
Good evening,
Is the mega there?
I'm here. Anything for the boys? Anything for the boys? Show love now, show love. It's well.
All right. Rivers United. Are they ready tomorrow?
Yeah, they are playing tomorrow against Adamawa United.
Okay. We're on course. No matter the loss, we lost at away. But tomorrow match, they're going to be we'll take our 3 points.
Okay.
No matter how it goes. Because even though it's 1, 2 goals, but I know that tomorrow is our match. We'll take our points tomorrow. No doubt about it.
All right. So Rivers United to win against Adamawa tomorrow. Let's leave it there. And let's move on to talk about the Nigerian Football Federation and the president of that side, who happens to be Amaju Melvin Pinnick. All right, so president of the Nigerian Football Federation, Amaju Pinnick, he is determined to resolve financial challenges at home ahead of his personal bid to occupy a seat in FIFA Council. Pinnick is one of the candidates for African seats on the FIFA Council and head of the financially stricken NFF, which receives direct funding from the government. Pinnick is keen to resolve the pay issue dating back to the Continental Showpiece event in Egypt back in 2019. I'll quote Pinnick now. He says the quest for a FIFA Council seat is in the interest of the continent, and as the head of Nigerian football, I must ensure all is well at home too. And that was in an interview with BBC Sport. He goes on to say it's a kind of government responsibility to pay the players, and the Nigerian president is very keen on helping to sort it. And further, he says I was in Abuja rather, and I found out it's only a matter of the modalities delaying paying the allowances and bonuses. Any moment from now, it will be sorted out. Now, the national team players have been waiting 19 months for their unpaid bonuses and allowances, while Coach General is being owed 5 months' salary, and goalkeeper trainer Aloy Agu is demanding over 22 months of unpaid wages. Okay, that's really, really massive. And I'll quote Pinnick once more. He says, with the pandemic and challenges facing oil companies, things have been tough for our sponsors, ITO, who are responsible for the payment of coaches. And further, he says, but we've moved to pay Aloy Agu 9 months of his wages from what we have left, and Coach General too will be sorted. We don't want to owe, and that is the mentality in which I came into NFF. There are circumstances beyond our control. It is not a good thing to owe, and we do not like the image it creates. We are looking at every means not to owe. The toxic atmosphere has rarely affected our sponsorship drive, but we cannot give excuses. We are working religiously and assiduously to resolve this as soon as possible. The poor financial position of the NFF has already forced the country to cut their backroom staff and slash the salaries and allowances of the various national team coaches, excluding Super Eagles manager Gennaro Rowe.
Because that one 9-day legal better contract, as in legally signed contract. Like in a raw, 9 get them. Those other ones, they just like appointments. They just feel your rush, go slash their salaries.
I don't know.
See the problem we always have with having indigenous coaches mount our national teams. It will continue to be a problem. Why don't know if it's slash gonna roll on?
Well, that's for to answer. Maybe you too.
No, but Raw, no, in his new contract, there was a pay cut, even though it was agreed. There was a pay cut. He's not earning as much as he was earning previously.
But that was
due to
before
the financial situation and what have you. But it is what it is. NFF are in a big mess financially. Surprisingly, as it were. I mean, if you look at all the monies coming in from sponsors, from FIFA.
But they are saying the sponsors have been plagued by the sponsor now too. Have been plagued by the whole coronavirus.
Exactly. They are into oil.
Yeah.
They're an oil company, and we know what's happened in the oil market last year. And at the end of the day, it's something that affected them. But that being said, they don't rely only on ITO for monies. Coca-Cola is there, Credit Bank. Other multinational companies partner with the NFF, and they give them monies annually as part of the contract agreement and all that. They also get grants from CAF and FIFA. Remember the COVID-19 period, they got $1.5 million from FIFA, about $500,000 from CAF as well. That's totaling about $2 million. And if you add to what the sponsors gave, yes, even the sports journalists will share from the money. The coaches, the stakeholders are all part of this one. This is just for COVID-19, but over the years, what have they been doing? They have a budget, that is usually approved by the National Assembly every year, and the sports ministry disburse funds to them and all that. But come on, look at where we are right now. It's not the first time. The players are always, even at the AFCON in 2019, before the match against Burundi, I remember the boycotted training and over bonus issues and what have you. That was where it started. From that AFCON, the third place match that they played in the AFCON against Tunisia, we are not paid, and from that match till now, they have not been paid any bonus ever since. You add that to all the matches they have played after the AFCON exit. You think things are not really well. Remember, the boys wanted to protest in the game after the game against Sierra Leone, but because they couldn't get that win after going 4-0 up, they drew 4-4 in that encounter. They didn't have the morale again to go and protest. They had to go and remedy the situation in Freetown. That didn't even happen. So it's obvious now. It's clear. At some point, it was more like a secret, but now it's in public glare that the NFF are owing these guys a series, of match bonuses and what have you, entitlements, dating back to 2019 at the AFCON.
Well, Lance, the president of the MFF, Ahmad Melvin Pinnick, has said that it's because of our financial position. I mean, the world has shrinked, in finance because of coronavirus and all of that. But from the statistics we've seen here, these monies have been owed since 2019. I was gonna ask that question because if you consider 2019, let's use Alago's amount of months owed. 20. That's 22 months reported. That's about a year and 10 months. And if you want to go by that, then if you count from January 2019 to January 2020, when COVID became severe, I think COVID was about December 2019. The whole of 2020, basically. Yeah, about December 2019. That was inception, and then we started having severe cases from January, February. That's about 12 months down to January 2021. That's 24 months. And if you take 2 months out, so my calculation will end up saying that if probably it was COVID, then Alago should have been owed about 12 months wages, dating from November or December or dating from January 2020. But that's not the situation. 22 months tells you that it's good as coming from January 2019. So these days it's very easy for us to make excuses and use COVID as an excuse for anything we fail to do. Now, most times when I talk about these people in administration, I try to be human, because being human will mean that I also consider that there could be some challenges, there could be some factors hindering them from doing whatever they have in mind to do. They could be out there, working assiduously to ensure that these guys are paid, but in the end,
one thing or the other will come in the way and they are unable to succeed. So that's why each time I talk about it, I try to be human as well, but questions will always be asked. When you give excuses like this that don't really add up exactly, questions will start asking themselves. Amaju Pinnick recently said that the NFF is 60% self-sufficient financially, that he took over a board that was 100% government dependent. And right now, the board is about 60% self-sufficient financially. And could it be that it's all about we've secured deals with private bodies, and the monies are not coming? If that's the situation, I don't think you will come out and tell us that you're 60% self-sufficient because the money is coming and you can't pay bonuses for 2 years. You wouldn't say that. So you try to put these things together and they really don't add up, and it makes it difficult for you to make excuses for them, or for you to even be totally human when you're considering the situation. So it's just I don't know, it's just something that has been happening basically. We've had federations struggle. The NFF precisely struggle to pay players bonuses, allowances, wages and all that. It's been a thing on the repeat for the NFF. I was really hoping that this Amaju Pinnick-led board, Amaju Pinnick-led NFF will be different. But maybe it has been to some extent, financially. Maybe it has really not been. But I think it still takes us back to the talk that much needs to be done, to have sponsors coming to sponsor our football in the country. I think basically that's just how it is, because I'm trying to find a way. I'm trying to find a way to pitch my tent at this point, considering the NFF financial issues and all that and the struggles, and I couldn't really find one.
Talking about sponsors, Omeka, you look at the English FA, because I'm using them as a reference point now because they are one of the most successful FAs in the world. Their sponsorship basically comes from the English FA Cup, and then the fact that they are the one who superintend over the leagues in England, so they get royalties and some monies from there. You look at the MPFL, not much comes from the MPFL. The ITO, who sponsor the FA Cup in Nigeria, the ITO Cup now.
And they are also the optimum sponsors of NFF.
Exactly.
As a football body.
So if
ITO have got 2 sponsorship packages with the NFF. One for the ITO Cup, of course, the Federation Cup, renamed ITO Cup because of the sponsorship reasons. And of course, they are also NFF's optimum partners. So they have 2 different packages with the NFF concurrently.
So Emeka, if Amaju Pinnick is saying ITO is complaining of shrinked finances, and then we all know the case of the leagues here, not particularly the most productive of leagues when it comes to finance, you think it's out of place for Amaju Pinnick to say, oh, I can't pay because, the money's not there?
But it's obvious, that's what he's doing right now. He's crying out, and the onus now lies on the Federal Ministry of Youth and Sports, of course, which is a representative of the government of the country.
So we shouldn't be blaming Pinnick here.
Now, look at it. In 2016, we won the Africa Women Cup of Nations in Cameroon, beat the hosts 1-0 in the final in Yaoundé. On coming back, the guys refused to leave the hotel because they were owed series of outstanding wages and what have you. They lodged a protest, they stayed in the hotel for over 2 weeks before eventually going to, was it National Assembly or the the government presidential villa in Abuja to block the entrance. And at the end of the day, that was when the government reacted to eventually paying them. Now, except the Super Eagles do something like that, it doesn't look like that money will come out. Amaju Pinnick and his NFF don't have that kind of money to pay for how many years now? Look at those matches they have played. They played Tunisia in the 3rd place match. That was where he started. Tunisia in the 3rd place match. After that, I think they have played 2 friendlies. Ukraine and Brazil. They drew both friendlies, right? Of course, they came to the AFCON qualifiers, played Benin Republic, won, beat Lesotho away from home, won. So you get bonuses for winning those matches. Then 2 friendly games again. Tunisia and Algeria. They lost Algeria, drew with Tunisia. Played qualifiers against Sierra Leone back-to-back, 4 goalless. So at the end of the day, you see that they are owing them for quite a long time now. And it's not only the Super Eagles that they are owing. Let's not forget the other national teams are also being owed. The Flying Eagles are owed for bonuses and what have you. The Golden Eagles and all that. The Super Falcons. You remember what happened there? We played it here. The interview granted by Desire Paranoze, who was captain of the team at the World Cup in 2018. At the World Cup, the girls after they were knocked out, they refused to leave the hotel. They incurred extra debts by staying a further day, at the venue right there. FIFA had to even withdraw the money from what was due them because NFF was owing them from 2016, 2 years after they hadn't paid. And when they eventually wanted to pay, they said they were going to pay only those present in the team. Operan they revolted with the other players and said, no, if you're paying, pay everybody that was part of the team that you were owing, not those present. Some of them did not make the World Cup team, And I mean, it's a recurring decimal. Owing of bonuses and allowances is not a new thing in Nigeria. We have seen teams after in fact in 2019, 3 of our national teams that went to international competitions were all protesting in those places. Under 20 protested in Poland, during the World Cup. They were knocked out in the second round. They protested, over unpaid wages. The Falcons at the World Cup in 2019 equally protested. How about the Super Eagles? Also in that same 2019 in Egypt, they also protested. So it's something that is we are very familiar with. Let's not forget at the World Cup in 2014, when Keshi was still in charge of the team, there was also a similar protest.
All right, Reliance, let me assume you are Magic Pinnick and you find yourself in this kind of debacle. What are you going to do to get yourself out? He says 60% self-sustaining now.
That's just on paper. Magic Pinnick is a sweet talker. He just said that. I mean, if you're 50, let's say even 50% self-sufficient, then you should get the remaining 50% from the sports ministry and will be good.
How can you get NFF to be 60% self-sustaining?
How can I?
Yeah. If you were NFF boss.
Well, there are so many ways to make money.
This is your campaign, by the way.
I like a manifesto, right? There are so many ways to make money. Football is a very lucrative business these days. You are running a federation. You should be able to churn out various ways with your board to make money. Apart from going to, of course, firstly, it will always be secure sponsorship from private bodies, and then marketing is one other thing. The face of Nigerian football is the Super Eagles.
Yeah.
Apart from the Super Eagles, how about making other national teams marketable, such that a company who might not be as big enough to sponsor the Super Eagles could consider maybe having a face for the Super Falcons, or maybe the Flying Eagles, or maybe the Golden Eagles and all the like. So you also make them marketable, So you look at the league itself, because of course we are talking about football here, and the NFF are in charge of the LMC. I mean, LMC is a subsidiary of the NFF, so they run the league as well indirectly. So
if the leagues now make money,
makes
the
money,
NFF are going to make money.
They're going to make money. They're going to have their cut. So you also market the Nigerian Professional Football League, such that sponsors will come in, So I mean, I think generally, we are not really seeing football. Maybe that notion, that narrative is beginning to change, maybe. But I think generally in Africa, we are not really seeing football. Okay, maybe let me not say in Africa, because there are some countries you mentioned, the likes of South Africa. Football is a lucrative business. They have massive sponsorship. Maybe you could add Egypt to it. So, but over 90%, of countries in Africa are not seeing football as that lucrative business. They're not really making money with football. I attended a conference, during that COVID period. Josh Ware, the president of Liberia, was the keynote speaker of that conference. We had a couple of dignitaries who were part of it. And what was discussed extensively was, how do we make football, how do we make sports entirely lucrative in Africa, so that we start making money from it? Because many countries were cited, statistics were being rolled out, how you don't even have sponsorship. Some of them don't have TV coverage. Nigeria was mentioned in that aspect, So the notion has to change. You need to see football as a business. And it needs to be beyond just running to the federations to demand for money, a bigger part now to the government, to demand for money, to sponsor these things and pay salaries and all that. So once that notion change, which is going to be a gradual process, by the way, I think if it was something that was done before now, the NFF wouldn't have been in this situation. But again, let me also give a little bit of concession to Amaju Melvin Pinnick. Yeah, on the other hand, COVID became a problem. It's still a problem as we speak, because some companies have not fully recovered. Some of them are still trying to, come back to life. COVID became a problem, even though, like I mentioned earlier on, when you consider the other 10 months or 11 months, COVID wasn't there at that time. But I think it's also something that is plaguing the NFL at the moment.
All right, let's move to, I don't know if it's another plague, but CAF, the Confederation of African Football, and talk about the man. Oh yes, Ahmad, he's back. Yes, CAF or CAS now. What's it called again?
Confederation of
African Sports
Football.
Not Confederation of African Football now.
No, CAS, Court of Arbitration.
Oh my God, the word court just eluded my head. But they've reinstated CAF, Ahmad as CAF president, and quite strangely maybe for a lot of persons, but the Malagasy, as someone from Madagascar by the way, he appealed his decision on CAS, which issued a preliminary ruling yesterday. For the record, Ahmad is still ineligible to contest CAF's presidential elections in March. However, since the CAS decision came both in the CAF's governance committee and FIFA's review committee met earlier this week to discuss the ineligibility of the candidate. So technically, Ahmad somehow can sneak his way back in. Because although the meeting was scheduled earlier, we reported it here where the license, or they gave the the go ahead rather, for some of the contestants. This time around, there's still an appeal to be heard sometime in March. That means Ahmad might just squeeze his way back in. But CAF says it will hear Ahmad's appeal in full on March 2nd, like I said, with the decision issued before the CAF presidential elections on the 12th of March, 10 days after. I quote that statement from CAS now. Due to a risk of irreparable harm for Mr. Ahmad, if the disciplinary sanction is maintained during the period prior to the CAF elections, the CAS panel has upheld the request to temporarily stay the effects of the FIFA ban. CAS, sport's highest legal body, said in a statement. Now, this effective suspension of the FIFA ruling will be in place until the day that the final CAS award is issued. Since he was banned when FIFA met on Tuesday and CAF on Thursday, 2 days after, Ahmad was deemed ineligible to run. He will now need to overturn the decisions ruling him ineligible to run, since his appeal at CAS was not against the decision barring him from contesting the elections, but against his FIFA ban. As of this week, 4 candidates were cleared to run for the CAF presidential elections on 12th of March. Those candidates are Jack Anouma of Ivory Coast, Patrice Motsepe of South Africa, Augustin Senghor of Senegal, as well as Ahmed Yahaya of Mauritania. Emeka, what does this mean for Ahmad and his bid to become to come back as the African president?
I think he has been handed a lifeline now with the ruling from the Court of Arbitration for Sports after he was banned by FIFA for 5 years for breaching various ethics, codes and what have you. That ultimately ruled him out of the election because apart from the fact that he was CAF president then, now reinstated as it were, he was also the FIFA vice president. All the confederation presidents automatically are FIFA vice presidents in the FIFA council. So he lost his place in FIFA, lost in CAF by virtue of the ban, the sanction coming in from FIFA. But he had that opportunity to go to CAS, which he did promptly, and now he has gotten the ruling. Now here, what he went to CAS for was to overturn the ban from football for 5 years. He's gotten that, but FIFA met on Tuesday to review the candidacy of the contestants for the position, and at the end of the day, they cleared four of these other contenders. And yes, at that point, CAS ruling hasn't come. CAS ruling was on Thursday, 2 days ago, and it means he will have to go to CAS again. Now, CAS have promised an expedited hearing come 3rd, because I think on the 12th of March, the election will take place in Rabat, Morocco. But on the 3rd, is it second? Okay, 2nd of March. That's 10 days to the election. CAS will rule whether he's eligible to go in for the post. Remember, before now he was the overwhelming favorite. Before the FIFA ban, he was the overwhelming favorite to win because he claimed that 46 of the 54 CAF member associations have giving him the go ahead. They have thrown their weight behind him, and at the end of the day, at that point, it was only a matter of time, and he will become he will return to office. He will get the nod for a second term in office and what have you. So right now he has a lifeline there. He will also be hoping that he will get a second favorable ruling from CAS come 2nd of March ahead of the election. 10 days later.
Lifeline given to Ahmad Ahmad. So says Emeka. But let me come to you now, Reliant. Let's look at the race entirely now for the African presidency when it comes to football. We have 4 candidates cleared. And with the possibility of Ahmad Ahmad coming back, does this change the context of the race now?
Well, it does. We are talking about a sitting president. Before now, just like Meka mentioned, he claimed he has had massive support. So it will, from where I stand, from my own viewpoint, I would for one say that Patrick Motsepe of South Africa was more of the overwhelming favorite. I mean, recall that our own Amaju Melvin Pinnick, has thrown his weight behind, Patrick Motsepe. The last time he did that for a president vying for that seat, someone vying for that seat, that person eventually emerged victorious.
Of course,
talking about Ahmad Ahmad here and Amaju Melvin Pinnick. So right at this point, he's supporting Patrice Motsepe of South Africa, the owner of Mamelodi Sundowns. So he was like an overwhelming favorite for me before now, but with Ahmad coming back into the picture, that contest could change because there's always this should I say incumbency effect each time you're running for any office, because you're there, you could set strategy, you could set things in such a way that it favors you. I mean, wouldn't it be too late? Because if he wins that judgment, it's going to be on the 2nd of March. The elections are going to be on the 12th. Here's the thing. That's why CAS have done what they've done. You were supposed to be a candidate for a particular election. Because when I saw that release from CAS, I felt it was more of having pity on the man Ahmad Ahmad, so that in the end, if Ahmad Ahmad wins the ruling on the 2nd of March, it will be too late to do anything for contesting presidency. That's if they've decided to wait until the 2nd of March to have a ruling on anything concerning Ahmad Ahmad in his appeal, it will be too late. So
how is it going to be too late?
From 2nd of March to 12, how many days? Just 10 days.
The ballot will be cast on 12th of March. CAS ruling comes on the 2nd, 10 days to the election. This man already indicated interest that he was going to contest. He had the backing of a lot of these federations. Now, FIFA came and banned him. What he's going to CAS to get the ban overturned. Now, what he will do between now and then matters. You understand? And hopefully that the ruling favors him. He can start to convince these other guys that
can you the race. In 10 days now, coming up a ban.
Let's not forget, he's still the president of CAF now.
Okay.
By virtue of Thursday's ruling by CAS, he's now back as CAF's
the president.
Constant Omari, the acting president, has stepped aside. He's now the CAF president. He also has his place back in FIFA Council as the vice president of the FIFA. So as it stands right now, he's in control of African football, at least till the election. Now, he is not yet a candidate for the election because of the fact that they have finished the review. But come 2nd, when that ruling will come from CAS, if it favors him, I think he still has what it takes, in terms of maneuvering these other guys that will, come in and vote for him. I mean, it's a question of, you could see some candidates withdrawing, just before the election. It's possible,
Now, here's the angle I'm coming from. Let's assume that CAS waited until 2nd to stay the effects of what adjudicatory committee of FIFA, had on Ahmad Ahmad. That means Ahmad Ahmad
is out of it.
He will remain inactive until 2nd, and 10 days wouldn't be enough for someone contesting for an election, to vie for support and coming off a ban. Let's just say it favors him on the 2nd of March. So that's what I'm saying. If CAS, if they haven't done what they've done now, it would have damaged the man's
at least 2 months
presidential race. You get the point. So that's why they have to stay the effects of that ruling. That's like to overturn what FIFA had on the man.
It was
just to give him time.
Already,
you get the point.
Football, from election,
just
everything.
To give him time until that 2nd of March, because there's no ruling. What CAS is just doing is like, okay, leave the man as the president. We'll have hearing on the 2nd of March. There's no ruling at this point that whatever CAF whatever FIFA had on Ahmad had been cleared. Just leave him there. Until 2nd of March, there's going to be a proper ruling where everything will be considered. And once it's considered, if he favors the man, fine and good. He runs for... I think at that point, they'll also consider his eligibility to contest for the election. So it's going to be more of a double header from CAS, clearing him the FIFA ban if he turns out positive for Ahmad, and also, most likely make him eligible to contest for the election. So that's why CAS just have to do what they've done. That's why I said at the onset, I saw it as let's just pity this man. Let's keep his presidential ambition on the line for him until 2nd. Because if until 2nd he favors him and the man has been inactive, coming off a ban, then the race for the election has been damaged for him. So basically, the context has already changed, because bringing him back to sit right now as the president, the incumbent president running for the office again, he will have enough time, maybe not enough, but sufficient time to do whatever he needs to do to play his politics proper, waiting until the final ruling on the 2nd of March. So the context has already changed. Patrice Motsepe, a businessman, I for one want to, if I have the opportunity to vote, I for one want to vote for Patrice, at least considering what he has done business-wise, because that is where we want to move sport to in Africa. Yeah. We need to make it a business, a lucrative one at that. Football is paying massive amount of money, in Europe and some other continents. Apart from football, some other sports as well. So business-wise, the man has proven that he can bring business into football by virtue of what he has done with his club, normally Sundown. But there's always the Nigeria-South Africa effect. How about the relationship? So that just by the ways anyway. So the context will change basically, Chidubem, with Ahmad coming back into the running.
All right, I feel like making a Mekai political analyst right now because of the question I'm going to ask him. We have Ahmad Pinnick vying for, or he has been given the leeway to for his position at the FIFA Council. And now you have Ahmad possibly coming back as the president of football in Africa, CAF, Confederation of African Football. Do you think this might give maybe Ahmad will be looking to score too, Ahmad Pinnick's chances
and for the
FIFA Council, considering how much went under the waters or under the bridge before now?
Well, I think Ahmad should be interested in his own case first. Yes, should be worried about his own case.
A man whose eyes on fire doesn't run.
That kind of thing. He's not vying for the same position with Ahmad Pinnick. Pinnick is trying to unseat Almani Kamara from Guinea, who currently occupies the West Africa seat at the FIFA Council right there. I think we should have 7 of them if we add the president. Ahmad, at the end of the day, is from Africa, including a lady, Lydia and Sakira from Burundi, the FIFA Council. So Pinnick's election should have nothing ordinarily to do with Ahmad. But Ahmad, like you said, can also affect what happens as far as that election is concerned. If he's able to get 46 members of CAF to vote for him, he can equally tell these 46 not to vote for Pinnick and vote for the other man, Kamara from Guinea. So it's possible, but I think he can even go that far if he gets to that level. He can go that far because there's no love lost between Pinnick and Ahmad. We know the relationship with the two no longer what it used to be before they came to office and all that. Lots of issues here and there. Pinnick deposed as the first vice president of CAF, didn't get the nomination from his friend, former friend Ahmad, and all that. So it's obvious the man will stop at nothing to ensure Pinnick doesn't go that far. We know Pinnick is a very ambitious person. He's not just, I remember the target was even to go for the CAF presidency. But of course, after discussing with Gianni Infantino first, the FIFA president, the good friend of Pinnick, Infantino advised him to go for the FIFA Council. From there, you are able to gather more ground, gain more grounds from the global level before you can start influencing what is happening here on the continent. So it's a game plan. In the future, he will also want to come back to CAF to vie for presidency. He has said that severally. No secret at all about that one. But as it stands right now, Ahmad, if he has the chance, he will want to scuffle Pinnick's ambitions at FIFA Council.
All right, this is the point where I throw you into the conversation. You've heard a lot. We've talked. By the way, it's full time in that game between Akwa United and Kano Pillars. Akwa United beating Kano Pillars by a goal to nothing. And there are also games going on in Europe. I'll just give you updates before.
Chidubem, that win means at least 6 clubs have got 11 points on the MPFL table. 6 clubs
That's
right
so
now.
much drama. So much drama in the MPFL, I tell you. But let me just give you a rundown of results currently in the European leagues. In the English Premier League, Everton earlier were beaten at home 2-0 by Newcastle United. Quite unbelievable, that word. Crystal Palace have a 1-goal advantage over Wolverhampton Wanderers. That game is in the 90th minute. Manchester City have the same lead against Sheffield United, 1-0. That is a game also in extra time, 92 minutes. It is West Bromwich Albion. They are being held to a 2-2 draw by visiting Fulham. The game between Arsenal and Manchester United comes up in about 40 minutes or thereabout, 6:30. And the other one will be between Southampton and Aston Villa. That one is built for 9 p.m. And in the Spanish La Liga, Eibar lost at home 0-2 to Sevilla, while Real Madrid are currently playing out a 1-0 draw with Levante. Game currently in the 77th minute. Valencia will play Elche later by 6:30, while Villarreal will take on Real Sociedad by 9 p.m. in the Bundesliga. In Germany, Bayern Munich, they were 4-1 winners over Hoffenheim earlier today, while Borussia Dortmund also had a win over Augsburg, 3-1 it ended. Eintracht Frankfurt had a 3-1 win over Hertha Berlin, while for Union Berlin, it was a 1-0 draw with Borussia Mönchengladbach. Werder Bremen shared the spoils with Schalke 0-1-1, and RB Leipzig will take on Bayer Leverkusen, what looks like the game of the weekend, by 6:30 this evening. Serie A will see Bologna lose at home 1-2 to AC Milan. Sampdoria will take on Juventus later by 6 p.m, while Inter Milan will do battle with Benevento, that one by 8:45. In the Ligue 1, Montpellier, they are losing currently to Lens. The game is in the first half break, and Marseille will take on Rennes. That one comes up later by 9 p.m. Over to the phone lines I go, 0817 0000 951 and 0810 9510 951. Alternatively, you can send your text or WhatsApp messages to 0701 9339 962, on Twitter at TodayFM951. And we go to the Twitter platform right now to hear from someone.
Actually, it was a mix-up. I thought it was Dakada FC who won, not it's Aqua United who actually won. So, but as it stands right now, 5 teams have got 11 points on the table. Aqua United with the win today have moved to 9 points, but Dakada could go ahead of them with the win tomorrow at home, and that will take them to 11 points as well.
Hello.
Hello, good evening, guys.
Good evening, Simon.
Thank you.
Yes.
I hear you before. You said that Simon, or you didn't know.
Me, I don't know now. You tell me now.
Yeah. It is been a while.
Rivers United.
He said today, I didn't mention Rivers United for my club. It's the only 2 clubs I mentioned, but the club that I support is Enyimba International.
Nasu. But you like saying.
Let me finish. I talk about FC Banyoba.
Okay.
I support them because they are my home. That is what I said.
Okay.
But my club is Enyimba.
All right.
So the Enyimba is tomorrow.
All right.
So that's why I bought.
Okay.
So do it now. Quote it now.
Thank you very much, Simon. Well, he says it's Enyimba. Everybody's claiming Enyimba these days.
No, not everybody. Some people are die-hard. Heartland, Rivers United, Aqua United. We are Enyimba.
Yeah. But even Rivers-based people are claiming Enyimba. 0817 000951 or 0810 9510951. Ahmad is back in the race. What does this mean for Amaju Pinnick? Will there be Bad Bella in the mix? Will he try to stop Amaju Pinnick and say, young man, if I can't make it, then it means you're not going to make it. And if Ahmad gets back into the race and probably becomes the leader in pole position, I don't know what it's going to be for Amaju Pinnick. We also talked about Amaju Pinnick earlier, the NFF issues and all the struggles the man has been going through to pay salaries and all the indemnities and all whatnot. The man says he's going to find a way to pay. But for now, COVID-19, everything has to be COVID-19 these days, and COVID-19 has found a way to stop the NFF from paying salaries. Gernot Rohr, by the way, was not part of the salary cut. I don't know what to make about that. I'll keep your calls coming through. Number still 0817 000951 or 0810-9510-951. Hello.
Chidubem, if I heard you clear, did you just say Amaju Phoenix is struggling to pay salary?
Oh, yes, he is. So.
Anybody here today, yeah.
If Amaju Phoenix is struggling to pay salaries, why not Heartland? No, but Teyimba, we are not struggling at Teyimba. Rivers United are not struggling to pay salaries. Aqua United, Kadu Pillars, these are big boys. We don't struggle to pay salaries.
Actually, when you're giving this kind of analysis, you can see a church, you're supposed to be shouting. Shouting. Thank you.
Oh, no, we go. I don't know. Amaju Pinnick is a man who, well, I don't know if he gloats a lot, but he keeps coming out to say, is either saying the NFF is self-sufficient or he's saying this one or that one, but it's come to haunt him these days. Hello, good evening. Hello.
My name is Magdi from Port Harcourt.
All right, Magdi, can you speak up a bit? We're struggling to hear you.
Hello.
Yeah, can hear you now.
Okay. I thought.
Hello.
Let me continue with. Can you hear me very well?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. Then talking about the Kada, that one is a sure win for us. There's no debate about that. Still, reliance will be happy right from now. So in advance. So talking about the FIFA, one thing, I don't like looking down in Africa, but you see, if we are to be a continent that wish for progression, like that Mama Lodi song down,
Patrice Motsepe.
Yeah, we should all throw our weight behind him. As in, let me not say all, because we all have our own preference, but at least majority should have looked at what he has done with his club, at his achievements, and then vote for him and say, let us tell this guy that is business inclined and see what he can do. If he can push that motive forward, then if he fails to do that, then we can now, for the next time, withdraw and say, okay, he has disappointed us. But we just keep on recycling, and just because for maybe our friends, we don't even want to care what they can do. As far as we are in good terms, then it can go. So it's a backward thing for Africans. It goes in every sector, in almost every sector, not for competence, but for friends. So talking about this thing, like you said, this for the salary, they have been owing, right from for 22 months.
Yeah.
Then which is almost a year plus. Then because COVID-19 came, they say because of COVID-19, what happened to all those months that COVID-19 wasn't here? What are they trying to do? So just leave Nigerian team. Now then, so for this for Ahmad, for my planning, I think you should be very, very transparent. Not, to get here, he's going to chop his own band from it.
All right, thank you very much. I had to leave it at that because time not our friend. We have to run away now, just a little bit coming after now. But tomorrow we are back here by 1 p.m. for the marathon edition, season 2. Yeah, where we talk by talking sports, other sports that is, and then go on to talk European football and come back home to talk Nigerian football. Yes, that's a big one for you tomorrow to discuss. The Super Eagles, we are going to be discussing them. The 8 players cleared to play for the Super Eagles. Possibly, how can they fit in? So you don't want to miss tomorrow's show, I assure you. The show has been Today's Sports Live, the second part. And of course, I am Chidubem Joseph Njoko, the Chief Justice of Sports. I did the show alongside your Dogowan of Sports, Emeka Dena.
Morakosi.
Yeah, of course, his favorite line, and Reliance, the classical gentleman.
I don't get favorite line. I leave it like that.
All right. Thank you for doing this with me. Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow on the other side. For now, it's goodbye. Keep it locked on this dial. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, the voice of the people.
Tous ensemble on fait le show. On t'invite à la magie. Y a pas de raccourci. Oublie tes soucis. C'est bien faire la folie. On t'invite à la magie. Y a pas de raccourci. Oublie tes soucis.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Tradex Gold, located at Deborah Lawson House, GRA Port Harcourt, is hiring marketers with experience. If you are interested, text your name and location to 070 69 21 8977. 070 69 21 8977 or 081 59 04 6744. That is 081 59 04 6744. Thank you for listening.
One FM. This is Today 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt, voice of
Today 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt. News update.
Good evening, this is the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Wisdom Obina. President Muhammadu Buhari now has a new aide de camp, ADC Lieutenant Colonel Y.M. Dodo. This is according to State House sources. Colonel Dodo is replacing Colonel Muhammad Abubakar, who has been in the role since 2015. Report says Colonel Abubakar is stepping down on his role as to attend a course, a requirement for the promotion to the rank of a brigadier general. Until his appointment, Lieutenant Colonel Dodo was the academy adjutant of the Nigerian Defense Academy, Kaduna. The National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, has seized cocaine and heroines with street values worth over 30 billion naira at the Murtala Mohammed International Airport, Ikeja, Lagos. This is coming barely a week after the new chairman of the NDLEA, Brigadier General Buba Marwa, made a commitment to dismantle drug trafficking cartels across Nigeria. Report says one of the seizures, 26.840 kilograms of cocaine, is the biggest single seizure from an individual in the past 15 years. According to a top official of the agency, a 33-year-old lady identified as Onyejebu Jennifer was intercepted by the NDLEA operatives during the inward clearance of Ethiopian airline passengers at e-arrival hall of Murtala Mohammed International Airport, Ikeja, Lagos. A former senior special assistant on Millennium Development Goals to the immediate past Bayelsa State Governor, Seriake Dixon, has been arraigned by the Port Harcourt Zonal Office of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC. Mbelakbo Apere was arraigned alongside Rollins Amakri, Clever Loveday, and a company, Oriazi Global Link Limited, before Justice Jane Iyang of the Federal High Court sitting in Yenagoa on 10-count charges bordering on alleged conspiracy and procurement fraud worth 864 million naira. In a statement by the EFCC head, Media and Publicity Wilson Owujare, the charges were read to the defendants. They were alleged to have committed an offense contrary to Section 44, subsection A, and 45, subsection 2 of the Public Procurement Act 2007, and punishable under Section 58, subsection 1 of the same act. The statement said the defendants pleaded not guilty to the charges, adding that the prosecution lawyer, MT Eco, demanded a date for the commencement of trial. But lawyers to the first and second defendants, Onyebi O and PJ Faway, and the lawyer to the third and fourth defendants, W. Ogberipo, informed the judge that they had already filed bail applications at the court. Seven notorious bandits have repented and surrendered their weapons to the Zamfara state government. The repentant bandits also took an oath to end the decade-old banditry in the state and embrace the peace instituted by State Governor Bello Matawali. The repentant bandits were received at the government house in Gusau, the state capital, in the presence of some traditional rulers and Islamic clerics who took turns to counsel them. They surrendered 14 weapons, including AK-47 rifles, to the State Police Command. Zamfara State Commissioner for Security and Home Affairs, Abubakar Dauran, told newsmen that over 1,000 kidnapped victims have been rescued and over 148 weapons with 1,418 live ammunition surrendered by bandits since the inception of peace dialogue with bandits. Rivers State Governor Nyesom Wike has emphasized on the need to honor and recognize Rivers people who did well for the state when they were alive. Governor Wike said these are the conferment of special traditional title to former Governor of Rivers State, Celestine Omehia, by the Council of Government recognized traditional rulers from Ikwere local government area of the state. Governor Wike encouraged Omehia to continue his support for his administration despite his new role as a traditional ruler.
Let me thank the Ikwere Local Government Traditional Rulers Council for what they have done today. So one of the illustrious sons of the Ikwere ethnic nationality is the Celestine Omehia. Hope you will not be going home to be sitting as a traditional ruler. Don't leave your work and stay at home every day doing traditional ruler. But let me say clearly, what you've done today shows that you know what is good. Shows that when somebody has done well, you honor him when he's alive. What most of us don't understand that when you honor a man who is late, he doesn't know that you have honored him. So it's better you honor the man now that is alive. So that is one of those I respect as one of the leaders in this state. He's not one of those that you cannot hold firm like some leaders in the state. He's one of those who have supported this government firmly, and therefore we said we must also honor him.
The governor also hinted that his administration will construct the Trans-Calabari Link Road and commence another phase of commissioning of projects in the state.
And let me reiterate what I've said before. As far as we are concerned, I have told everybody who cares, whether those who don't want to hear, today I open your ears, you will hear it. After hearing, your ears can be closed again. But for us as a government, we will do everything possible to make Rivers people happier. So many people have said that I'm discriminating in terms of projects. Now, when they saw us go to various local governments, they don't say anything again. From February 10th, we'll start another round of commissioning. And the deputy governor and the chairman of the elders council, the other day we have agreed on how the Trans-Calabari road will follow. And those who said we didn't want to do anything in the Calabari area, today they are sending me texts thanking me. I said, don't thank me.
On his part, the former governor of Katsina State, Ibrahim Shema, commended the governor for his developmental stride in the state and congratulated Sir Celestine Omehia on his chieftaincy installation as Eze Buarozo, one of Ikwere land. Speaking at the sidelines of the event, a religious leader, Prophet Ezwo Simeon Okinna, commended Omehia for the role he played in restoring security and peace in the state.
Of a truth, honor is worthy to him that is given. Celestine Omehia has been they crown him the Ezebuarozo one of Ikwere land. In my belief and religion, I call him the Moses of Ikwere land. Omehia laid the foundation of security keeping in Rivers State. Omehia sanitized the insecurities when he was a governor of Rivers State. In fact, the foundation that the other governors that are working on top was laid by Sir Celestine Ngozi Omehia. I commend the President of Federal Republic of Nigeria for appointing new service chiefs. In fact, it's a good work.
Rivers State has recorded 31 new cases of the novel coronavirus. This was contained in a report published by the Nigeria Center for Disease Control, NCDC. In the new report by NCDC, Nigeria recorded 1,114 new cases with 27 deaths. The new cases were recorded in 21 states and the Federal Capital Territory, with Lagos still leading with 408 new infections. With the new record, Rivers State now has 5,206 confirmed cases of coronavirus, out of which 691 are still in isolation and 79 has died of the virus. On the foreign scene, France will be imposing new COVID-19 border restrictions from Sunday while resisting a new nationwide lockdown. All but essential travel from outside the EU will be banned and testing requirements on travelers from within the European Union will be tightened. Prime Minister Jean Castex said France's night curfew would be more tightly enforced and large shopping centres would close. But the measures were seen as mild and favouring the economy. Some doctors feared they will not be able to curb infections. The new border restrictions will affect the UK, now no longer in the EU, but its Transport Minister, clarified on Twitter that the change would not impact haulers transporting goods to or from the UK. And that was the news update on Today 95.1 FM. Do not forget, take responsibility, wash your hands frequently with soap under running water. Avoid touching your face and high contact surfaces to prevent coronavirus. Good evening. I am Wisdom Obina.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people. This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.